Serious, people who have survived a murder attempt by dumb luck. What's your story? My sister had this one friend. When we were growing up I always got a bad vibe from. She would try to pick on my little brother, but I would always stop her. I was 8, she was 10. Once we were at a lake and all the kids were swimming. I swam out to the deep roped off part, but I was still little and really shouldn't have. She kept acting weird and getting closer to me, making this weird laugh. She pushed me off the wooden pole in the water, and I got scared and started to swim back, but she came up behind me and pushed me under the water. It didn't click at first that she was trying to drown me, but after she aggressively pushed me under the third time I had this crazy moment of clarity. It was like the world slowed down ever so briefly. I relaxed and let myself sink, swam underneath her, and came up behind her. I grabbed her hair and shoved her face into the water, keeping my legs on her back so her body couldn't rise. I waited until her struggling slowed down and let her come up. I waited in the water saying nothing, bracing myself for her retaliation, but she just looked panicked and swam back to shore. I told my sister, who had already expressed that the girl was weird. We confronted her together and she just looked really dazed. In a monotone voice she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like that." It wasn't until I replayed those words in my mind later that I realized what she was saying was, "Sorry I tried to drown you." It wasn't until I was almost drowned myself that I realized how horrible it is to do to someone. Serious. 3 men drugged me and kidnapped me. I woke up on a floor with one of them tearing my clothes off and my moon boot, broken foot. I tried kicking him off with the boot, but he started knocking my head into the floor and I passed out. I woke up in daylight in a garbage bin, naked and in a pool of my own blood. I don't know how the fuck I got out of there, or how I found the nearest policeman, but I then collapsed again. Woke up in a hospital with 52 stitches in my head and 78 in and around my vulva and breasts. Doctor said it was the worst strap trauma she ever saw. They say it's a miracle I'm alive and don't know how I did it. They were never caught. I'm a crisis, trauma and PTSD counselor now. They didn't win. Edit. Sheet. I never thought I'd get a response like this. I woke up and thought my Reddit notifications was on crack. Geez guys, thank you so fucking much for the compliments and support. It's a bit overwhelming tbh, and I don't know what to say except thank you. You guys are amazing. Also, thanks for all the bling. That really wasn't necessary but so cool. Thanks. To clear up, I'm a woman and I'm married, and I posted in r/amorcebean derps a pic of my husband and doggo speak is encouraged, so the dad was referring to my husband. Lastly, to the people who say I'm lying or looking for attention, suck my metaphorical balls. Edit 2. Thank you once again. Hope you guys don't mind, but I printed the thread with all the amazing messages and I've added to my notice board. I was exiting a bar once after last call and was with a friend who was a medic. We saw a girl laying in a snowbank near a telephone pole who had just been hit by a car. We ran over and tried to help her. Some others were already on the phone with 911 and I, not having any medical training, didn't have anything to contribute, but didn't want to just leave. The whole situation was concerning. I turn around for a second and start to hear people screaming. I turn around, a minivan was heading for us. The few people around this woman, they already started to run, but I was too late. He hit me as I was trying to flee, put the car in reverse, ran over me again, and then went forward and ran over me a third time. Turns out the guy was high and drunk and got into a fight with the woman's boyfriend, whom I bared a strong resemblance to. He thought I was him. Not to throw a pity party for myself, but 9 years later I have a ton of medical issues, and my life pretty much started on a downward spiral since then, but sure, I guess I survived. Edit. For everyone wondering about the guy, an off-duty cop watched the whole thing go down and copied his license plate number. He was apprehended 20 minutes later and charged with attempted murder, along with many other things. He pled out to just 3 years in jail. He had actually killed someone else a few years before drunk driving. How they thought that was appropriate is beyond me. My husband and I live above our place of business. Out alarm company called us at 3 AM to say there was a motion detector alert, just one, in a weird place. We assumed it was a mouse, but went to reset/check it out. Husband ended up face to face with a burglar who was on his way out the window he had broken. He ran back inside. I called 911, and we heard mad chaos going on in the depths of the building. So much crashing and smashing. Burglar monkey climbed a 10-foot iron gate, bodily smashed through 2 sets of commercial grade glass doors, and was outside again. My husband was like, yeah, fuck this dude, tore after him and tackled him. He got him on the ground and pinned him. Bear in mind the whole time I'm narrating to 911 and chasing around in panties and tank top. I was a bit behind my husband, in the middle of the street about 15 feet away, when a minivan squealed around the corner. It was his girlfriend/getaway driver. I luckily missed it. I was super focused on reading the license plate, which was one of those cute as he font out of state ones, and therefore hard to read, but she yelled, "Get the fuck off him, or I'm running your beach over." Then she tried to. The audio and video I had to watch for the trial was horrifying. I had blocked it out nearly completely and really didn't remember how close it was. She guns the engine at me. I throw my hands up in front of my face when I realize what she's doing and scream and jump out of the way with inches to spare. He jumped in and off they went. He bled all over my husband, yikes, and eventually the DNA and the partial plate info nailed them. They're both in prison. Addendum. Trials suck. Eater. To make this clear, do not do this. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug and it's best to not fight burglars. We definitely both could have died. It was the 3rd time this faker had broken in and caused $XX30 amount of mostly uninsured damage and inventory loss, and that definitely contributed to the whole thing. He wouldn't have stopped doing it. He was a pro and was doing upwards of 3 jobs a night most nights, all over the state, for years. I was riding in a train across Eastern Europe. I was running low on money, and even though I had been warned that a woman should not travel alone in second class seating, I did not spring for first class. I was sitting alone in one of the compartments that seats 6. This was also a mistake and a very stupid one to sit alone. Eventually the train stopped, and a man got on. He was very drunk. He came into my compartment and I guess thought I looked like his ex-wife. He attacked me. If it were not for the fact that this particular station was the border between 2 countries, I would be dead. Instead, border patrol from both countries were on the train, and while I was unable to scream, the door was open and at least a half a dozen uniformed men jumped him and saved me. I was in the hospital for a little while but recovered. At one point during the trial, one of the cops asked me if I wanted him and his buddies to hold the guy down while I hit him. I thought he was joking, so I said no, go ahead, you do it. I was also joking, but it turns out they took it seriously and were about to. I did put a stop to that at least, but they were so offended that someone from their country would attack a young female American tourist. They were furious with him. So many people there depended upon tourism. I, 18F back then, now 25, was on my way home at night after meeting a friend. My home was just 10 minutes away from the train station. After a few minutes I felt someone following me. No big deal, I thought, just someone else walking home. But I started walking faster. I realized the person behind me was catching up. Weird. In my head I started to make up scenarios of how to defend myself if the person would attack me. Never would I think of this to actually happen. Well, until I felt something on the back of my head, hitting me hard. I went furious. I turned around and attacked the guy. My mind was just full of anger towards this stranger who, what I thought, hit me. We were wrestling until I fell on the ground. He was sitting on top of me, strangling me. I tried to crawl my nails into his eyes as deep as I could, but I started to black out. Suddenly there was this thought in my head, wake up, or you will die. Well, adrenaline kicked in again, and I opened my eyes and screamed at the top of my lungs, attacking him again. That helped. He stood up and began to run. I laid there for a few seconds, then I started to run home, still screaming. My mom was already at our door and opened for me because my screams woke her up, or her mother senses, who knows? She immediately called the cops and they could arrest him on the same night. It turned out that he actually shot me in my head from behind. They assume that the gun didn't work properly, the bullet didn't penetrate my skull and stuck in there, but as far as I know they never found out why the gun misfired. I'm glad though. He told the cops that he already followed me a few times in the past, but never had the guts to do it. He wanted to kill me and wrap my dead body. I know that's a wild story. I have some Swiss newspaper articles as a source, if someone cares though. Serious, I had a guy high on both meth and acid break into my apartment in college. Somehow he was convinced he lost his glasses inside him doing dishes when my door gets slammed open. Next thing I know he is behind me being choked to death in my kitchen. As I was losing consciousness I grabbed my roommate's acrylic bong and frantically swung over my shoulder into his face. The bong broke, but did nothing as the guy was choking me even harder. So I swung it again. Because the bong broke the first time I was hitting the guy with a 6-inch claw of acrylic glass. Afterward his scalp and part of his cheek were hanging off the side of his face. Essentially I scalped him with a bong. So I chased the guy out of my house. There is easily 2 feet of snow outside. He tries walking back to his house through a cemetery as a shortcut, seriously. And he passes out in the cemetery. The police only found him because I called the cops and they followed the blood and footprints through the snow. And that's the part one was surprised about the most. I hit the guy on his scalp. There isn't much blood in a scalp compared to most the body, but my kitchen was covered in blood. His blood was on my refrigerator, counter, floor and ceiling. It was almost as traumatic to clean it. My roommates were gone for winter break. Thank God my roommate's girlfriend came over and helped me. Now as for the guy, the cops couldn't charge him for 2 days because he needed blood transfusions. He was charged with assault, breaking and entering and attempted murder. And he definition had drugs on him too. Not sure what he got convicted of, but he went to jail for 4 years. Edit. Sorry for the confusion over acrylic vs glass guys. I'm not the biggest stoner it seems. I guess the bong was just glass not acrylic. In my late teens, I used to buy my weed from random dudes in the projects, low income housing. One day we gave some money to a guy named 40. He took it and went inside one of the buildings. We waited in the car for several minutes. We started to think he had taken our money and left. Right about that time, a car full of coked up white dudes pulled up beside ours. Apparently my friend owed them money. They pointed a gun at him and said that if he had enough money to buy weed, then he could pay them back. I really thought they were going to shoot us and just drive off like it was nothing and I hadn't even done anything wrong. I thought I was gonna pee my pants. Right about that time, 40 came back out with our weed and an even bigger gun. He scared them away and then we went back to his apartment and smoked a blunt. What a good man. Turns out he was only selling weed because he had a 6-year-old daughter and that was the only way he knew to give her a better life than he had. I babysat his daughter occasionally for the rest of that summer. I really hope she got a decent childhood and that her dad stayed safe and out of jail. TLDR, almost got shot, but was saved by a random drug dealer who turned out to be a decent fellow. When I was 2 weeks into my first job as a 16-year-old at a smoothie establishment that should be known to NBA fans, we were robbed. It was late, and my coworker's friends had been playing pranks on her all day, so when I saw someone burst through the door, I thought it was just that. Until, that is, I had something metal pressed against my back and an arm wrapped around my chest. The robber gave the whole stereotypical give me all the money spiel and ordered us to go into the back room, kneel down, and face the wall. As I was kneeling and hearing him walking towards us, time seemed to slow down. Thankfully, I had been refilling juices whenever he came in, and so the door to the back room was partially blocked by a heavy cart. With whatever substance he was on, he wasn't coordinated enough to get past it to us, so he fled. He was followed by my coworker's husband and caught. When he was caught, they found an industrial-sized pipe wrench wrapped tightly in his fist so that he could get a stronger grip when swinging. I'm so glad that cart was there. Once a year or so, I would look him up in the parish prison roster to see if he was still in jail. One year, he suddenly wasn't. I later found him named in a lawsuit as having stabbed his cellmate a half-dozen times while the guy was asleep. Definitely doesn't seem like the nicest of people. 9 years later, I'm still unpacking this incident in therapy. It's why I don't like walking around cities at night or sitting where I can't see the door. This all happened many years ago. I was the lead man at a factory. A girl starts working there, and I take an interest. After a few months, I find out she is in a terrible drug-fueled abusive relationship. Every night, I tell her to call me, I'll come get her. Finally, after months, she calls me, I come get her, and take her to my house. The guy she was in the relationship with didn't take too kindly to me taking her away. He spends the next 2 years harassing and threatening us. A few months after she and I got married, we went out for a few drinks. Her ex just happened to be at the bar we went to. He apologized to us for the threats and harassment. We were sitting outside talking with a few other people. Next thing I know, I'm on my back on the ground with someone choking me. I try all I can to get them off of me, but being blindsided and them being on top of me, it wasn't easy. As I struggle to get free, everything goes black. Then I see the light at the end of the tunnel. In that moment I was certain that this was the end of me. I somehow managed to get a better hold of this person's head, and I yanked them off of me. We run to the car and get away. A week or so later, my wife had been talking to everyone she thinks might know what happened. Turns out, her ex had paid 2 people $50 to kill me that night. I was doing volunteer work in Central America, working in a really bad area of the capital city. It was a slum built on top of the city's garbage dump. The whole place reeked of trash, and there were large metal cylinders coming up out of the ground throughout the area to vent the gas from decomposing garbage underground. As a fellow volunteer and I walked down a dirt path, 2 men approached us. I'd never seen them before. They were acting strangely, but I just thought they were drunk or high. A lot of people in the area drank rubbing alcohol to get drunk, since it was cheaper than beer or liquor. Over time, drinking the rubbing alcohol would really mess with their brains. As the men got closer, they began acting really friendly, too friendly. One of them came close to me, trying to put his arm around my shoulders. At first, it seemed like the behavior of a guy who gets happy and friendly when he's drunk. However, an alarm went off in my head, and I gently, but firmly, pushed him away. I tried to make it seem light-hearted and playful, like, hey, man. How's it going? Affectionate shove. I didn't want to make a scene. Since I was a gringo, I didn't want to seem like an ugly American. This went on over and over down the whole path. He'd get close, I'd shove him off, he'd come close again. Finally, my friend and I came to a fork in the path, and we went one way, while they went another. After we got to the house of some people we knew, we told them about the 2 guys. I was so focused on protecting myself, I didn't even notice much of what was happening with the other guy. They said, oh, everyone around here knows him. That's his routine. He comes up to people, pretends to be friendly, puts his arm around them, then pulls out his knife and stabs them in the stomach. I was that close to getting stabbed to death. I was abducted at a gas station during undergrad. The locks on my car were broken, and as soon as I got back in, a strange man came in and forced me to drive him to an ATM. I'm paralyzed with fear, so any sense or reason I had went out the window. He claimed he worked at Wendy's, and for my generosity he would give me all the Wendy's I ever wanted. On the way to the ATM he showed me pictures of his daughters on his clearly stolen cell phone. Then a Whitney Houston song came on the radio, and he starts bawling his eyes out and screaming, why do all the good people have to die? Only bad things should happen to bad people. I go to the ATM, take out cash, give it to him thinking it's over. He then makes me get back in the car and drive him somewhere else. We pass by some train tracks, and I'm thinking this is it. This is where I will be murdered. He asks me what I'm studying in school, and I tell him biochemistry. I believe in jet propulsion and all that shit. We are not alone, aliens are among us. He then makes me pull over at a gas station, and he tells me drive away sweetheart. I call the cops, had to do a lineup. Apparently this dude had done this to a ton of other women, and some were less unscathed than I was. When I was a kid I was riding my bike home from a friend's house at sunset. I rode past the community pool which had been closed for a couple months. There was a car in the lot with a guy in it. I didn't think much of it as I continued the trek home. I cut through the local elementary parking lot which has gates. I get like 20 yards past the gate and I see that car pull up at the bottom. Thinking that's odd. Anyhow he backs out away from the gate. My spidey senses were kinda tingling at this point. I get up to the school and head towards teacher parking lot, which is my standard direction. As I'm about to turn the corner I see headlights from the parking lot. I stop and peek around the corner and it's that faking guy again. I flip my bike around and start going the long way around the school. He sees me, but just gets back in his car and starts driving around the front of the school. I camp in these bushes, heart pounding. He is slowly driving up and down the front of the school, keeping an eye on the teacher's lot. Another car comes down the street, and he has to move his dumb car out of their way. As soon as he does I just blasted up to the street and full tilt flew my bike into some random open garage. So I'm hiding in the garage waiting for him to come around again. But he doesn't. I give it a few minutes then decide to pop my head out. Still no one. Okay, I'm a few blocks from home, just gotta go for it. Bust out the bike and start hauling us home. Not half a faking block later this dude turns the corner on me. I just veer my bike into some random lawn and run up to the front door. I look at him and he's just in the street staring at me. I grip the front door handle praying to any and every god these people don't lock their doors. I see his reverse lights flicker and I know he just put it in park. I just rip that door open, run inside and slam it. Two old people just sitting there. I look at them and I'm like, some dude is trying to get me out there. They don't completely believe me cause they barely react to what I said. But they don't kick me out or anything either. I'm watching the dude from their window and he's just chilling. Then the grandpa looking dude gets up from his lazy boy and opens the curtain to look for himself. When he does this the asset in the car just leaves. Old guy is like, well looks like he's gonna leave. I'm like, I'm not leaving for a bit. So I hang out for 10 minutes and no creepy abductor car to be seen. I assume he figured I called the cops. Finally I'm like, I have to get home. This is before cell phones were common for average people. I hop on my bike and I swear it felt like I drove 35 miles per hour the whole way home. Get home and tell my parents. I'm exhausted and in complete shock. They basically brush me off. I'm stunned that every adult I interacted with acted like I was crazy. I basically never talked about it again. It was so traumatic to talk about at the time. That image of him in his car while I held the door handle to the random house is permanently seared into my brain. To this day it's still as crystal clear as if it happened yesterday. Like 18 to 20 years later I decided to confront my parents as to why they didn't do anything that day. They were like, what the fuck you talking about? I explained it far better than I could when I was a kid in complete shock. Anyhow, with the current, more expansive explanation my mother BBB broke down. She started crying at this public restaurant cause she saw how serious I was when I was like, how could you ignore what I said that day? As well as talked about how that morphed my stranger danger techniques for better or worse. Thankfully I was on the verge of puberty and ended up becoming a giant human being, so my actual fears diminished quickly as I could defend myself. Until I moved away from that town however, I looked every day for that goddamned car. Never saw it again. I would fantasize about what I'd like to do if I ever found that guy. Hell, I still do. TLDR dude tried abducting me at like 10 to 12 years old. Got lucky hiding in random garage in some old people's house. Never got any level of justice edit. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. Was a bouncer at a club in LA for a minute in the 90s. Stopped some dudes clearly affiliated in a gang at the door after they refu. Said security checks. After a few minutes of their threats and Manson lamps they left spewing all sort of warnings. A little later it starts to wind down, and because it's a little slow and we are overstaffed, so I start to drink. I get a bit drunk, not wasted, but sleepy bust, so I tell my buddy I'm going to go lay down in the back of his car for a while. A few minutes after lying down I realize I have to piss. I get out and stumble a few into a spot between a guard gate for a parking lot and a building for a little privacy. There's a few dozen people milling around in front of the club. I'm about 25 feet away from the club's entrance and just off an alleyway. While I'm relieving myself, a dude runs right past in front of me, around the guard booth to my rear, and unloads a 9mm recovered rounds from backseat/trunk/roof/bumper into the backseat of the car I just crawled out of. Bam 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 bam. Unloading into the car. He then turns, runs right back past me, and down the alley into the night. Don't think he saw me at all. Nothing really came of it. Except my partner was convinced I was a marked man and refused to be near me for a year or so. Edit. Holy crap, I kind of expected this to get buried. This was Los Angeles. I was about 25, almost 50 now, so some specifics are long gone, but I remember this. My buddy was genuinely terrified by this. I don't think he knew anything about it. In fact, he seemed to interpret the event as a larger conspiracy to have me snuffed, not some random pissed off dude making a point / getting jumped in. And because he ditched the car / wouldn't take my calls, it got left at that. For those concerned with the car, it was, like, a 1980s rusted out sedan, maybe a $500 car. Details about the slugs / number of rounds fired were relayed to me later by third parties. My friend and I were known in the neighborhood. People were talking about it. Thank you for the well wishes. Honestly though, this wasn't even the first time I was shot at. It's been a long strange trip. Edit 2. Also, I tried to argue later that it's just as likely the guy was shooting at someone else across the street and that the car just got in the way. But there were holes all through that thing. Backseat had 4/5. Another 2/3 went into the back window and ended up in the backs of the front seats. Another 2/3 rounds went right into the trunk. I honestly don't know if he was a terrible shot or if he hit right what he was aiming for. Apologies if I'm doing this wrong. I suck at Reddit. I was 15 to 16 at a party. I went outside on a balcony for a smoke with someone I was talking to, and there was already a guy out there. We chatted as a group, and the friend went back inside. I started chatting with the guy who was already out there, who seemed a little funny. He started talking about how he was in the army for a little bit, but got kicked out, then pulled out a big knife and handed it to me. I looked at it and gave it back to him. At that point he pushed me against the edge of the balcony, put the knife to my neck, looked me in the eye, and said, "Do you know why I wanted to join the army? I wanted to fucking kill people, man. People just like you." He then made a slicing sound with his mouth and took the knife away, then started laughing. I went inside, grabbed my girlfriend, and we locked ourselves in a bedroom. He ended up smoking a lot of meth that night and was kneeing holes in the wall and beating on the door. I slept with my knife under my pillow. The next morning he seemed totally normal, except for the fact that he had turned his jeans into short shorts. Faking scary looking back on it. Edit. Originally put ages 14, but realized later it was closer to 15 over 16. Also, I found out later that the guy got kicked out in basic training. When I was 15, my school fellow, whose brother I was friendly with, asked me to follow him outside to a lightly wooded area behind our school where kids used to go smoke. Everything seemed totally normal. We were making casual small conversation, and once we got to the spot I said, "Hold on, I have to take a piss." Turned my back on him to do the deed, and next thing I felt was a super hard punch to my upper right back. Turns out this punch was actually a stab, specifically a stab with an 8 knife. He was kind enough to A. inform me I'd been stabbed and B. remove the knife. Survival instinct kicked in, and I fell to the ground pretending to be dead because he would have kept going otherwise. Once I fell to the ground, he took my watch off my hand, which we soon learned, according to him, was the impetus for the stabbing. He planned to pawn it, a $200 fossil watch my mom bought me on vacation to Italy a couple years earlier, and buy some coke. Once he ran off, and I started getting up, I noticed something was very wrong. I couldn't breathe. My friends happened to be behind the school when I emerged from the wooded area yelling for them to go get help as I'd just been stabbed. They thought I was joking around as I usually did, but one of them finally came over after I fell to my knees and saw I was being for real, blood going everywhere. They'd fetched a teacher who proved to be the human embodiment of incompetence. She got the bright idea to have me lay on my stomach, which could have expedited the process of flooding my lungs with blood, but thankfully didn't, as I only stayed in that position for a few seconds. The pain began to intensify as I was constantly gasping for air, but also some nerve damage had been done and my movement was greatly constricted. They propped me up against the lockers by the back entrance, where my blood coated the wall, and it took about 25 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. I was still in a great deal of pain even with the oxygen mask on, but it was nothing compared to the pain I'd experienced shortly after in the ear slash, or where they made a 5-6 inch incision under my armpit in order to get at my lung so that they could insert a chest tube. The feeling of having the doctor's hands inside of me, feeling around and holding my lung while I was still awake, under local anesthetic, is the most bizarre thing I've ever encountered, and a sensation I will never forget. I still don't know why they couldn't have put me under fully for such a procedure instead of administering local all around my body. At this point my parents had been brought in and were in hysterics after seeing me on the OR table with blood everywhere. My mom was at home when the principal called to notify her what had happened and ordered a cop to drive her to the hospital, a trauma center about 30 minutes away from our home. My dad was at work on a construction site and went into a rage, getting together a band of his friends/workers to come to the hospital to find out who did this. They wanted to go kill the guy, but my mom managed to talk some sense into him. I was the most innocent 15-year-old kid, never into drugs, alcohol, gangs, etc. and struggled for a long time with the question of why me? When there were so many much worse people out there than me. Not that anyone deserves this kind of punishment. Was a $200 watch worth it? I spent a couple weeks in the hospital's trauma unit and then a further month or two at home recovering. Whoever stitched me up did a horrible job as they kept coming undone, and I had to visit the ER several times to have that fixed. Bleeding out in public was not fun. Psychologically it honestly didn't do too much damage as I think I was just too young to grasp the full weight of what had happened, but physically it left the entire area around my upper right back and right arm/armpit completely numb for the rest of my life. I was also told that the lung could randomly collapse at any time. Apparently that's a possibility for those having suffered a traumatic pneumothorax. Can anyone confirm? But it's been almost 15 years since the incident, and I haven't had any major issues with the lung thus far. The guy who did it was 17 and protected by the Young Offenders Act here in Canada, which means he did 0 jail time for this. I think he just got some community service hours. Blows my faking mind, what a dysfunctional system. Any of those stupid robots on YouTube, I don't give any of you permission to use this in your video. Like a decade plus or so, when I was a kid my family and I took a trip to Tanzania for safaris. Well, one night near the Kenyan border we were out spotlighting for bush babies when a pair of headlights appear in the distance and blocks our car. A bunch of dudes with axe hop out of their truck and our tour guide drops his head to the wheel and keeps his hands on it. Me, being what like 10 whined what's happening and my parents basically quietly and sternly told me to shut the fuck up and stay down. Anytime the guys with guns ask our tour guide questions he would just mumble responses and not look up. Apparently my mom watched the dudes rubbing their crotches and staring at her and my sister, who is just a year older than me. After probably like 10 minutes, but it was so long ago, and I was so young I don't really know, the dudes put their guns down, hop in their vehicle, and drive away. While pressing our tour guide for questions we would only get response like oh they were just game wardens looking for poachers and other bullshit. Turns out it was, according to my parents after snooping around, a Kenyan militia who goes around and kidnaps tourist groups to hold for ransom. They stop one group, call up the owner of the park preserve, and say basically they'll let this group go if he agrees to pay the ransom, but if he doesn't they'll kill them and ruin his business if they don't get X amount of money. If the game warden agrees to their ransom then they let the first group go. If he doesn't then they kill and or at them, and then try again with the next group. If he doesn't pay the ransom by then, well you get the picture. Awfully, although this was one of the more urgent near-death experiences our family has had, we still laugh about it, since something terrible like this happens on nearly every trip we go on with the family. Israel and Egypt nearly had bombs go off on us. South Africa got stuck in a river with a very territorial hippo and jeep stuck on a termite mound with a very pissed leopard stalking us. Also in Tanzania I stuck my face in a boomslang and didn't notice. India something else happened, but I don't remember what. I'll add it if I remember. It's a running gag with our family at this point, and we just assume any family trip we take something awful will go wrong. So much weird random shit happens to our family that our friends ask what happened this time. After a trip. Edit I remembered another story from South Africa. While we were out on safari a thunderstorm had rolled in, so we headed back to the camps. A bolt of lightning had struck the building directly next to ours, like 15 feet away, and burned it to the ground. The lady who was staying there, another tourist, handled it super well. She was just excited to have a cool story to tell. Sadly she lost her luggage and passports in the fire, but I'm sure it ended up okay. She didn't seem too troubled. I have posted this elsewhere, but I'll give a short version. When I was 3 my father threw me into a 6 feet deep pool and laughed as I drowned. I did die, and I still remember it. I was dead about 90 seconds. Thankfully my mum found me, got me out, and got me going again. So technically I was murdered, and then reset. Still fear water on my face. That shit doesn't leave you. Edit some people have asked for a more detailed account of my life. That will be commented from this. I'm on a phone, so forgive the spelling. So first up let point me say, if you get upset over bad things don't read on. So I had 2 parents who were both damaged in their own way, my mum emotionally, my father mentally. He was a FKN nut job in the way, if anyone met him, they like him. Shame about the real person people didn't see. So an heavily abbreviated version of my life on no particular order would be as follows. Laying on bed most nights listening to them fight, things getting broken, and him hitting or beating her. I fell asleep to her screams more times than I can begin to imagine. When I was 3 I drowned as stated above. Why did he do that? I don't remember. I think it had to do with me breaking a model boat he built. When I was 4 I walked in on him strangling her. He almost succeeded, but my mum had a lot of fight in her. She was 4, 11, he is 6, 3. So, I think you can see the advantage he had. He started on me when I was 4. I'm not sure when the first real beating was. I remember breaking his record player. I accidentally dropped the arm and the needle broke. I got a belt, slapped, punched for that. Few months later mum had a hysterectomy, hip to hip cut, was way back in the day, 1988 I believe. 3 weeks later he wanted his husband rights. I woke to the screams and tears, another night, but his was different. He wrapped her in the lung. I'd call it a faking bloodbath, but that just doesn't emphasize the level of brutality of watching your father rap your mum while he strangles her and punches her. I don't know how long I stood there. Felt like forever. He started interfering with me a little after that. Don't ask. Use your imagination. But whatever you see and fathom, you're correct. They was my life till I was 9. Beatings, rap, torture, burns, and neglect. Scratched his boke when I was 9. Got beaten black and blue for that. Still have the scars on my back. He pulled 15% of my hair out on Boxing Day. I didn't want to sleep in a car, so I got punished. We left a few days later. So the procedure years were death threats, stalking, cops, lawyers, put into hiding by major crime, counselors and more. I got into weed to cope and tried suicide more than once. Became an alcoholic more than once. Hid my share of doors, self-harmed. Life got better. Mum had a fall and slipped into a coma Christmas Day in the early 2000s. I was 18. SHR lost 11.5 years. Memory when she woke 3.5 days later. She said I was 7. My sister 5. Oh, and then either father never touched her. I stood between them. I took it for her. So I out my life on hold till I was 21 to help my mum return to herself. That's the short version, leaving out Alert. About 10 years ago I used to share a 3-bedroom apartment with a friend, so we had a spare room. At some point he told me he had met some nice guy who was older and a philosophy book translator, and he was looking for a place. I thought the extra money would be nice, so I was okay with it. So the guy moves in. He's very reclusive, so we don't talk much, but I start to get a weird vibe from him. One day I had to go to work meeting about 3 hours earlier than normal, so I woke up, dressed and left. He and my other friend had already left, so the apartment was left unattended. The meeting was over sooner than I anticipated, so I decided I would have lunch at home. When I arrive at the building, there's a fire truck in the streets, and the doorman runs towards me as soon as he sees me, telling that there was a gas leak in my apartment, and they had to cut the gas to the whole building, and they were about to break into the apartment to check. When I enter the apartment I immediately smell the gas, and when I go check the kitchen I see all the stove's valves open. I called my friend and told him what happened. He called the other guy and he didn't answer. I went to check his bedroom, and it was empty. The guy just left with all his stuff and tried to asphyxiate me while I slept. I didn't pursue it, and we never heard of the guy again. Edit. Okay, I know I should have pursued it. It was over 10 years ago. I was young and this whole thing was very scary. I lost my sleep for weeks after this, and I still check the stove even 10 years later. The thing is, where I live, the police usually won't pursue attempted anything unless you have a sheetload of money, which I don't. And at the time me and my friend decided to let it go because we would have no way to prove he actually did it, and it wasn't one of us who forgot the stove's valves open. The first thing I did when I saw them open was to close them all. I know I faked up. Things would be very different if they happened today. When I was born my real mother had me put on life insurance as a way to take care of me or make sure I was good at first. Then the gears in her head started to turn, and after I had hit my 18-month mark she had shook me so bad I had a swollen brain, bleeding eyes, and I would be in an immense amount of pain. It was called SBS, or shaken baby syndrome. She took me to see my dad who was in prison at the time, and he had noticed the abnormally swollen head I had, and asked my real mother if she knows anything about it. She denied it completely cause she knew she was the one that did it to me. After she had left with me my dad told a guard that there's something wrong with me and to call the police. I was sent to the ICU unit for children, and when I went to go see a pediatrician the doctor had called CPS on her, and I would have been put into foster care, but my aunt who I recognize as my mom fought for me, and she got custody. After that my real mother was sent to prison for who knows how long, I can't remember, and she's been in and out. To also recall she tried beating me when I was 3 years old after the first time she was out of jail, and she was sent back after that. The board had a nail in it. She is a crackhead now whose only goal is to try to re-enter my life and use me, and this wasn't the only time she tried doing it. The first time I was 16, and she promised me a car, lie, then said she loves me, lie #2, and that it was my dad's fault etc. Lie #3, I met her again at a Little Caesars, and she was acting like she missed me, denied that she ever mentioned her telling me I'd get a car, and then after I had gotten my first job she tried to say hey, how are you? And I just shuttled, looked at her like every ounce of emotion was drained from my body, and told her to fuck off. I don't if this counts, but I felt like it did. Edit. She tried killing me for the $500k that went with it in case I had any altercations. Edit. I have no context with her each time I ever see her in public, which is rare. I immediately begin to freak out or get the shakes, and I promise you I would have a full panic attack or something of that nature. That's why I'm cautious around people while I'm in public in fear of bumping into her again and start to flip out. I was shot while working in a small independent video game shop. This place was a very small store in a somewhat sketchy area, but we had never had problems before. On the night in question, a gentleman came in and, without saying a word, goes straight into the born section/caged off area. The gentleman emerges from the born cage with his selections and proceeds to toss his selections on the counter. Now this part is very important. I go to retrieve the discs for the pornography in question, which we kept in giant CD binders that held about 500 to 750 discs when completely full, which they were in this case, since we had just received some new stuff. As I turn to place the binders on the counter, I hear what I now know to be the hammer being cocked. At the time I thought nothing of it, since it is a video game store, and we had demos on and available for people to play. As I turned to face the customer, I can now see the customer has a gun out and pointed at me. A moment or two passed with neither of us saying anything, and me holding the binders in front of my chest, and then he pulled the trigger. I don't remember much else after that, mostly because I was face down on the ground trying very hard not to move, breath obviously, or make any kind of noise. I hear him go through the register. He got all $60 in there and then go through the game cases. He stole at least 5 empty PSP game cases before he bolted. According to the EMTs who tended to me, the bullet traveling through the stack of 3 completely full CD binders slowed the bullet down enough to the point where it hardly penetrated. It only went about 1 to 2 inches deep, and I somehow managed to get it in the one area of my chest/shoulder area where nothing vital was. TLDR, guy shot me at work in order to rob the place. Born saved my life. Edit. Spelling and grammar errors. Edit. Here is my proof. Warning. Giant hairy chest and a scar looks a blurry nipple. So slightly NSFW. Some time ago, when I was like 14 years old, I found a second-handed guitar advertised online for a very cheap price. I went ahead and contacted the seller, who ended up being someone who studied in the same school I studied in. So I went to his house and found that the guitar had no strings, which was not a problem to me, but we got to an agreement of him putting new strings on the guitar if I went with him downtown to purchase them, to which I said yes. We went downtown, got the new strings, and while getting back, a random guy approached us and started asking for money. I paid no attention, but then this random guy pulled out a handgun and pointed at us. He said that he was the guy in charge of the zone, that we happened to be walking around, and that we must pay him in order to cross by. I was kind of in shock, but then the guy I was with, the guitar seller, started a discussion with the guy who had the gun, and while they were doing that, the seller told me to run, and with no doubt I started to run away as fast as I could right through the middle of a street and between running cars. Something obviously dumb, but I was in shock, so that was my reaction. I remember that, when I started to run, that guy still had the gun pointing at us, so while I ran I was weirdly expecting the sound of a shoot, but luckily that didn't happen. Edit. Changed fire gun to handgun. When I was about 10, my grandfather was dying from complications of his heart issues and mental deterioration. I didn't know him very well, as the last time we had been in contact him was when I was a baby. My father never liked him and didn't bother coming with me and my mother to visit him in the hospital. When we got there he was resting peacefully, and my mother went forward and whispered some words to him, I imagine, about his current state of health. I hang back a little bit because the creepy old guy whom I didn't recall seeing in my whole life really freaked me out. Regardless of my anxiety, my mom said I should approach grandpa and share some nice words with him. I understood by how sad my mother was that I shouldn't argue too much, so I approached his hospital bed to speak to him. He didn't seem conscious at all, so I just did what my mother did, leaning forward and just whisper some nice things to him. Things took turn when mid-sentence his eyes flare open, and he stares at me, making me stop what I'm saying. My heart dropped into my as when he looked at me, because it was pure hatred in his eyes. As soon as we made eye contact he bolted upright from his bed and wrapped his hands around my neck and started throttling me as hard as he could. I barely even remember what happened, but my mom was screaming for a nurse, and grandpa kept yelling at me while shaking my neck violently, FCKING betrayal, you betray me, and then he died almost as fast as it began. It was over. His grip loosened and he flatlined. My mother was inconsolable, and I was extremely confused and crying out of sheer trauma at the situation. Later, after we managed to calm down, a nurse explained to my mother that his severe dementia had left him barely coherent, and it was likely he had thought I was someone else. I didn't learn this until several years later, but my mother suspected my grandfather saw my father in me. My father was an alcoholic, womanizer, and fairly abusive in my earlier childhood, and my grandfather resented him for it. I guess I look a little too much like my dad. Wow, a serious post I can actually comment on. It wasn't a murder attempt, maybe it was, but a stabbing attempt, I guess. Happened when I was around 12 to 13 years old. I was taking a lifeguarding course at a local pool with a friend of mine which had about 16 people in the class. The age ranges in the class can vary, and we probably had a mix of people between 12 to 18, but most were somewhere in the middle. There was this one kid, probably 16 to 17, that really stood out to me, and my friend is the typical school shooter type. Very solemn look on his face at all times, socially awkward and extremely quiet. We both got really strong serial killer vibes from him. It's just one of those instincts you feel that tells you something isn't right. We made a few jokes between ourselves about it, as we both noticed it almost immediately and were fairly uncomfortable being around him. This lasted for probably the first 2 hours of the 4-hour class. At that point we were asked to switch from pool instruction into a classroom and had about 20 minutes to change and get into the classroom. As we are all changing, this guy kept looking over at me and my friend. We tried not to make eye contact with him and just ignore it, but we were getting extremely uncomfortable with how intensely the guy was staring. We were the only 3 in the change room and were intent on leaving as fast as possible. Eventually, my friend makes eye contact with the guy, who screams something along the lines of "Stop looking at me," pulling a switchblade out of his swim bag and lunging at my friend. I stood there, somewhat frozen as this was happening, and didn't really know what to do, whether to try and help or run. My friend ended up blocking the initial lunge with the locker door, and he sprinted towards the front exit of the change room, with this enraged knife-wielding teenager chasing him. When my friend had made it out of the change room, the maniac turned around and started chasing me down. With pool deck floors, they are extremely slippery and almost impossible to run on, but 12-year-old me wasn't exactly worried about that at this point. I had to run from the change room / locker area, through the bathrooms, through a shower room, and then onto the pool deck, the only other exit. All I remember is him catching up to me, and he must have been within reach at some point on this 100 meters run, but I remember turning around once I made it on the pool deck and the guy was gone. I was half dressed and basically still sprinting towards the lifeguard office. Once there I found our instructor and told him what happened, and he didn't believe me. He said I was lying and was just picking on the kid, nothing happened, etc. So I told him to try and find my friend with me. I was panicking, hyperventilating, but apparently not believable. My friend was still out in the lobby now with a ton of concerned parents around trying to figure out what was going on. Turns out when he blocked the knife with the locker door, the knife got his forearm and he was bleeding pretty badly. Not arterial, but probably a 6 inches gash on the hairy part of your arm. Immediately my instructor ushered us away and called the police. Building went into lockdown, etc. To this day I have no idea what happened to that kid. He never came back to the class, and the police didn't find him that night. I'm assuming he got arrested, but I never heard about it. It was probably the closest I ever came to getting killed, and I'm not exactly sure why / how he didn't stab me, or if he slipped and fell before making it to me. He was considerably larger than me and definitely faster. All I know now is I should trust my instincts more with people. They might turn out to be true. TLDR, almost got stabbed by a knife-wielding teenager in a lifeguarding course, ran out and the teacher didn't believe me, found friend with a bloody arm and the kid disappeared. Armed security for a ghetto mall, got a guy trespassed for theft, he popped 4 felon warrants. He was a part of the local United Bloods Nation, him and his crew vowed revenge against me and the cops. 2 weeks later, I'm talking to a guy who sells flying RC toys in the front entrance. 4-door sedan rolls up, windows roll down. This is where memory stops and my bodycam fills in the story. They open fire. I immediately push the guy to my left down to the ground. I unholster my Glock 19 and immediately start trying to return fire. I remember the screaming, gunfire, smelling of blood, but not anything else. Looking back, I was carrying 18 rounds plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. I was wearing a Sapphire Life Defense level 3 vest. Thank God. I repositioned, re-engaged. I had an angle of the back windshield. Man. I just blasted it. I kept shooting and shooting and shooting. After what felt like forever, vehicle speeds off. I holster. I'm immediately alerted to a mother screaming that her 9-year-old has been shot. I immediately rush over. I see blood just pouring out of the poor child's neck. I put as much pressure as I possibly can on the GSW, but the eyes stopped being alive. Breathing did as well. EMT are here. Pull me back. I see PD with service rifles. I see an old friend was a cop. I do remember this. He yells, "Check yourself. Whose blood is that?" The girl's behind me. "Bro, you have 2 holes in your vest. Come on. Let's get you checked out. Let me see your duty belt." That's when, as I've been told, because I don't remember this part, I immediately dropped. They flew me to a hospital. Apparently, I was shot 3 times, once, upper left arm, and 2 in my vest. Disclaimer, this took place a few years ago, and as the years go by, I remember more. There are still some missing parts, that I've been told, that I don't remember. Like, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. I don't remember the last 8 months of that year. I was told the DA came to the hospital and said I was a hero and to come get my firearm whenever I'm able to. Yet, I don't even know who the DA is of the county. Apparently I also killed a man too. But all I know is a 9-year-old girl died and I didn't do my job. I'm alive, but thank God gangbangers can't aim. I was 19 driving through the center of Johannesburg, South Africa from Wits University. During rush hour, loads of cars and people. I was winding up my window, old Golf, when 4 guys come up and surround my car. In the car was myself, my sister, and my 3 friends. As I was rolling up my window, the guy at my window reaches into my car and switches the ignition off and goes for my keys, all the while yelling phones and wallets now, or you die. I did the only natural thing and grabbed his arm and held him in the car window fighting for my keys. He pulled out and came down hard on my arm. Twice. Second time something snapped and I let go. I thought I had broken my arm. He flees and all his guys go to. My mates jump out and start chasing them down. I found the keys on the road just outside my door. I can't drive. Arm is broken. I jump into the back seat as my mate returns with blood on his shirt. He jumps in the driver's seat and pulls off like a madman. All of this within 2 minutes, at a red light with about 30 cars around us. No one stopped to help, they just drove around us. Only then did I realize I had been stabbed twice on the arm. The second time the guy had severed all of my tendons in my forearm and there is blood everywhere like Dexter splatter patterns on the seats, windows, and myself. Luckily I had a roll of bandage in the car, wrapped my arm, and got to the hospital near my place, about 20 kilometers at 1700 hours rush hour, in about 20 minutes. I was in the operating theater within an hour of being stabbed. I could have been stabbed in the chest or neck. Luckily it was just my arm. Fully recovered with an interesting scar, and about 95% of my former mobility. Our neighbors when I was growing up had 3 kids the same ages as myself and my siblings. We were all friends, and got along well for the most part. Their eldest child, I'll call him Peter, has Asperger's syndrome, and was known to have outbursts that would sometimes be violent. One day, when I was 5 or 6, our mothers decided to take all 6 of us to a nearby wading pool, because it was hot out. Well, due to that, it was pretty busy, and there were a lot of other kids. There were 2 lifeguards there, but were generally too busy chatting with each other to be doing their jobs, as my mother later tells me. I was off with my neighbor's daughter, was my age, and Peter. I don't remember why, but he suddenly flew into a fit, and decided that I was at fault for something. He, being about 8 and a lot bigger than me, grabs my head and holds it under the water. I remember that. I remember not being able to breathe. I remember clearly thinking that I needed air, or I was going to die. I remember fighting, but not being strong enough to get him off of me. Then I remember my mom's face. She had a clear look of both terror and fury. I remember looking over and seeing Peter sitting with his arms around his knees, rocking back and forth as his mother tried to calm him down. Then I remember my mom absolutely losing it on the lifeguards, who had missed everything and were clueless as to why this tiny woman was screaming at them that her daughter had almost drowned on their watch. To this day, I have a fear of swimming and absolutely do not like having water on my face, even when I'm showering. When I was around 12, I had a friend who shared a room with a disabled younger brother. They had a Super Nintendo in their room, but because of how the furniture was arranged, the only place you could sit where you could see the TV well and play was on the younger brother's bed. We'd sit there and play all the time, and the little brother would frequently be there with us. No big deal. One day, my friend's mom wasn't home, so it was just the 3 of us in the house. We were in our usual SNES spot, sitting on the edge of the younger brother's bed. The little brother walked in and just lost his mind, screaming and crying, because we were sitting on his bed, which, again, he'd been fine with every other time I'd been over. After a little bit, He ran out of the room for a couple minutes and got quiet. Suddenly, he ran back through the door, slashing at the air with a big chef's knife from the kitchen, screaming, "Get off my Thomas." My friend grabbed a long piece of sporting equipment and shoved him out the door with it. I slammed it closed. The bedroom door had no lock, so we spent the next hour taking turns bracing the door with our feet, while his little brother wailed and stabbed at the door from the other side. Eventually, he tired himself out and went to watch TV in the living room, but we kept that door barred until their mother got home. Turns out that just that morning, their mom had put a brand new Thomas the Tank Engine comforter on the little brother's bed, and he was furious that we were sitting on it. I dunno what happened with the brother after that, because after she saw the damage to the door, she immediately drove me home and asked me not to tell my parents. I still hung out with my friend, but only at my house and far away from the younger brother. In 2017, I was at a trolley station in National City, California, buying a ticket when some big dude about 250 pounds and 6 feet 1 walked up and sucker punched me in the side of the head. I'm 5 minutes and 11 seconds, 165 pounds. I went down hard, hitting my head on the concrete. Then he grabbed my legs and tried to push me onto the tracks. There was nobody on this side of the tracks, southbound, but tons of people on the other side, which is also a waiting area for buses. I shouted like hell for help while kicking at him, and suddenly, after about 45 seconds, he backed off and apologized, saying something about having had a bad day with his wife. He backed off. I jumped up and picked up my stuff, phone, and wallet, which I had out, while buying a ticket, and yelled at him to get the fuck out of there. Then he just walked away slowly. I called the cops and gave them a very good description, actually following behind the guy for a while as he plodded away. They showed up and detained the wrong guy at first. Then my attacker just walked up to the cops and confessed. He explained to them that he thought I was the one who had been sleeping with his wife. Apparently a case of mistaken identity, but my head still hurt 6 hours later, so I went to the hospital to get checked out. Moderate concussion. As I had been falling to the ground, I clearly saw a security camera pointed right at me. The district attorney got footage and told me I had been hit pretty hard. The guy ended up getting convicted of felony assault and got 10 months in jail. He was also wanted by San Diego PD, so I don't know what other trouble he had gotten into. I can tell you that I saw his wife in court, and there was no way I was sleeping with her. The aftermath of this is, I was really faked in the head for a few weeks after this, trying to figure out why it happened to me. My wife died of cancer at just 44 in 2011, so I was starting to wonder what cosmic force had decided to fuck with me. In the end, I decided that would mean believing in God, so I gave up on that theory. I often joke that I'm owed a session with somebody's wife to make up for being attacked for sleeping with somebody's wife when I actually hadn't. Edit. It was broad daylight when this happened. I'm reluctant to tell this story because I'm not sure how popular it will be, but my comments never get upvoted, so here goes. In the summer, after I graduated high school, I decided to finally realize a dream I'd had growing up in a small town. I worked the whole year to save enough money to live for a couple of months in a city I loved before college. I left with an air mattress, a laptop, a suitcase of clothes, and a few essentials, and moved into a shared house. I quickly made friends with my housemates, and found that everyone I met had an amazing story, and somehow we all ended up there at that moment. I decided I wanted to meet lots of new people and experience everything the city had to offer. I didn't have a car, so I would have to use public transit, or walk, for my adventures. A month went by and everything was going better than I had ever dreamed. I was so happy. Then one night I decided I wanted to go take pictures of a local spot I'd frequented in the time I'd been there. I made a friend who lived in the area, and they told me I could come there for the night when I was done, since public transport would likely be closed for the night. So I got my things together and made my way there. After I got the pictures I wanted, I decided to sit on a bench and listen to a man singing opera on the street. It was utterly beautiful, and I decided I needed to meet this person and learn his story too. We got to talking, and several other people joined the conversation. 2 girls from Europe and 3 men from the city. Eventually we all parted ways and I decided it was time to contact my friend about coming over, only my friend never answered. I tried for about 30 minutes and waited in the same spot until the 3 men from earlier came back and asked if I had any plans for the rest of the night. I said I did, but now I'm not sure, I might have to walk home. They offered to walk with me and handed me a bottle of rum they were drinking, said might as well have fun on the walk. Thinking about how everyone I met to that point had been wonderful and that I had a better chance at being safe walking with 3 men than alone, I obliged and took a drink. Stupid. So stupid. After I was sufficiently liquored up they offered to get a taxi, since I was having a hard time remembering the way home. They hailed one, and I got in and thanked them, but they got in too. They then spoke to the driver in Spanish and the driver started going somewhere I couldn't recognize. I asked where we were going, and they told me, the jungle. At that point one of them was talking to the driver loudly, while another started groping me. I did everything I could to stop him, but I couldn't in my state. When we got to the jungle they all started groping. I fought back as hard as I could. I tried everything to get away. After I was effectively beaten to an utter pulp, one pulled out a knife, another a gun. I stopped fighting back. They wrapped me for 6 hours before someone finally heard and investigated. I grabbed what I could of my things at that moment and made a run for it, getting to the closest populated area I could to wait for a taxi. When I went to the hospital a few hours later, after having passed out immediately upon arriving home, I realized just to what extent I was hurt. Every single inch of my body was bruised or cut and covered in blood. I filed a report and had a kit done. Then they gave me a gallon bag of medications that would help me to not get an STD. I was able to gather later, when talking to the police, that they were in a gang. My best guess is manuscript 13 from the things they said and what they called each other. When the DNA tested positive for 2 wanted individuals I asked them to confirm my suspicion, but they said they could only confirm they were in a gang and not which one specifically. Because of that and the fact that they still had my camera and had access to my wallet and ID for so long I did not go through with the court case. I legally changed my name, moved, and tried to move on. It's been many years since that night now, and I've been through therapy, and I'm happy to say I no longer suffer from symptoms of PTSD, but I definitely know better than to expect the best from people I meet now. To the men who almost destroyed my life and beat me within an inch of death, let's not meet, ever. I have 2 stories, both from my high school. One involved a school shooting, which I might tell later. The other is this. I was in 5th period English, which, in this school, was the overflow period. When all the others were full or kids couldn't be dealt with, they were shoved in here. That's how I met the most unstable student in this entire school. Like all students, she knew how to break the rules and not get caught. But instead of your normal stuff, it was sending death threats with no actionable evidence. Well, one day, she brings a knife to class. Good old steak knife. In the middle of the class she stands up, grabs it, and just shanks a kid. Later found out, her ex, before turning to the rest of class and yelling that if anyone dares say what happened, they'll be next. As far as this school goes, this happens once a year, way too common. The teacher has a hidden "there's an emergency, contact the office" button, which she had the presence of mind to use, but everyone else was completely frozen with fear. She then turns on me, spouting how I'm a horrible person, how I deserve to die with the rest of the special needs class EA for mild autism, and lunges at me. Now, a quick note, my family is close friends with a few officers. I've had enough encounters to feel validated in learning my self-defense inside and out. Before I realize what was happening, she was on the ground. I'm holding a handful, maybe 7 or so, of my ultra sharpened pencils, sharp enough to actually stab, and shouting "drop the knife" repeatedly. She does, pushes me over, then trips on her own knife, and goes sprawling out. While she tries to figure out what went on, it gave me and the teacher enough time to keep her held down until the officers in the building arrived. At the end of the day, I'm one less stab wound because someone tripped on their weapon. If that's not dumb luck, what is? So back in 2016 my best friend slash fraternity brother were meant to sell these two guys we'd been meeting with regularly 6 lbs of weed. When it came time to pay they just started swinging. One of them pulled out a gun and just started shooting. My best friend lost his life that day. I was scarred because when they put the gun to my head it went click and nothing came out. They had run out of ammo. They couldn't even take the weed because it was all covered in blood. My friend's roommate was shot and the bullet went through his lung. He managed to run from the apartment to the hospital a half-mile away and survived. The first guy got caught 2 days later. Second guy got caught 8 months later by US Marshals in the Dominican Republic. Edit. So this happens when I was 19 over 20 at Rutgers Newark in case you would like to Google and read more. Basically still a kid when it happened and sheet still has me faked up every day. Not tryna say that I wasn't in the wrong. Selling drugs you have to expect this sort of thing. I still see my friends' parents regularly, give them money and any type of support that I can because they are not well off and they don't have their son to provide for them anymore. Yes, I still sell sheet and I regret what happened? Immensely. An amazing human life was lost and I was left behind. I do not deserve to be here when one of my closest friend was taken, but that gun was inches from my face and a bullet didn't fire. I ask myself every day why it had to be him and not me, and I live every second in his memory, cause the only way I can keep him alive is in my memories. As soon I forget he stops existing. Serious TLDR. Front door kicked and shot at by masked men on Christmas of 2017. This might be a little late. Here it goes. I was 16 and renting out a room at a house with 2 friends in their 20s. I had been kicked out by my family and didn't have a job or car and was making money illegally. Well, some people had found out about the amount of money I was making and decided to attempt to take it. I saw my family Christmas Day of 2017 and was dropped off at my house. I was watching Narcos in bed when I heard the front door get kicked in and people start yelling. My roommate had a couple people over and they were yelling at everyone to lay down asking where the fuck's they're at. I heard this and panicked. I didn't have my gun on me. It was in the other room so my choices were limited. I was barefoot and in a very loose long sleeve. Barely dressed after a long day. My room was on the top story on the right, a few feet to the right of the front door. I decided after briefly going into my closet and realizing that's an awful hiding place, decided to jump out the window. I opened it and pushed the screen out and sat it in. Now, the window was above the little concrete walkway that was in front of the door to the parking lot. After the little strip of concrete roughly 2 suburban sidewalks in length there was a hill down to the parking lot where the home invaders were parked. I jump out and land on the concrete barefoot and take off running. I see one of the 3 men who broke in running away in the opposite direction. I start running towards this mini apartment complex thinking up the road a little bit. I get to about the end of the driveway when 2 of the 3 invaders opened fire. I was trying to zigzag and duck while running as fast as humanly possible. I don't know for sure how many shots were let off. At least 20. I get around back of the apartment complex and a woman sees me sprinting. I try to tell her that I was walking home and heard gunfire and to let me in. She did not. I ran into the bushes behind the complex on the right to where I could see the parking lot of my home. I saw them leave and started walking back. That's when I realized my feet were hurt. I make it back, barely, to everyone there freaking out. I call an Uber and go to my friend's house. While we wait police come and ask if we heard gunshots and my roommate said it was further up the road. I get carried into my Uber and tell her I had fallen down the stairs OTW outside to her. She takes me to my close friend's house where I explain what happened. In the morning I go to urgent care. I had broken both feet, 7 breaks in total. Both heels and 2 and 3 metatarsals respectively. Boots on both feet for several months. If this gets a decent amount of replies I can link a screenshot to a Google Maps aerial view of the layout for better understanding. Domestic murder attempt. I went to a Halloween party where my boyfriend at the time was and walked in to see him with a chick on his lap. I went over and asked him what the hell he was doing. He was drunk and didn't respond, so I left and went to our shared mobile home and went to bed. I awoke to him dragging me out of bed by my hair, calling me a stupid cunt, and how dare I barge in on him like that. I was invited, and he threw me to the ground and punched me in the face. I got up as quickly as I could and grabbed the home phone and ran to the bedroom, shut and locked the door, and put my back against it and tried to call my parents. He thought I was calling the police and barged the door down on top of me, and I wiggled my way into the bathroom before his intoxicated ass could stand up. I did the same thing with the door and he crashed it down, except this time it hit the countertop, so I had a very small window of space to try and escape from. He grabbed me by the shirt and then the neck and slammed my forehead into the wall. I dropped the phone and escaped his grip, ran out to his small Toyota truck, our only vehicle, and got in and locked the door. He came out swinging a piece of rubber and I booked it out of there as fast as possible. That was the end of that, except for the fact that my parents believed him over me and that I somehow deserved it. If he had a weapon he would have murdered me. True story. When I was married my husband had a really well-paying job that required him to travel a lot. We had a big beautiful house in North Carolina surrounded by 122 acres of woods. The house was located 5 miles off the main highway. The only way to the house was by our private driveway. My husband left to go on a trip for work in New York, and I was left at home with our chocolate lab, Sam. I was only 21 at the time and I've never stayed home alone again. On the third night that my husband was gone I went to the grocery store earlier around 8 and got some snack. On the way out the door a man with really broken English attempted to ask me for some money. I told him I didn't have anything to give him as I don't carry cash. He told no it's okay, and I watched him get into a white cargo van and drive off. I drive home and cannot fall asleep, so I stay up watching TV. At 1:30 AM someone begins to bang on the front door, which almost makes my heart explode. I grab my husband's revolver and his shotgun, because I'm freaked. The man continues to bang on the door and tells me his van broke down and he needs gas money. It's a familiar voice and broken English. It's the same guy from the grocery store. He tries everything to open the door and the windows before I finally scream at him to leave, because I will not think twice to shoot him. He finally walks off the porch and I run upstairs and look out the window to see him getting into that same van from the store, but this time I can see inside the van and there are 5 other men with him all dressed in black, and they all have masks like scary masks. After a few minutes of sitting there they move the car. I texted my father-in-law and the police were coming. They just had a difficult time finding the house. Once the officers take my statement they tell me I have to talk to someone, a faking FBI agent, who tells me that this is a very familiar story to human traffickers and my features are highly desirable. He also tells me to be very alert from now on and never go out at night alone. This messed me up for a while and I never stay anywhere alone. When I was about 11 years old, my stepfather tried to poison me using tuna helper. I don't know what he put in it, but I was sick for days. He would watch me and get angrier and angrier as I got better. During the first few days he would smile from ear to ear every time I vomited or passed out. I know it was just mine, because I wasn't allergic to any food, and I was the only one who got sick. He and my mother ate the same thing. This was the one time I know he tried to outright kill me. Other times it was just playing. He wanted me to hurt. This time he wanted to really get rid of me. Ever since then, I can't handle cold pasta or tuna helper of any kind. My body automatically rejects it if I even try to eat it. I didn't realize what happened until years later, when I talked to the man who I call my father, the stepdad, after, about when his ex-wife tried to murder him. She used arsenic, and he now rejects anything almond or hazelnut automatically. His body acts as if it is trying to be poisoned again. I knew then from my own reaction that he tried to kill me. I knew he hated me. The 7 years my mom was with him, he abused me in pretty much every way, raped me at 9, prostituted me to his friends at 11. When my mom found out just part of what he had done, he said she is the spawn of Satan, and it is God's will that I punish her. This was not a metaphor to him. I'm so glad that he was enough of an idiot to not know how much of whatever it was to actually kill me. My worst fear is that he will show up again someday to finish the job. He was never arrested or anything, because I was terrified to say anything. I was a coward. He is out there somewhere. I have a vague knowledge of where. I just hope he has forgotten about me, but I fear for any other children that are unknowingly put in his hands. Back in late 2005 early 2006 I was in a domestic violence situation. He was okay when not drunk. If he was a mean drunk. I had already been shocked, rapped, and punched a few times, and called some nasty names. He had me call him every 5 minutes to make sure I wasn't cheating on him. I could only go to classes and then to his house or home. I was totally stupid, I admit it, but I was a naive young girl. This night was just a regular night. I was at his house and I was wanting to go home. I had classes the next day, so I told him I wasn't up to going out. He kept asking me, so I said no. He chased me out of the house, then grabbed me by the hair and then repeatedly punched/hit me until I fell. He then tried to choke me, then continued to kick me. I let out one loud scream knowing I was going to die if he didn't stop. My best friend, he was friends with said boyfriend still, was 2 houses away, heard my scream and somehow dragged my drunk and abusive ex off of me, punched him in the face, and saved my life. The last part one found out secondhand, because I had passed out, and I was very incoherent. I actually don't remember much, just waking up the next morning in my own bed. I had told my best friend I wanted to go home, forget about it, and not go to the police. My best friend actually got some of his buddies to threaten him with bodily harm if he messed with me again. I was 19, stupid, and should have gone to the police, but I was the preacher's daughter gone bad. To me it would have ruined my dad's reputation and I didn't want to do that. I was so stupid, but happy to be alive. I have CPTSD, and I still have nightmares. I still am in therapy. I feel guilt that I'll let it get so out of hand. I know I'm alive because I screamed and someone heard me. He was hellbent on killing me. But I'm alive, and I'm still here, and I still have my freak out moments, but I have an amazing husband and family to help me. I dated an abusive guy, obviously didn't know he was like this, after knowing him for several years. I was 19 and preparing for a semester abroad while his jealousy started flaring up more and more. It started like typical, get in your head about friends and whatever. But he had got into a fight with one of my friends who tried to protect me from him, and he hurt her badly. He never forgave me for it, and let me know about it, while tormenting me psychologically and verbally. He would come into my personal space, like he was going to attack me, but not touch me. I finally started to push him away, and he took that as a green light to hurt me without actually punching me. I tried to leave the house and he lifted me up and threw me into a pile of wooden kids' chairs. He started to choke me when I screamed out the window for help. He pinned my arms down with his knees and with his hands on my throat, said, "You think you would stop screaming when no one can hear you?" I thought I was going to die. He then decided he was going to kill himself instead and ran upstairs for a gun. I fought him for the gun and had doors slammed on me, got kicked multiple times in the stomach, and when I got the gun off of him the others went for another gun. I talked him out of it and tried to leave in peace. I basically had to go through this one more time until I was able to go abroad and lose him for good. I had a couple of close calls. It was the day before my other sister's wedding. We were having a rehearsal dinner at this Korean restaurant on the border of Berkeley and Oakland on Telegraph. I was still smoking at the time, so during the middle of dinner I went outside to my car for a cigarette. I saw 2 young people across the street when they suddenly sprinted towards me. I thought they wanted a cigarette or a light, so I offered them a light. One of the dudes pulls out a gun and asks for my money. At the time I was pretty broke as I was relatively fresh out of college, in between jobs, and wondering what to do with my life, so all I said was "AWWW man, I really don't have any money." The muggers at this point insisted upon my wallet and cell phone. After I grudgingly produced my wallet, which had a treasured baby footprints, a Chevron card, my IT, and a Beaufort debit card, they asked for my PIN code to my debit card. I promptly said, "Dude, I only have like $16 in that debit card account." At that point the guy put the gun to the back of my head and asked me again. I said fine in an annoyed huff and gave him my PIN knowing full well that you can't withdraw amounts lower than $20 at an ATM and that the ATM would have a camera. With my wallet, cell phone, it was a Motorola Flip, and PIN code in hand, the muggers absconded down the street. In shock and quite frankly astounded at my luck, I walked into the Korean restaurant and told everyone I had just been robbed. My brother-in-law jumped up, asked which way they went, and we went off driving down the street looking for them. By this time, however, they had disappeared. The police caught the muggers months later. Turns out they did wind up using my PIN at the ATM without a mask and were caught with their faces on camera. They withdrew $0 since I literally had $16 or so. The only score was selling gas at the gas station using the Chevron card. They made off with $200 or so. The funniest part is that they threw away my wallet which was worth $500 and they didn't bother taking my platinum ring, worth maybe $1,000 at the time, or the keys to my car that I was standing next to. Criminals. Dumb as fuck. I was 16 and staying in my older brother's house. In the house was my older brother and his wife, their 2 children and my sister's daughter. I was sleeping on the sofa as my brother and I had been playing Gran Turismo on the PlayStation late. Anyway, the weekend before my brother had a bit of a get together with friends and family and someone tried to gate crash it. The guy started a fight, got beat, and then left. The following Thursday was the day I was staying, and at 5 AM I find myself awake in the bathroom with blood squirting from my head and the bath had loads of blood in it. Next thing I know is I'm back downstairs in the living room looking in the mirror, blood still gushing from my head, and all over the furniture, walls, kids' toys, everything really. The guy who tried gate crashing the party the previous weekend had brought a friend and kicked the front door open. His friend went upstairs to the master bedroom to attack my brother, while the main guy got me while sleeping. He started hitting me on the head with a claw hammer, with the claw part. After a while I remembered that I woke up and had automatically kicked out at him and hit him clean on the nose, breaking his nose. He said, "That's the last thing you're gonna do, you wee bastard." The next thing I knew I was in the bathroom, etc. Police were called, and they were found just after dropping their weapons and scarves which they used to cover their faces. They only got 5 years each for attempted murder. Not long after getting out of jail, one of them committed suicide. Sadly, it wasn't the one who tried to kill me. There is this bar that my friends and I will go to sometimes. Hole in the wall place in the country in some back roads. The kind of bar where interesting things sometimes go down. It's not unusual to have a quiet night playing some pool and sipping beer while some dude strums a guitar in the corner. It's also not unusual for a fight to break out or some kind of screaming match. My buddies and I love it for that reason. The drink is cheap and you never know what the night will turn into there. One time I even discovered a couple of folk eloping in a porta potty. But that's not how I was almost murdered. Anyway, I had just finished having a couple of drinks with some old high school friends and had paid my tab and walked outside to the truck. One of my buddies was in the truck passed out sleeping, didn't know when to quit I guess, and my other buddy was inside paying his tab. So I'm left out there by the truck with the passed out buddy's girlfriend at the time. We were just standing there talking about whatever when all of a sudden the bar door swings open and this fat little young guy, all of 5 foot tall, comes bursting out yelling and pointing at me. He had like 3 girls chasing him down trying to calm him down, or whatever. He starts moving at me like an angry rhino doing the douchebag strut saying, "Hey motherfucker. Hey, you think it's okay for you to disrespect a woman like that?" I'm completely in the dark as to what the heck he is talking about whatsoever. So I say something like, "I have no idea what you are talking about whatsoever." He proceeds to get real close to me, like he is gonna fight me, and still yelling about disrespecting some female or something. I basically stand my ground and tell him to blow the fuck out, because I don't know what he is talking about. I guess seeing that I was willing to defend myself via fisticuffs made the ruffian back off. He said something like, "Yeah, okay, beach, okay," and started walking to his car. This made all the girls in his little posse start really trying to calm him down. I knew exactly what was happening. He was going for a gun. I was right. He reached in his car, pulled out a silver 1911, and racked the slide. Now, usually in this scenario, I would have drawn my gun and shot the guy. But I was at a bar, and I was a good boy who didn't have my gun at a bar because laws. He was probably 20 feet away, so I didn't know if it was really loaded or not. The whole racking the slide thing probably tells me that it was not. But either way, gun, bad guy, not good. So I did something dumb. I put my hand behind my back, like I was gonna draw, and pointed at him with the other hand, and said, if you point that gun at me, I will kill you. Right now. My buddy's girlfriend knew what was up, and said he's a veteran, and he is armed. Dude just stared at me for a secretary, and put the gun back in the car, while all his little chicks swarmed him. He goes back inside the bar. Finally the other buddy comes out, and I'm like, what the fuck have you been? Funny thing is, Angry Rhino Bro came back out a couple of minutes later, and hugged me saying, oh sorry dude. Thought you were someone else. Okay, dickhead. My brother tried to kill me. He was in the kitchen, and I was in the room attached to it on the computer. He was talking loudly, and asked a question. I told him I had no idea, and he snapped. Yelled that he was talking to himself, not me, and to shut up, etc. He grabbed a pair of big scissors, opened them up, and said he was going to slit my throat, and came at me. I managed to run faster and lock myself in another room. When he was trying to break through it, managed to get a big crack down the door. My parents came home. I was 14. He was 22 or 23. My mom told me if it ever happened again he would get kicked out. So it got completely ignored. When it did happen a second time, all 4 of us kids were playing a game, and I was joking around with my sister. He told me to shut up, grabbed a decorative sword off his bedroom wall, and swung it at me. I moved fast enough it hit my chair and I bolted. I went upstairs and told my parents. My mom stormed off and said thanks for ruining Christmas. Apparently I shouldn't care that it happened. I should get over it. Caused issues between me and my parents, my mom especially. Years later I was told, what do you expect, he's family. Sometimes you let things go to hold the family together. I told her, that makes sense for small things, but big things like this just show the kid that they don't matter. How could I ever think I mattered to them when they didn't care or help when someone tried to end my life? Ignoring it showed how little I mattered, and my whole family made me think I was faked for not seeing how I should drop it. Still have to be around him at times, unfortunately, or at least I did until recently. I don't talk to my family anymore, shockingly not for that specific reason. Since it happened when I was so young, and the way it was handled, I felt like I didn't matter for years. It messed me up big time. Serious, TLDR, my boyfriend in 2014 set me up to get killed by his mother while in a trip to Pennsylvania. We had dated for a while and he asked if I wanted to meet his family in Pennsylvania for Thanksgiving. I agreed and was so excited to meet them. We even had future plans of getting married. When we got to his house, we had separate rooms set up by his mom. He slept in his old bedroom, I slept in his brother's old room. Our trip was set for 5 days, but on day 3, I noticed my window was screwed shut. The mom disappeared with my boyfriend, and I was alone in the house with his dad. He told me that I was really nice and deserved better than his son. He told me that the family was really faked up and I should leave before anything bad happens. I went upstairs and started packing me stuff quickly. I was 18 years old and so scared and confused. I texted my friend that things were getting weird and I may be leaving sooner than later. She told me to leave now. I went downstairs and my boyfriend's mom had just come home. She ran at me, grabbed my head, and started shaking me violently. She screamed that I was trying to steal her son from her, and she wasn't going to let that happen. She threw me to the ground and my boyfriend watched from a distance, arms crossed and laughing. I got up and started walking upstairs when his mom came out of the kitchen with a knife. She began screaming and chasing after me. I ran upstairs to my room, closed the door, just to realize she removed the lock. I used the dresser to blockade the door, then moved every piece of furniture in the room to block the door. She tried using her shoulder to open it, banging on the door, and threats were screamed at me. I was 1,000 miles away from home and now trapped in a bolted shut room. There was a small entrance to the attic in the room and I went in there and locked the door from the inside. Upstairs, there were so many photos of my boyfriend and his ex-girlfriend. I called my mom and cried telling her that I loved her and I was sorry I came on this trip. She was panicking as well as I told her how I was set up. My mom could hear the screaming and cursing at me in the background. Here is the dumb luck. She told me that we have a second cousin that lives in Pennsylvania and is a 1-hour drive away. My mom called her and gave her my address. My second cousin called me and said she was on her way. She arrives with 10 to 15 guys who were all armed. They barge into the house and go upstairs. I open the door to see all these men in uniform. Come to find out, they were in the National Guard. Come to find out, she was in the National Guard. She called up guys she worked with and said she needed help. They grabbed my suitcase and walked me out of the house into their truck. My boyfriend's mom ran to her room and locked the door when she found out I called for help. My boyfriend ran away in fear, like the coward he is. I was taken away to her house, where I flew home a few days later. Edit, a note to everyone, as I cannot respond individually. I feel like too many people watch movies where the victim calls the police and they are saved by cops aiming guns. Not everyone calls the police when a violent act occurs. Would you blame a rap victim if they didn't go directly to the police? Would you later tell her that if she really wanted the rapist put away, she would have called 911? I mean, come on, she has a phone, right? Of course not. That's horrible. What about when a relative abuses you? Do you call 911 every single time? Most people don't, as they feel scared to call the police because even though they hurt you, you still love them. It's a mind game between the abuser and the abused. Ask someone who was sex trafficked why they didn't call out for help every time they were out in public. Did you know that most sex trafficking victims use commercial airplanes and are often in public places? Ask them why they don't just run away. It is the same situation here. I was 18 years old, scared, and felt partially at fault for their outburst. I felt responsible for the way I was being treated. Looking back, of course I'm not responsible, but I was a kid who didn't understand that. I shouldn't have to try and justify why I did not call the police. Now it makes sense why victims do not go to authorities, because of people like you who criticize me and tell me I'm a liar without even knowing me. The whole story is true, whether you believe me or not. Thank you. So, my mom's ex was crazy. Like, he had a therapist for mental instability. Well, arguments were common between us, and one morning was like no other. This time, however, he grabbed a pocket knife that he had stashed away. We yelled some more, and he tried to brush past me to get to my mom, who was partially disabled and on the couch. Lizard brain kicks in, and I'm thinking one thing: not to let him near her. I grabbed him on the shoulder and pulled him to the ground. I secured the knife and gave a few knocks for the trouble. At this point I feel a warmth on my belly. It was like I peed myself, but it wasn't on my pants. I realized what had happened, and I thanked human biology for adrenaline. I had my mom get me a warm compact and call 911. I laid in my blood, putting pressure on my stomach until they got there. I hear you asking, what about the ex? Where is he? Oh, he's in the kitchen fixing his morning cup of coffee. He was shocked when the cops came in and threw him to the ground. Like I said, crazy. I never actually felt any pain until after surgery, and all I knew about was my stomach. 3 days later I'm discharged from the hospital with a 6-inch laceration to the abdomen, or 3-inch laceration to the right ribs, and a 1-inch laceration on the back right thigh just under my cheek. I find out during a follow-up that the main reason I'm alive is because I'm fat. My belly fat stopped the knife from doing any actual internal damage. Go figure, right? 2 years ago I survived an attempt on my life. My attacker was one of my best friends, and I guess between the drugs he was on, the fact that I owed him $20, and him having a problem with me being transgender, when he went psychotic I was his target. It started like any other day: wake up, get high, go to work. I used to work at our local Taco Bell. My friends all knew my schedule and I would usually hook them up with free food if they came by. I wasn't expecting him to come by that day, but he did. Around halfway through my shift, He ran into the store and jumped over the counter. My back was turned as I was making food on the line. Before I could react, he took the fire extinguisher off the wall and hit me in the head with it twice. On the impact of the second hit, he pushed me into the wall and I went down. As I tried getting back up, he started stomping on me. First it was my ribs, then he moved to my neck and head. I don't have memory past this point, but apparently he kept stomping on the side of my head. My coworkers were all scrambling to help. My 5-foot-tall manager was hitting him with a broom and cursing in Spanish at him. However, the only thing that stopped him was someone yelling about calling 911. The fear of being caught stopped him from being able to finish what he started. When I woke up in the hospital around 6 hours after, I was told I was lucky to be alive. They caught him around 30 minutes after he fled the scene. Here is the most underwhelming article about it. I was 14 and a runaway, living on the streets with other street kids. I was hanging out with this one guy, we'll call him John, and he invited me to sleep that night in this hidden abandoned apartment in a closed parking garage that he had been staying in. I accepted, but there was no funny business as I wasn't interested. Everything's cool and we go to sleep. In the early hours of the morning he wakes me up and tells we gotta go because the place is on fire. The room is filled with smoke and the doorway to the room we were in was in flames, so we had to jump over the fire to get out. We managed to get out, but we were covered in soot. I was so thankful that he saved my life. I must have thanked him 100 times that day for saving me, and I still thought about him long after I went back home a few weeks later. About a year later I'm on the bus when I see two people I used to know from back then. We chatted a few, then I asked about if they knew John. They tell me yeah, they knew John, and ask me if I knew he had tried to kill some girl. The shocked look on my face told them I didn't know, and they tell me the story about John taking some girl to that old parking garage and then setting the place on fire. He was going to kill her, but at the last minute changed his mind and ran back in and woke her up. And that's the day I found out the guy who saved my life had actually chickened out on murdering me. It might be why I still have trust issues from time to time. Bit late to the party, but something I can actually respond to. Worked in a restaurant with a chef who suffered with bipolar, but also refused to take their medication. Self-medicated with coke instead. Told me to tell our boss he resigned. I did. He retracted the next day and said I had lied, which my boss did not believe as he trusted me a lot and knew I would not benefit from that, as prior to the resignation, me and the chef were very much best friends. Next thing I know, he's quit for illnesses and we operated with limited menu minus our head chef. I worked a split shift. On my break I'm walking home and see a car fly past at a junction. Ignore it and carry on walking. Then, the car rapidly reverses and veers towards me. In a split second I had to decide whether I was in danger or not. No idea who was behind the wheel. I chose to jump into a garden next to me, and seconds later this car halts exactly where I had been standing. The chef then leans out the window and screams insult after insult at me, blaming me for his quitting his job and claims he had no knowledge of our conversation where he quit. He then reversed and revs towards me. I run out of the garden and he rapidly revs and follows me. A lorry pulls up at the junction and sees the situation and shouts if I'm okay. This distracted the chef and I ran so fast all the way home. I walked through my front door and cried so much I could barely move because I was bent over double trying to breathe. Now, I never get involved in anything at my work. My boss is very protective of me, thankfully, and I feel safe. For a long time, even now a little, I was terrified to walk on my own, but also terrified I would risk someone getting hurt if he saw me again. I frequently have nightmares, and I'm terrified if the chef loses his temper, which they do often. Sorry for the essay. I know no one will see this, but it's good to write it out. Edit. Apparently I ran so fast. I probably would have fetched it if my butthole wasn't clenched tight, but no, I ran so fast. Haha. On mobile, so I apologize. I still have nightmares after this and suffer from anxiety too. So to cut the story down, I was in a really bad relationship a few years back. Manipulation, gaslighting, lots of mental and physical abuse, the lot. Before anyone says LOW hi didn't yo you just G leave it. GIRLZONDT he I baby BOYBL shit I got with him because he was sweet and kind. An old friend that I thought had it rough with a psycho ex. Turns out he was really good at manipulation and all his friends believed the lies he told about her. Then I discovered for myself how horrible a person he is and was absolutely terrified to try escape because the times I did he showed up at my house and my work. Anyway, we were at his one night, just watching a movie, when he out of nowhere punches me. He did this a lot. Here's where I faked up. I decided enough was enough and hit back. Big mistake. Next thing I know I'm pinned to the floor, his legs on my arms, to stop me moving them, hands wrapped around my throat, actually smiling and laughing, saying he'll make me regret it when my family has to bury me. I was crying, trying to scream, kicking the floor in the hopes his downstairs neighbors would investigate or call the police or anything. I was terrified. I thought this was it for me when there was a knock at his door. It was his best mate who had just moved into the flats a few floors down. His boiler didn't work, so he would use my EXS bath whenever he needed one, and thankfully he needed one at the perfect time for me. So my ex let go of me to let him in, and while they were talking I quickly grabbed my stuff and bolted. Was the last I saw of him after that. I messaged a few friends and one came to stay with me for a few weeks until we were sure he wouldn't show up cause he can hit a girl, but knew not to mess with other guys. Sure enough, he made up a lot of shit about me after the relationship, but his friends were my friends and didn't believe either of us until he was caught by 2 witnesses attacking the girl he was seeing after me. Last I heard, no one talks to him anymore and his new best friend is currently going to court for pedophilia. I'm a firm believer in karma after that nightmare of a relationship. Meanwhile, I've finally taken a step towards beating the anxiety it all caused me. Panic attacks anytime someone even showed a slight interest in me, and finally in a relationship with someone who actually cares about me and reassures me when I do get a bit panicky around him. Happy ending to a horrible time. I have survived too. Both by psycho ex-girlfriends. Overseas Asian girlfriend, together 2 years. She was nuts. NVTS nuts. She was always accusing me of cheating while she was actively cheating. I have never cheated in any relationship. She got me fired from my job, hard as hell to get that work visa, because she kept calling me and my boss checking on me. I was out of work and about 3 months away from the breakup at this point. She started hitting me, throwing things at me, complaining because I wasn't working. Thanks to her. The night I broke up with her, I was awakened to find her on top of me, slashing me with a razor she used to shave her arms. Asian thing. She cut me up pretty good, and I had to subdue her. Imagine opening your eyes to a tiny Asian chick straddling you on another downswing with her razor. She slashed my arm as I brought it up to protect my head and face and rolled on top of her at the same time. I took the razor off her, broke it, and threw it across the room and got up. She did too, and was screaming at me, hitting me, kicking me. So I slapped her with my left hand and she completely shut down. I was a mess, so I cleaned up, got dressed, packed what I could, and was about to leave. The country was so against foreigners that I wouldn't have had a chance in the legal system when I found I had broken her jaw and her eardrum. At least that is what she said, and her face was swollen. I said I was sorry and left. Taxi to the airport and right back to America. The flight attendant on my flight, when I eventually got one, took pity on me and got me drunk as fuck on that flight. America, Northeast, girl I went to high school with, single mother, toddler, 3-year-old, daughter 2 years. Woman was a complete psychopath. She was able to have me as a boyfriend and fuck everyone else in her town, long distance relationship, and be a stripper/prostitute. I raised her kid basically for her. She trickled responsibility to me and her baby daddy, taught her to read, write, etc. She told me she was a makeup artist and that she worked on movies when they came in. Huge lies. I had no idea because I trusted her. She was crazy hot and a freak in the sheets, so I was suckered. Her makeup artist story started to fall about 4 months prior to our breakup. She was asking me to borrow money all the time and I wouldn't do it. I had given her about $400 total in those 2 years to help with her daughter. She was asking for some weight, like 2k, 3k, and I shut her down. So Thanksgiving of that year, I show up to make dinner and something is off. I should have listened to my gut and left. She had made special brownies for me and wouldn't give any to her daughter. She smacked her daughter hard as fuck when she tried to get one. Ex-girlfriend slapped her, shook her down, and then her dad came to pick her up. Dude looked at me like I was a ghost, like what the fuck is this guy still doing here? Took his daughter and left. She then served me the brownies, cut a big piece for me, and set the pan down next to it. I took the bait. I ate the brownie. They were good, and a bit crunchy. I asked her why, and she said she put sprinkles and sugar cake decorations in the frosting. 20 minutes later I'm laying on the kitchen floor, and not able to breathe well. Room was spinning. Trying not to throw up. I asked her to help me, and she passed me, took the bird out of the oven while laughing, and then went upstairs. Changed from a blue dress to jeans and gray t-shirt that said love. I had called 911 while she was upstairs and told them where I was and I needed help. She sat on the couch watching TV, talking shit under her breath, and when the paramedics arrived, she freaked the fuck out. Started telling them I was an addict and I do this shit all the time. I passed out at that point. Woke up in the hospital. I had odd on meth. Enough to drop a bull, the doctor said. My heart almost exploded. My BP was 287/174 at that point in time while I was awake. I got questioned by the doctors, then the police came in to question me. Thank God I had a federal job in the legal vertical at the time, so I could validate who I was easily, because they sure weren't believing what I was saying prior. Apparently she had been faking baby daddy and some felon, hence why baby daddy was wondering why I was there. She skipped town with the felon. Police did virtually nothing. She was in jail for a while though. She had stolen one of my checkbooks and waited a few years before using it. I wasn't a constant check user at the time and tried to cash a 4k check in my name at a bank in Jupiter, Florida. She went to jail for 2 years for it. Man, I hope the worst for her. But I'm so much better off today, it doesn't even matter. I usually buy and sell stuff via Letgo. Sometimes people like to make vague death threats, but this was way different. Guy was selling a gaming PC stupidly cheap. Happens more than you think, and you usually gotta jump on it. Made the date. He wanted me to meet at this random house in an extremely sketchy neighborhood at 5 p.m. Most people in that part of town can't afford cars, so it makes sense. He was also extremely adamant about me coming and sending reminders through the day. Most sellers don't go that far. My job made me late by an hour, and I told him this at 5 p.m. Arrived at 6. Dead dark, no one around. Kept messaging him with no response. Asked the people who lived there, and they had no clue who this person was. Even tried some neighbors fac. Just wasted a 25-minute car trip. After I went home I checked the post again to see a lot of red flags that I should've seen before. The computer cases were not the same across the pictures with minute differences. The board he listed wasn't the same chipset as the board in the photo. He wanted me to meet at a very specific time when it was dark, where he had seemingly no connection to that neighborhood and never responded when I showed up late. Out of curiosity I tried reverse image searching the photos and actually got hits. The computer didn't exist. Everything clicked. I have no idea what he planned to do, rob me, murder me, etc., but thank God that my boss was a prick that day and had me stay back an hour. Posted this in r/us credit a couple years ago, almost 20 years ago now. I had a guy offer to walk with me. It was 3 a.m. I'm a guy at that point, a fairly wild one who didn't think about being anywhere, doing anything, time of day, etc. The dude just kind of appeared on the street across from me. He started half shouting a monologue at me. At first I just ignored it, figuring he is hammered. Drunk, told him nah, I'm good, and kept strutting, not thinking twice about him. A dog trotted out of some yard and started walking next to me. He asked if it was mine. Nope. Then he asked if I smoked weed. I told him yup. So he asked I wanted to share a joint. Nope. Then he told me he'd sprinkle some coke on it if I wanted. Nope, the whole time he hasn't crossed the street, he's just woofing at me, but he's looking around all over the place, seems to be checking to see if there are any other people out. My spidey senses started to tingle at that point. I was only a few blocks from my house, so I figured I'd just keep walking and head in. That's when he asked if I wanted to see his gun. No thanks. Instead of going home, I turned into a gangway between two houses and realized that an acquaintance of mine lived in one of the houses, so I started pounding on her door. After a few seconds I peeked out to the street and didn't see the guy, so I wandered out to the front yard, looked around, and he was gone. Disappeared. Maybe 3 weeks later I saw in the newspaper that the police had arrested a guy who was a suspect in several sexual assaults, raps and murders in the general area over a period of years. It was that dude. If something feels out of the ordinary or uncomfortable, trust your instinct. When I was 19, I ran away from the only people who loved me and struck up with a man I had known for 2 weeks. Everything was great for a few months. This guy spoiled me rotten. We went on massive $1,000 shopping sprees. He adored me and lavished me in the attention I was always craving. He never let me out of his sight or far from reach. He was very good at cutting me off from people I once knew and turning me against my family. He told me every day he was saving me from myself, that I was nothing without him, and that I was so lucky to have him. Soon, he didn't have to say these things because I said them for him. It didn't take long for me to believe the words either. Then one day, he told me he got a call from his ex-wife and he was going back to her. He wanted me to go with him and be with both of them. I didn't know what to do or say. Without this man I had nothing and nowhere to go. I wouldn't be able to find anyone else to take care of me, and besides, they both wanted me to be with them. I'd have 2 people to love me. We moved back into the home he had made with this woman. I have many black spots in my memory from here forward, and one of them was the first time I met his wife. I do know it wasn't long after we arrived he started hitting me. It started little love taps, he called them, just little taps on the rump or back of the head. When I stepped out, they progressed to punches and kicks quickly. I learned what to do and say to make him or his wife happy. They were the only people in the world who would take care of me, the only people in the world who could love someone as stupid and clumsy as someone like me. I was lucky they took me in and let me stay with them. One day, I heard someone scream and the sound of breaking glass. I was in the shower, but I jumped out and ran towards the sound. His wife was screaming and throwing things everywhere, claiming I had stolen something from her. Next thing I know, he came around the corner and his fist caught me just under my ribs. I couldn't breathe and fell to the ground, naked, wet, gasping. That was the first night I stayed in the kennel. It was a wire kennel meant for dogs. It had a hard plastic base and not enough room for me to sit upright or uncurl from a fetal position. From here my memory is hazy at best, mostly blacked. I know soon I was moved from the house to another, one with a basement. I remember the smell of mold and rotten wood. I know there were times when my body was used by several men and women. I can remember laughter and the feeling of fluids on me. I know I lived in that cage for what feels like lifetimes. One day, the food stopped, so did his visits. A day or two later I ran out of water too, but I knew he would be back, and once the hurting stopped he would give me more water. I remember laying on my side, my knees curled up as normal, looking up at the ceiling. My ears were ringing, and I was so hungry and thirsty. I had stopped hoping for death a long time ago. I was too afraid to die. He would hurt me even more, and I was so tired of hurting. I'm not sure how they found me, or why they even came looking. I weighed 83 pounds when they pulled me out of that basement. I was 21 years old, and would have died in another day or two had they not found me. My captor had been arrested and charged with the rap and attempted murder of a young girl in a town 2 states away from where I was. He had used me up and left me for dead in that forsaken hole. I still don't remember most of that year, and don't want to for that matter. TLDR, child that I was, ran away from home and got mixed up with a man who beat me, caged me for a year, then left me for dead. September 15, 1990, 9 p.m. North Rivers Avenue, Charleston, South Carolina. 19-year-old me had recently graduated from Navy boot camp, tech school, and had been at my first duty station in Charleston for maybe a couple months. Stopped to use a payphone at a dimly lit gas station parking lot to call my girlfriend in another state. Didn't realize I was in the hood. Guy snuck up behind me and went full Babe Ruth with a baseball bat to the back of my head. I never saw it coming. Only lost consciousness for 3 or 4 seconds, but they seemed like an eternity. I distinctly remember thinking, this is weird. Did I go blind? I can't hear, see, or feel anything. Came to about 10 feet away from the phone, looked up as he was swinging at me again. Dodged it, got away, and he didn't seem interested in chasing me. He calmly got into my car. I had dropped the keys when he hit me, started the car, and sneered at me. I picked up a rock, now filled with anger and fear. Figured I'm going to go out swinging. Fight ensued with him seated in the driver's seat, me at the door. Somehow he lost the top half of his left ear, but eventually got the car in gear and drove off. My girlfriend was still on the phone, told her what happened, said I'd call her later. Walked 2 blocks towards the hospital before a couple other Navy guys saw me and gave me a ride. Fractured skull, bruised chest from my chin hitting it. 27 stitches to the back of the head and a pretty bad concussion. Navy docs stitched me, gave me ibuprofen, and sent me back to the ship that night. Don't remember much for the next 3 days, but police found my car in another county, stripped of course. Also found his ear in the parking lot. It was a shitty car too, a Dodge Daytona, the front wheel drive 80s version. When I was 20, my good friend, 18 meters, and I were stabbed unprovoked. Our perspective. He died within the hour and I walked away with minor stab wounds. We had gone to a small party, 10 to 15 people, in an apartment during a cold -40 winter day. There were 4 of us. We only knew a couple people there, but we got along well with everyone there, so we thought. This party was just a pre-drink before a social which most of us were going to walk to. Once we showed up, we started selecting music that was playing on a laptop with speakers, so we sort of took over the DJ position. Nobody was actively DJing and nobody objected. Turns out one of the girls there didn't like the music we were picking, and she had a male friend with her who was a part of a gang. Her and her male friend left the party 30 minutes prior to drive to the social. Once we left, we started walking, and we heard a honk behind us. Turn around and it's the girl and guy who left 30 minutes before. Now because it's -40, and we seem to get along well with them, we assume they are going to offer us a ride. So the 4 of us turn around, and 2 of us start to jog over, the other 2 walk. Once we were close enough, without a single word uttered, the male grabs my friend by the shoulder and swiftly stabs him multiple times, and before I could react he turns to me and stabs me as well. After the trial 3 years later, I finally learned the cause of this action. The female told him that we were a part of a rival gang and we needed to be dealt with, all because she didn't like our music. R.I.P. Josh, I'll always love you man, and I'll never forget. Never. This isn't my story, but it is my dad's. Back in 1979, my dad was a orphaned high schooler living with his evil, nasty aunt who he was left in custody to several years earlier due to my grandmother passing. His cousin from Ireland, Brian, had come to live with them as well at some point in 79. Brian was just as evil and nasty, and with a terrible drinking problem. But everyone in the family loved Brian and thought he was the victim all the time. No matter what Brian did, he was the angel and my dad was the harasser and the bully. Brian registry stole money from my dad, planted drugs on him in an attempt to get him arrested 2 months before my dad left for the Marine Corps, and ultimately tried to have my dad murdered. My dad was walking home after his late night shift at McDonald's when a car came careening at him off the road onto the sidewalk. My dad jumped into a bush and narrowly avoided the car. My dad gets up and sees that it's a friend of Brian's who is a local drunk. I can't remember his name, but we will call him John. John revs the car in reverse and forward again in an attempt to hit my dad again. He misses again and starts chasing my dad up the street with the car going up and off the sidewalks trying to nick my dad. This went on for about 2 minutes until finally John crashed the car into a telephone pole. John gets out of the car and drunkenly starts to chase my dad and tell him he's gonna faking kill him. My dad was luckily in better shape because he was preparing to go into the Marines. He was able to outrun John and took refuge at a local convenience store. My dad never called the cops or pressed charges because he was leaving in 2 months and because his previous run-in with the cops when John planted the drugs on him left a bad taste in his mouth with the local law enforcement. He never also told much of the family anyways, since they all sided with Brian as it was for everything. This left my dad and his family at odds for many years and he didn't speak to much of his immediate family for nearly a decade or so afterwards, when some fences were mended. The day Brian died from cirrhosis in '06 and my dad found out, he told his aunt that he hoped Brian was rotting in hell. I tried to condense the story as best as I could. If anyone has any questions just feel free to act. TLDR, my dad's alcoholic cousin tried to have him murdered literally for no reason. I was working at a local grocery store as an assistant customer service associate. I would work early mornings and late nights closing and opening the store. One night I was closing the store, and it was about an hour to an hour and a half before closing time. Around this time I typically send one of my cashiers to go get cards while I collect registers, but this night we were busy and I was stuck on a register, so my manager went out to get cards to help me while I was on the register. When he was out there he asked me on my head set if my boyfriend would have left me roses on my car. In response to that, I told him no, because the guy I was dating at the time was at home and didn't have a car. He told me, "Huh, that's weird. You have a stuffed animal rose in your car door handle and it has a weird smiley face written on the tag. It must be one of your stalkers," he said jokingly. But I was wondering who could have left me that. So when it slowed down, my manager and I watched footage on the security cameras and we see a car back into the space next to mine, roll down its window and stick the plush rose into my door handle and speed off. I didn't recognize the car, so my manager told me he would walk me to my car when we left. He walked me to my car and I started driving down the road. I got a call from him about 1 minute later where he sounded frantic, saying that the guy who stuck the rose in my handle was waiting in a parking lot across the street and went through our grocery parking lot going about 85 trying to catch up to me, and that I was most likely being followed, which is also when my phone died. And I didn't have a charger in my car. I live in a rural country area and hardly ever is anyone behind me. By the time I get to my roads, to get to my house I looked behind me, and sure enough someone was following me at a strange distance, so I knew there was an abandoned gas station a little ways down the street, so I told myself I'd do a U-turn around it and see if the person followed and see if it was the same car. I went around the abandoned pumps, and what do you know, it is the same car, and he follows me around the pumps too. At this point I want to cry, and I'm in a panic. There aren't any police stations nearby, my phone is cut off, so I go about 125 down a windy back road until I can't see him behind me anymore, pull off into some random road, pull into a stranger's house, and cut my lights off, and wait there for about an hour. I called the cops when I got home and none of them took me seriously and said they wouldn't have been able to do anything about the situation because the person hadn't touched me. A couple weeks pass and I'm out and about to get something for my friend from work's baby shower. I'm at Babies R Us and I ran inside and left my window a crack down in my Jeep because I knew I'd only be inside for a minute. Before I went in I looked at my ID and thought that I might want to grab it because I was going to be using a credit card and they might want to see it, but I thought to myself, nah, if they need it, I'll come back out. Turns out, they did need it, so I went out to my car and my license is gone. And I'm very confused. I'm an airhead and tend to misplace things, but I knew I had seen it before I had gotten out of the car. I thought I had gone mad. I brushed it off and just used my debit card instead and honestly kind of forgot about my ID and ordered a new one thinking the old one would turn up. Fast forward about 2 days, I had two cops show up at my door. When I answered they asked me if I was first middle last name and I said yes, and they said, "Thank God, we thought you were dead in a ditch somewhere." At that point I was very confused and they told me that they had arrested a man in So County under some pretty extreme charges and that he had my license and a bunch of photos of me and random stuff of mine on him and in his car during the arrest. I swear I lost all color in my face. They gave me their numbers and said my stuff would be coming in the mail with the deportation officer's number and to give them a call if anything new happens or if I have any questions. I don't know what that guy's intentions were, what he would have done if he had followed me home that night and I hadn't noticed. Or how long he had been watching me for or following me, but I'm so thankful that nothing happened. It wasn't for another month or so of digging that I found out who it had been who had followed me. It was some guy in his late 20s that came into my store often. He'd only ever buy Coronas and Newport cigarettes and he barely spoke English. He always gave me the heebie-jeebies. He had actually come into the store earlier that night. I just didn't know he drove that car. I think about this night/month all the time. 3 really drunk guys tried to jump me and a few of my friends while we were out really late at night. The most aggressive guy kinda singled me out, I think because I was the only dude in our group, and started coming at me from across the street with his fists up. There were 2 other guys behind him, and I couldn't tell if they were going to try to fight me as well. The dude in front was shouting like, "I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you," punching every sentence with a choice racial slur. I tried to let him know I didn't want any trouble, but he kept coming at me. The dude got within maybe 15 feet of me, and I really freaked out. Sorta had a fight or flight response. This whole time I'd been holding my pocket knife sorta behind my back. I didn't want to escalate things if I could avoid it. When he got close, and I realized he wasn't going to stop, I whipped the knife out in front of me and just screamed, "Get the fuck back, or I'll slit your faking throat." He stopped dead in his tracks and his friends were all, "Oh shit, he's got a knife. He's just drunk, man. We are sorry." I calmed down a little bit and told them not to follow us, and we hightailed it out there. Super scary, even though it thankfully never got physical. I was 17 at the time, maybe 125 pounds soaking wet, and I knew the dude would have wrecked me if we actually fought. Made me really anxious for a week or so afterwards. Had a local cokehead/alcoholic start running his mouth about me in our small town for no reason. I was actually friendly with him up until this point, and word got back to me fairly quickly. Ran into him at a local bar when it was pretty dead. I should also say that he is an absolute scumbag who goes to jail on the weekends for like 40 UIs and has no job, so he just sells coke and drinks all day. I decided to confront him, and he got defensive and denied it. People who he was talking shit about me to were actually working at the bar and called him out, so I told him to come outside and see what running his mouth will get him. There are 2 sets of doors to get out of the bar, and he follows me out the first set. As I hold the door open for him, I saw him pull what I thought was a set of brass/steel knuckles. I only saw something gray in his hand, so instead of letting him try to sucker punch me, I elbowed him, broke his nose lol, and turned around, grabbed his right wrist, hand I saw the object in, with my left hand, and proceeded to smash his face in with my right fist. The whole time I couldn't figure out why he was trying to punch me in the stomach from only a couple inches away. The bartender quickly got between us, and then I could see that it wasn't knuckles, but he had actually pulled a knife on me and would have stabbed me in the back if I didn't react so quickly. He was also trying to gut me, so it was a good thing I decided to grab his wrist. He then started threatening the bartender with the knife, so I went back inside and grabbed a pool stick, but someone had already snuck up behind him and grabbed the knife. Unfortunately, the bartender refused to call the cops and just barred him for a couple of months because they were worried that I would get charged for assault as well. He now keeps threatening to shoot up my house, but the funny thing is that he probably has never shot a gun in his life, and I'm currently in school for gunsmithing. He would be a little out-armed to say the least. Another funny thing is, when I got home and looked at my shirt's elbow expecting to see blood on it from making him bleed the number 11 out his nose, there was just a bunch of coke on it, haha. When I was younger, 13, my mother left me for the summer with her brother in another city so that she could enjoy her summer. My uncle, her brother, also had a son around my age, 16, so I essentially spent all of my summer with him. He was very popular and everybody around the city loved him, so I got to go to all of these cool high school parties all summer and nobody really messed with me because I was his little cousin. One day we decided we were going to go to this parking lot party late at night. We get there and it's packed, like well over 100 people there. My cousin goes off on his own with this one girl, and I find some girls closer to my age to talk to. At this point we are pretty separated given the fact that everyone my age is at one side and his age and older on the other side. So I'm talking to this girl who is really attractive and things are going well when this other dude, also 13, shows up and is saying that she is his. I had already asked if she was single and she said yes, and she clearly didn't look like she knew him that well. He starts to kinda get in between us, so I step closer blocking him and kinda shoving him out the way and explain that she said she's single and she can speak for herself. At this point he loses his shit and pushes me and starts screaming some nonsense about I don't know who he is, says he part of some gang blah blah blah. Remember we are 13 years old, so I of course don't believe any of his shit and just stand there saying yeah, go tell someone who cares. And before I can even finish that sentence he puts a blade to my throat and asks me if I wanna die. I being a young 13-year-old freeze up because I don't wanna die nor do anything that will cause him to cut me. But I keep a straight face on because in the back of my head I really don't think he will do it. I just stare at him for what feels like an eternity. So he says it again. You wanna die today? My eyes start darting around looking for my cousin and I don't see him. So I just say fuck it and scream do it beach. You really wanna fuck with a insert last name. My cousin of course hears this and runs over and I'm expecting him to just straight up fuck this kid up. My cousin runs over and sees who it is and starts pleading with him to calm down and shit. Dude listens and puts what I then realize are faking kid scissors back in his pocket and says I'm lucky and walks away without his girlfriend. My cousin pulls me away and we leave. I'm still pissed my cousin didn't beat the shit out how the kid. I'm only 13 and don't know laws at this time, and my cousin tells me that the kid I was messing with really is crazy and he really would cut me. He had just recently finished his initiation into his gang and shot some dude the past week. SRY4 type some at work, might edit later, prob not lol. I, F, 59, was 15 when this happened. My mother had tried to kill me a couple of times before, but I managed to escape. Mom was also a narcissistic, psychotic, sociopathic drug addict throughout my life. I lived in constant fear of her to the point where I usually slept under my bed whenever possible. I figured at least there, she had to work to get me out. Anyway, at age 15, it was just mom and me as my parents were divorced, and my sister had been removed from our home and placed in foster care. These were awful years for me as I'd get beaten almost every time I walked in the door. On this night, however, I'd just been hanging out with friends. It was chilly, full, and rainy out, so mostly we'd just been driving the loop and playing football. After the bars closed, 2 AM, we all kinda drifted towards home. NSFW from here. I put my key in the lock, and before I could open the door, my mom opened it with one hand and grabbed me by the throat with the other. She was furious, and I suddenly panicked. Who knows how long this would last. She slammed the door, and with both hands around my throat, pinned me against the wall. She was pissed that I had spent the day with my dad's family, which I hadn't. I told her I'd been in town with friends, but she wasn't about to believe me. When she finally let go, I collapsed, gasping for breath. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed one of those giant metal spoons, and began beating me with it. I couldn't escape to my room and lock her out as she'd removed my bedroom door for this reason. She hits hard. I somehow got up and ran, grabbing my bag to leave. She was completely out of her mind and nothing I said, screamed, or cried made any difference. She grabbed me by the back of my jeans and threw me on the floor. When she's mad, she's also strong, and as I began to get back up, she grabbed one of our end tables and broke it over my back. The pain was searing, and I was crying so hard I couldn't see. I didn't think I could get up, but she continued beating me hard with broken table pieces. I couldn't think, the pain was so bad. In all this, she'd also kicked me, poured alcohol all over me, and as I struggled, she hunted for a match. I'm going to burn to death was all I could think. I got up, and dizzy and foggy, I headed down the hall to the front door. As I started to leave, she followed me with a jump rope, soon rapidly winding it around my neck and pulling tight. I was out on the street in the rain, but with no traffic, to flag down for help. The jump rope was so tight I couldn't scream or breathe. I saw no way out. I managed to get one of my heavy shoes off and, with my right hand, slammed that shoe right across her face. Shocked and likely a bit stunned, I'd never hit my mother. She lost her grip on the rope and I fell hard against the pavement. I saw my chance, got up, and stumbling until I could run, left her standing there holding her face. Poor thing. I ran/walked to a family home whose children I routinely babysat for. He was a drug dealer, so at that hour, business was in full swing with several people there. I ran to their bathroom to pee and hide. I asked his wife to call the police. Stupid, I know, but instead she called my mother. Mom showed up acting perfectly normal and told them I'd been psycho all evening. She took me home, and as soon as I got out of the car, I ran, this time to the police, who laughed and turned me away. I walked to my grand's house, slipped in the back to sleep, and not wake her up. I laid there, shaking and fearing my mother, but she never showed up. I told my dad, who returned me to my mother a few days later. In ending, this went on 4 years. My mother murdered my gran much under the same delusional circumstances. She was never prosecuted, even though she submitted a signed confession. I ended all contact with her in 07. She died last year and even then I refused to see her. I spoke with her once on the phone about 4 hours before she died. She begged me to see her, and I told her I had no mother. I'd never had a mother. My dad said back when he was 14 in Louisiana, and hitchhiking was common, he was getting a ride back from somewhere from this guy in his 30s, and mid-ride asked my dad if he wanted to make a little bit of money for a sexual favor. My dad of course said no thanks, and shortly after was his stop and the guy passed it. My dad said, "Hey, you missed it," and he told him, "It's alright, I'm just going a little bit further up." Apparently it was another few miles up the road and the guy starts to turn into a gravel road while reaching his hand under his seat for something, and my dad took that opportunity to punch him as hard as he could in the jaw and jumped out of the truck. As he was running, the guy threw it in reverse and tried to run him over, but thankfully the tires spinning on the gravel bought him those few seconds to not get hit, and my dad ran across the road into the marshy woods. It was right at sunset and he walked for the next 3 hours in the complete dark through that Louisiana marsh to get home. He said for the first hour the guy drove his truck up and down the road looking for him to come out somewhere. When my dad finally got home and told his piece of shit stepdad, he just laughed at him. Same pose that charged him rent since 12 and kicked out a year later at 15. Fast forward a few months, my dad saw this pedophile working outside when he was leaving school. Said he was spreading concrete on a sidewalk and was bent over looking down, and ran up to him and kicked him in the fucking face like he was going for a 60-yard field goal. Of course a bunch of the other workers come running over, and then the teachers come and separate everyone, and then goes in the principal and tried to explain why he did that, and because my dad had a history of other fights and visits to the office, they didn't believe him. The next bit is just a little recognition, because my dad is my total hero. One of the funniest and certainly the hardest working person I will ever have the pleasure to know. A year later, when he got kicked out, he drove up to Virginia, where he had a friend, and lived out of his pickup truck for the next year until a teacher saw him getting out of the back and got him in a room and a co-op arrangement. A little after high school he started working at a roofing company in the yard carrying around supplies. Then started working on the roofs, and did that for several years, then became a foreman, then became a project estimator/manager, and then about 7 years ago he was given the option to buy out one of the 3 owners who was retiring, and is now a legitimate self-made millionaire. Still so humble with no desire for material things, and has a primary goal of making sure his family is taken care of when he is gone. Much love, Dad. I was in a domestically violent situation. I know, I'm going to hear, well, why didn't you just leave? Yeah, I tried to leave, and he chased me down, hit me over the head, and dragged me upstairs by my hair. Now I have a heavy gray streak in my hair where he grabbed me. Anyways, I was only allowed by him to work at a place called Labor Ready. It's a place where you have to wake up before sunrise and go put your name on a list and hope and pray you get work for the day. I worked a 16-hour day, and when I came home, he was high on crack and the laundry and dishes didn't get done. He got angry at me, saying that that's something I should do when I get home from work, on top of cooking dinner, and he started to beat me. He found a knife and started to slash at me, mainly getting my hands, because they were held up in defense. He eventually got me pinned on the bed and began to choke me out. Then I suppose he realized that I wasn't going down as easy as he had hoped, and he ran out of the house. I was in the bathroom, trying to wash off all my blood, when the cops started banging on the door. He went to the police station and told them I was trying to kill him. The police arrested me, still covered in my own blood, clothes, and palms slashed up, and handprint-shaped bruises around my throat. The only reason they believed him over me is because he got to the police station first. Never mind that he was a regular customer of the police station and jails, and had a record 3 miles long. No, it was clearly me. They arrested me, kept me in the station jail overnight, and brought me to court in the morning. The judge took one look at me and dismissed the case. This was a long time ago, and I was reeling the entire time. I did try to press charges on him, but there was some technicality BS as to why I was not allowed to do so, or whatever. I'm just glad to be rid of him. And still to this day he's beating women and practically getting away with it. I google his name every so often and all that comes up is a current arrest report. I used to be an investigator for Child Protective Services. 6 months into my job I receive a call to investigate a father who was allegedly locked in his travel trailer with his kids, drugged up off of his mind. The travel trailer was located behind a local restaurant in a makeshift RV park. I worked rural South Texas during the oil field boom, so makeshift RV parks or places for oil field workers like this weren't uncommon. Neither were oil field workers using tons of methamphetamines. In Idaho, it was one of the waitresses who called in the report due to how sketchy he had been acting, and the fact that the kids looked frightened. Well, I go to the makeshift travel trailer in question and knock on the door. Lo and behold, the first thing I'm greeted to was the double barrels of a shotgun. Normally, we don't request police escort when conducting an investigation, unless it is known that weapons are in the home. This particular report had no mention of weapons, so I didn't feel the need to call law enforcement to accompany me. Anyway, the father had been tipped off somehow that CPS was looking for him, which is why he answered the door with a weapon. He immediately began shouting at me, "Are you with Child Protective Services?" Then points at my badge around my chest that says CPS. Being terrified, I shook my head and said, "No, I'm with CPS Energy. I'm here to check your meters." No way that could work. Luckily, he was indeed drugged up off of his mind and set down the shotgun and let me in. I had a backpack on me along with a laptop, so I pretended to be checking everything while I subtly texted my boss to call 911. By the way, there was a brick of drugs in the center of the table in the living room near where the kids were playing. Good times. Wasn't the last time I had a gun pulled on me working at that job, but was certainly the funniest, if that's even a thing. When I was 14, both of my parents worked at a high-end store in our local mall, and on this particular Sunday they both had to work right after church, so they brought us 3 kids with them, because they didn't have time to take us home. No big deal, we basically grew up in the malls they worked at, so we knew how to pass the time. Being a teenage girl, my favorite store at the time shared part of its name with a certain spider who spun a web. My parents were opening the store that day, so we were there well before anything opened, but I didn't mind window shopping, so I headed to the opposite side of the mall from where they worked to see what new duds my fave store had gotten since the last weekend. I went to the wing where it was, and walked down the open stairwell in the middle of the mall. No one was around as it was well before opening hours. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, and was turning toward the store, I hear a "Hey there." I turned around and there was a man, late 20s early 30s, very attractive and fit, the tall/dark/handsome type in a blue button down and white linen pants on the stairs behind me. Thinking he had a question, I said hi back and smiled at him. His response was to say, "You have a beautiful smile. How old are you?" Red flags everywhere, even at a very sheltered age of 14. I said, "I'm 14. He proceeded with the "No way, and you look so much more mature than that." The whole time he's talking he's coming closer, going down a step every few seconds. By the time he got around to asking what I was doing, he was 2 stairs up from me. I told him I was just walking around and window shopping. Then came the big question, do your parents know where you are? Being naive and stupid, I said they just know I'm walking around, not specifically where I am. That was all he needed. His warm smile turned sinister in milliseconds, and he lunges forward, grabbing my wrist tightly, and he said, come with me. I have some clothes out back you may like. I said no, my parents said not to be gone long. His response still makes me sick, it wasn't a question. He then started pulling me toward the nearby service hall. I resisted and pulled back until it hurt so badly I thought my wrist was broken. I was so shocked that I couldn't even scream, that is, until he twisted his, and my wrist actually did break. Then I screamed in pain. The only other store in the vicinity was a department store, and there just so happened to be a manager doing pre-open checks who heard me and came running. When the manager started banging on the drop gate it got the guy's attention, and he let go and took off. The manager raised the door and escorted me to my parents, who called the police then took me to the hospital. I have no doubt had he gotten me in the hallway I would be dead. He was all over the surveillance footage. It caught the conversation in the beginning of the attack. The parking lot footage was too grainy to get a plate. They never found him. That manager had been out sick the day prior and wanted to get in early to make up for lost time and to make sure nothing had been destroyed while he was away. Had he not chosen to do so, I would be dead, amongst other things. He and I are still friends to this day. I'm very thankful for you, B. On my throwaway account, my then girlfriend was still married, but getting divorced from her very abusive husband. We had spent a long night of drinking and doing sexy time things at her apartment. Early the next morning we both heard footsteps coming up the exterior stairs, and she exclaimed that's my husband, followed by pounding on the front door. She said he would not go away if she didn't answer, so she went to go talk him down. I could hear them talking for a few minutes, but couldn't really understand what they were saying. Then I heard her in a really loud voice say no you can't come in. And then the door slam open and some other commotion. 5 seconds later the bedroom door flies open and a shaved head ex-military Neanderthal sticks his head in the room and says who the fuck are you, boy? Pause here for a moment. I'm laying naked on the left side of bed. Dude is standing in the door to my right and then he comes after me. At this point time becomes compressed and I distinctly remember several thoughts. The first was I can't let him get his hands on me, so I reached for my pistol that was on the nightstand. Second thought was, if he gets within 1 step of me, I'm going to shoot him. Third thought was I won't be able to stand seeing his head come off, so I'm going to shoot him in the body as many times as I need to. In the meantime, he's coming for me and repeating who the fuck are you boy? He was about to be within 1 step of me when I got the pistol leveled at him and he spun around and on his way out he said oh, now I know who you are. Apparently my girlfriend had previously warned him about me carrying and not to come around acting like an asshole. Still, I was fairly certain that one of us was gonna die before he left. So for long time I worked a job that required me to work very late at night, and then after that job I would go work out because I felt like it was better to work out when there is no one else in the gym. It was actually really nice. Anyways, I'm getting back to my apartment at around 4:30 am when I see this guy walking down the middle of the street. He looks to be this giant Latino man who's maybe 250 to 275 pounds. He's bald and has got a tattoo all the way up his neck and on the back of his head. Well, out of instinct I go to lock my door, but then 4:30 am me thought I didn't want to seem racist, so I did not actually lock my door. Anyways, this guy comes up to me and he starts banging on the side of my door with both of his fists. He then tries to open my car door, but turns out my vehicle had somehow already been locked and I just didn't know it. Anyways, he's using his full weight to try to get into my car. And he's screaming something about an undercover cop and how he wants to fight, and he's swearing, and at this point I just peel out. I assumed it was just a very aggressive drunk until a few days later when I saw his face on the news for murdering a man by taking his head off just a day before he attacked my car. There's very little doubt in my mind that if my car door just didn't happen to be locked, the guy would have taken me out and killed me too. Last time I checked he's facing life in a mental institution because he's nuts. TLDR, I didn't want to seem racist and almost got my head taken off. Also sorry if there are any text errors. I'm using voice to text, which I don't normally do, but I couldn't really type this one out. Does armed theft count? I lived for a short while in a very big city. I had a bike, so for distances too long to walk, but not that far, I'd go on my bike. One of the main paths I took had a small tunnel that went under some train tracks. It wasn't such a good idea for me to go on the tunnel because cars made it pretty dangerous, so when there was traffic, I'd cross the tracks. Trains didn't come that often. I believe it was a Friday, around 7 p.m. There was still plenty of sunlight. Due to traffic, I decided to cross the tracks. The rails were about a foot tall each, and there were two pairs, so I had to get off the bike. I suddenly see this guy running. He gave me this weird vibe, made me uneasy, but since he wasn't running in exactly my direction, I didn't react. He kept staring at me though. I mentioned he wasn't running at me. That's because he was pretty far away. He was running slightly ahead. By the time I finished crossing the tracks and got on my bike, he had almost reached me. I started pedaling, and he stopped right in front of me. He stood in front of the bike, so I couldn't move it, and since I was on the bike, I couldn't run. I had been so focused on this one guy that I didn't notice the other 5 to 6 that were suddenly around me. One of them had a very big knife, maybe like that of a butcher. They grabbed my phone and my backpack and started searching for my wallet. Knife guy hit me with the flat side of the knife and screamed, "Where's the wallet?" "It's on the backpack," I replied. So they start running with my stuff, grab the bike from under me and leave. I ran and saw some guy nearby and asked for his phone. He dialed 911 and gave it to me. After that, I called my parents. Finally, he grabbed a card from his wallet and called someone. He said, "Hello, officer." It was some high rank, I'm not sure which. "Remember me? You gave me your card after I had my bike stolen at the train tracks a month ago. Well, I just saw a guy have the same happen to him. Yeah, see you here." She was there in like 3 minutes. Apparently, it was a hotspot for thefts. Some small houses had been set along the train tracks, but since it was federal land, the local police couldn't kick them out, and no one else tried. It was also right on the border of patrol zones for officers, so it was a little messy for them to keep watch there. The cops went into the houses to search for the thieves, but couldn't find them. Phone guy stayed with me the whole while. Eventually, everybody left, and I was left alone on the place it had happened. Only it was already nighttime. It was probably the longest run home I had ever had. I was about 7 years old when I witnessed my dad trying to kill my mum with a pair of scissors. He had been abusive to her in the past. He had rapped her previously and had been quite violent from time to time. I'm not sure what tipped him over the edge this time, but I was outside on the street when my sister came out and ran off. All I remember is her saying something about my dad going crazy. I walked upstairs and peeked between the gaps in the banister and saw the bathroom door slightly open as my mum was clinging onto it with all her strength, sobbing as my dad was slamming it and stabbing the scissors against it. To this day I remember her screaming out, "I'm sorry, please. Don't hurt me, I'm sorry. Please leave me alone." I froze. I didn't know what to do. I just remember freezing up, but yelling, "Go away." He stopped, looked me dead in the eye. He completely switched. He stared at me for a good while before walking downstairs past me. I remember being faking terrified, but he did nothing. He got to the bottom of the stairs and just looked up and stared at me before going outside, super calm, giving himself over to the police without even putting up a fight from what I can remember. I could be wrong. Anyway, apologies, this wasn't me personally, but my mum was a warrior for living through such a nightmare. I'm very proud of her and what she has overcome. I've posted this on r/let's-read-official and r/let's-not-meet, but here it goes. Shortened, third time. Me, 9 or 10 years old, and my parents were vacationing in Spain. This happened in Portaventura, an amusement park. We were at the info building checking if our purchases got shipped to our room. When I asked my mom if I could go to the bathroom, she agreed. I find out the bathroom is pretty far away, but start walking over. The bathroom was in an area where a crowd had started gathering for a show that was starting soon. After navigating the crowd, I get to the bathroom and notice a weird guy standing at the last urinal. The last stall was also the only one available. He glares at me when I go in, and despite being in the stall for quite a few minutes, he doesn't leave. I decide I'll just run past him when I exit the stall, which is also when he tries grabbing me. I sprint outside, and the path is completely full of people watching the show, completely crowded, and he comes out of the bathroom behind me. I push and shove through as best I can, but he is still right behind me. When the crowd cleared, we sprinted, and as I was about to round the corner back to the plaza with the information building, another guy came out of the maintenance alleyway at the end of the street. Adrenaline kicks in. I miraculously round the corner as one of them barely misses a grab on my hoodie and sprint into the info building. I try to tell my parents. My dad writes me off as lying and overreacting, and my mom believes him. Gaslighted for years. Now I have a trauma with crowds and occasional kidnapping nightmares. Go to my other post if you want the full story. TLDR, almost got kidnapped at an amusement park. I copied my story from an old thread, but here it is. Not exactly a mugging, but 3 guys knocked on my door just after midnight and barged into my house. Normally I would have looked out the peephole or turned on the lights, but I was expecting my neighbor to swing by and grab his box game after work. For the first 10 seconds I honestly thought it was him playing a prank, but it quickly dawned on me that they were actually looking to rob the house. My roommate was downstairs and the other one upstairs. So I started banging the floor yelling for them, which made the 3 guys start attacking me. One had been poking me in the ribs with a screwdriver, which I kind of laughed about in my head, so I hadn't been thinking about weapons. And yes, I know, screwdrivers can be dangerous, but so can a frozen fish, if you use it properly. They got me all the way from the front door to the back wall of the kitchen, when I tripped over a cardboard box, and landed against the wall in almost a sitting position. I guess one of them had a knife, or the screwdriver was sharper than it looked, cause they nicked my forehead and I started gushing blood. That was all I needed though, because they took a step back from shock and I just launched at them swinging. At this point I don't remember a whole lot of specific details, but I can replay the video in my head without audio, and I just went into a blood rage. I clocked the first guy in the side of his head and his hat went flying, found it the next day. Charged at the other 2, and we slipped on the blood on the floor. First guy came back and started stomping me in the head, but I just stood up roaring with anger. At this point my 2 roommates came running up and down the stairs. One of them with steak knives in each hand, lol, and I'm on the front steps covered in blood screaming at the 3 guys as they ran back their car. 11 stitches in my forehead, 2 under the skin on my forehead and 2 on my arm. Obligatory proof. So I was 15, and my former boyfriend, my first, called me to ask me to meet him at the school to drink a beer. I had been heartbroken when he'd broken up with me a year earlier, so I went. After the beer he asked me if I'd go down in the creek with him, if he got some pot. Things were feeling weird, but I said sure. He came back with a just pulled pot plant. Thing is he wanted to go to a very secluded spot instead of where the stoners usually hung out. So we climbed the fence, sat in the sand, and proceeded to light and dry the pot. Smoked it, then he sat behind me and started playing with my hair. Then he took the nylon string from his hoodie, put it around my neck jokingly saying he was going to choke me. Well, a few seconds later he did. For some reason the nylon string broke and left quite the burn mark on my neck. He laughed it off saying he had cut it with his knife so it would break. So we part ways and I start crying on the way home because it hurt. So anyway, 1 week later an unidentified teenaged woman was found in another creek who had been strangled and stabbed. 2 weeks later a friend of mine comes to my door and says the girl was a friend of ours, Amber, and that my friend had been working at 7-Eleven and saw the 2 of them together the day she went missing. She also knew about the rope burn on my neck and how it happened. So the homicide detectives show up and question me, made me show them where I got the rope burn at, and collected evidence that was still there from 3 weeks earlier. It was a bit funny watching 2 detectives in suits climbing the chain link fence. They took me to the police station and took pictures of my neck which still had the rope burn. Anyway, my former boyfriend was convicted of murder and attempted murder on me. He's still in prison in California. I'm 52 now. I was dating an abusive guy for a while. He had done several things including attempted murder multiple times, rap multiple times, etc. I don't remember all the attempts. My mind blocks out a lot of that relationship, thank God. But there was one time where he was trying to force me to lie to him and say I cheated on him. When I was trying to calm him down, he was accelerating in the car, aimed right towards a train that was moving past. I finally gave him the answer he was looking for in an attempt to save my own life, and he did slow down before he made it to the train. But now I have issues with people suddenly picking up speed if they are driving or listening to the song that was on the radio when it was happening. What I do remember about the other attempts was him definitely not wanting to follow through with killing me, because he did beg me to kill myself so that he wouldn't have to go to jail. I attempted it so that he wouldn't be punished and spent a while in a mental hospital. I'm now happily married to a man who stayed by my side throughout my entire stay at the hospital, and we are expecting our first baby boy in August. My abuser did try contacting me recently under the disguise that he felt like our relationship was like a dream and was so good, but I threatened to take my evidence of him rapping me to the police. I don't have evidence, but he doesn't know that, so he noped out after hearing it. So when I was in high school I had gotten into a bit of a scrap with some guys on the football team. They were mad because I had quit the team and apparently this deserved an ass kicking. What they didn't really understand was that I was damn near homeless at the time and needed to pick up more hours to cover living expenses. Anyways, the ass kicking was supposed to take place at this park I hung out at near our school with a few of my friends. However, it didn't go to plan because the 3 guys the group chose to carry it out didn't A, realize I'd fight back, and B, my friends weren't going to just stand by and let it happen. The biggest hothead on the team, who wasn't even present, got wind of what had transpired and resolved himself to teach me a lesson, apparently by hitting me with his truck. At this point I'm walking back from our hangout spot on a pretty narrow road with lots of cars parked on either side, and here comes this truck. Instantly recognized it as being this guy who'd been causing me so much trouble in the past couple days. He floors it from about half a block away. I just keep walking, zero facts given, because he's obviously just trying to make me wuss out and move, and I'm not giving this douche the satisfaction. Nope. I realize about a second from being hit that this dude is legit that mad and going to hit me, because there's no way he's gonna stop and no way he's going to have enough room to go around me. I started to move, but there was no chance I would have been fast enough on my own. Thankfully my good friend recognized that I was doing something absolutely crazy stupid and gave me the extra oomph needed to only receive a glancing blow. I never reported it or anything to compound the stupidity I displayed back then. All I know is that we never discussed it, and he was strangely pleasant the rest of my senior year. My friends thought I was suicidal for a few days and kept checking in on me, which was kind of funny at the time. Ultimately I think he got caught up in the moment, made a bad decision, and had instant regret for doing what he did, followed by relief that nobody got hurt or killed. At high school, I was assaulted when entering my home 2 years ago. 4 guys on 2 motorbikes came in rushing from about a block away. I instantly knew what was happening. I've had many nasty situations when younger, so I kinda know when shit like that is about to happen. So I hid everything under the seat of my car while the gate was still opening. As I enter the front garden, which has tall metal fences and the already mentioned gate, I close the gate and lock the car, as I didn't thought I'd had enough time to run inside the house. This happened in a few seconds, and once the robbers reached my home I saw the gate close in their faces. My relief lasted a single second as they pushed the gate with the motorbikes and dropped it to the ground. 3 of them jumped off their bikes. 2 of them came at each side of my car with guns and knocked the windows. I got out and told them to take whatever they wanted. As one of them searched the car from the driver's seat, 2 guarded the gate to the street and the other went past the second wooden gate to check the inside garden and possibly the house. In that same instant, my mother looks outside the first floor window, which was next to the car, confused, and I make a gun finger and mimic the words "I'm being robbed" without speaking. To this, the guy searching the car, and I repeat, this happened in seconds, comes out and points the gun at me and says give me something. I go into the car and the only thing I could grab was a pack of mints I had, and the guy, scared and rushed as fuck, took it and jumped into one of the motorbikes. As they were about to flee I hear a big loud noise and instantly dropped to the ground. I thought they were shooting at me as they were angry they couldn't rob me anything of value, but it was actually my father shooting warning shots to the sky with his gun. Since my biggest fear was they entered the house with my parents inside and this didn't happen, the whole situation wasn't really that traumatic, but to this day I'm still twice precautious when entering the house. Edit. I live in South America and this is quite common in some places. I should also say we then heard they tried to rob another woman a couple of blocks away and failed, hence the rush and all. A little backstory. Due to drug use, my mother had seizures and couldn't work. She lost the apartment we had, and we ended up in shelters. During this time she had started going to group therapy for her bipolar/depression. This is where she met her, now ex-boyfriend. They were a terrible match, always fighting, physically. My mother always loved to put her hands on men, always shouting. But they had one thing in common, their love for crack cocaine. They would smoke it while I was in the house with them. Now, my mother has always been a terrible person, but her ex was far worse. He was a creep, and he was always secretive. He set off some major alarms in my head, but being underage, I had nowhere to go, no family who was able to take me. One night, her ex had came home. My mother was out and wasn't supposed to be home for another 2 hours. He must have been on a binge because he wasn't acting like how he usually does. He kept shouting at nothing, slamming cabinets, doors, etc. I was scared, but it wasn't until he looked at me that I became terrified. Out of nowhere he ran at me. I tried to get away, but it was a small apartment with no place to go. He grabbed my ankle and pulled me to him. He had straddled me and put his hands around my neck. I tried to scream and kick him off of me, but I was a lot smaller than him. I started seeing stars, and it was getting harder to think straight. I thought I was going to die. Luckily, my mother's plans had been cancelled, and she came back to the apartment to find me being choked half unconscious by him. She got him off of me and hurried him into their room. She came out a few minutes later and completely ignored that I was in pain. She told me to stay out of his way and to never get him angry again. She then left to go back into their bedroom, where I heard them having sex while I was still trying to breathe properly. Charges were never pressed. I had to swear a scarf to hide the bruises. She never told me she was sorry, and neither did he. On September 5th, 1982, a paperboy named Johnny Gosh, while delivering papers, was kidnapped in West Des Moines, Iowa, never to be seen again. A cold case that is still open. He was 12 years old. On September 6th, 1982, I was a paperboy in a small Iowa town and was almost kidnapped while on my route early dark 30 that morning. While on my route, I was 14 and had an eerie resemblance to Johnny. Here is my story. At 4 AM I would ride my bike to the corner gas station where the papers were dropped off. I would rubber band them, put them in my satchel, and off I was on my route. That morning I had my headphones on and Queen's Greatest Hits in my Walkman. So business as usual. Except for one thing. I kept seeing a white cargo van driving around while doing my deliveries. The odd thing was I never saw any vehicles driving around while on my route. But it didn't register for me to be suspicious. There was this one section of town that was kind of secluded with one way in and one way out. I came to a stop to readjust the papers in my bag because they were all on one side, making the load uneven and uncomfortable. Just then a song ended and I heard from behind me a car door open. Turning my head, I was instantly filled with terror. That white van was backed up right behind me and the back doors were opening. Immediately I dropped my bag and took off riding as hard as I could through someone's yard which led to a field. I did not look back, pedaling so hard. I was a BMX kid and I had a mongoose bike. I was so fucking scared. Made it home, ran into my mom's bedroom, tore her out of bed, told her what just had happened. She called the police. They searched the town, no white van anywhere. In fact, they said that no one in town even had a white van registered. They found my bag of papers, where I had dropped them. I never delivered another newspaper. I think about this often. Had that song not ended right at that moment, I would not be here today writing this. I went to buy some weed from the only friend I knew who had any. Me and him never really got along. He was a genius, but a bit of a psycho. Liked to do PCP and stuff like that. He tried to fight me a couple of times, but we were both smart, so we were sort of friends in a weird way too. So this night I'm trying to buy weed from him, and he's really sketchy and nervous. Keeps saying the spot is no good, need to keep driving, this area's no good, etc. Like, we are in a car. I have cash, he has weed, we are driving, but he insists no, we can't do it in the car, have to park somewhere, and get out of the car, have a smoke, look like we are doing something. He finally finds a high school parking lot he likes, it's closed, this is at like midnight. We park there, go to the tree, he says no, this spot is no good, he's still nervous of something, we get back in the car. Finally my girlfriend calls me and asks if I got the weed yet. I tell her no, I'm still driving around with the guy. He says, oh, your girlfriend knows you're here? I say yeah, of course man, why wouldn't she? Then I ask him why he's so nervous, and he just gives me the weed, takes the money, and asks to be let out in the middle of nowhere. A few months later he was in jail for stabbing some dude. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm pretty sure he was trying to bring up the courage to kill me. The girl I was dating was the girl he had a crush on. He was one of those incredibly smart kid who might burn down the school one day types. When I was 14, my father was responsible for the murder of a very popular local man. On the day of his trial, there was a party being held in the local pub, and I was on my way back from my grand's house. I didn't know that they were having a party and certainly didn't know that it would be held in the pub down the road from her house. It wasn't that late at night, about 7, but it was November, so it was pretty dark outside. A group of people from the party were smoking outside of the pub, and as I walked by they noticed that I was my dad's son, so they started yelling things at me like your dad's a murderer, your dad's jetting stabbed in bar is short for Barlini, an infamously dangerous Scottish prison. Pretending I didn't hear them, I walked away from them, and to get out of their sight I walked down a road which was closer than the road perpendicular to the pub. They followed me down the road and shouted insults that were progressively more graphic, but after they were done with that, they started throwing glass bottles at me. None of them hit because they were drunk, but this did scare the shit out of me, so I started running. They ran after me, and, being a good 6 to 12 years older than me, they caught up to me and threw me against a wall. They started with just pushing me, but one of them punched me, and the rest followed suit. Eventually one of them pulled out a knife. I didn't see this because I was on the ground in a ball with my head behind my arms. He stabbed me in the side 6 times and only stopped because a man came out of his house and shouted at them, phone in hand, threatened to call the police. They ran away, and he phoned an ambulance for me. I was confused as to why he was in such a panic because I hadn't even noticed the stabbing. We shortly moved away from that town. I don't know if anyone else would consider it a murder attempt, but at the time I sure thought I was going to get hurt or even die. A couple of years ago, my boyfriend had his friend from our hometown visiting us over the summer. Hometown is approximately 2,000 miles away from where we are now. Friend had brought meth with him, and they basically spent the week getting high. I do not do any drugs, and worked night shift at a nursing home, so I was gone most of the week. One night I'm leaving to go to work at about 9 PM. I hear boyfriend and friend in the spare bedroom, where we had a TV and extra couch in, talking loudly at each other. I thought they were just being boys and playing around. I said bye to my boyfriend, kissed him, and left. Didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. When I got home that following morning at around 6:30 AM, my boyfriend and friend are sitting in the kitchen, yelling at each other. My boyfriend is in tears and his friend is pacing all around the house. To this day I have no idea what exactly happened, but all I do know is that friend was convinced boyfriend was videotaping him doing meth and was going to send it to his girlfriend/family who don't know he does it. I tried to calm everyone down and eventually we all came to the agreement that I was to drive friend to his nearest big town to get a bus ticket to an airport in a bigger town. Close street, big town is an hour away. Halfway there I say I would drive him to the airport, which was 3 hours away. He agreed, thanked me, and told me he would give me money for the gas. All was well. We talked and joked and listened to music. All of a sudden, his mood completely changes. He asks me to use my phone, since he was out of service. I obliged and handed him my phone. Dumb move on my part. He starts wigging out that we somehow interfered with his plane ticket so that he couldn't go back to hometown. I explained that why would we do that when I was driving him to the airport right now. He wasn't having it. This favor of me driving him to the airport then became a hostage situation. He held my phone captive and threatened to throw it out if he car window. He reminded me over and over again that he had a machete in his luggage, which he did, and he had all control over me. Wouldn't let me talk to my boyfriend, and was laughing at the fact that my boyfriend was going to be worried about me. We finally get to the airport, and I'm ready to just get my phone back, kick him out of my car, and never see him again. Wrong again. He kept my phone and told me I was to park and get him to his terminal. But he wouldn't tell me what his airline was, so I had no idea where we were going. Of course we get lost, and he blames it on me. He says I'm staying there all night until he gets on his plane, but his plane wasn't until the next day at 8 AM. At this point it's only about 1 PM. There was no way I was staying there. He kept giving me this look that said he would actually hurt me if he needed to. I finally got him to his check baggage spot and told him to hand me my phone and that I'm leaving. He again told me that he had a machete. Something came over me and I just yelled at him in the middle of this huge airport, give me my phone right now. This man starts crying and telling me he's sorry. I again say I don't care. Give me my faking phone. What are you going to do? Get your machete out and stab me? At this point everyone is staring at us, and he sits on a bench and starts crying harder. I snatch my phone out of his hand and left. After I get home and explain in detail what happened to my boyfriend, he said that his friend had the machete actually pointed at his face for most of the night, and he was terrified himself that he would do something to him. Little late and I'm not sure if it counts, but I got one. My mother was a crack dealer and my dad was long gone by the time I was 12. My mom's houseboy, live-in bodyguard paid in drugs and such, was a member of the Hells Angels. I'm not sure why, but it was decided that my mom had to go, so they sent him. She worked in a gas station and got a call from mine and my little brother's babysitter that a man with a French accent, he was French Canadian, forced her into the trunk of her car. Despite my mom's obvious issues, she was still very mama bear and immediately came home. It was around 10 PM, so my brother and I were both asleep when all this went down. My mom came home and all the lights were off. She turned on the living room light, and he was sitting on the couch with a gun like it was some terrible movie. Essentially his story was, people aren't happy with the way you do business and I can't just leave your kids without a mother, so I'm gonna have to kill them. She begged to be allowed one last crack bowl before it happened and he conceded. She offered him some and he accepted, which made it easier for my mom to convince him he shouldn't go through with it. She reminisced about the year they'd been together and eventually pulled on his heartstrings enough to convince him. My mom and him stayed in contact as they both distanced themselves from their business and both quit doing drugs. The guy unfortunately gained a ton of weight and ended up having a heart attack and dying. My mom, however, has been clean for around 10 years now and has done everything she can to redeem herself, even accepting jail for a few years, and has cut ties with everyone from that period. This won't be seen, but I'll post it anyway. I grew up in a very hostile environment home, as well as neglect and abuse. Being locked in my room around up until around 15 or so, I believe. Probably 16. If he could, he'd never let me see the light of day. Regardless, being so kept away from others for so long unless necessary. The hospital was not a necessary place, so you can get the picture. Around 13 I learned enough about how normal families are supposed to work. Sexual, physical and mental abuse shouldn't be the life of a teenager about to be a young adult, especially not a child. I suppose I was an extremity in rarity, as instead of imprinting on it and following the examples my parents provided, I stripped myself of trying to resemble them in the slightest. My school counselors began to understand my behavior. Instead of aggressive, I just turned into a quiet child. So, again, post my explaining to counselors what happens at home, and ECF being involved, my father broke open my door and tried to kill me. He tried strangling me, but not having much strength from neglect of food, I hid weapons in my room. I grabbed a bat from under my bed, swung at his head, and hopped out a second-story window. This was the first of 2 times I ran away from home, but the first he tried to outright kill me. I ran away from the same house I was forced to return to about a year later, when he tried to again, but before he broke in the door, I installed a makeshift latch lock on the door. I woke up after he shouted in frustration and hopped out the window to run away again. Only a few months from legally being an adult, was homeless. Woot woot. Survived 2 murder attempts. Sorry for the rant, I don't talk about it a lot. My first husband was always abusive to me. I found out he was cheating on me with our neighbor's 14-year-old daughter, who, neighbor, didn't have custody of, and visited on weekends. The girl's father called me within a day of me finding out. I had kicked him out, and he moved in with my neighbor to add insult to injury. The father and I decided to jointly call DICE, Children's Services. About a week later, husband and I ran into each other on the porch. It was a 4-family house when I was on my way to work. Fight ensued. He tried to strangle me. I got away and went to work. Once there, my coworkers pointed out that he had popped the blood vessels in my eyes, and I had giant hand-shaped bruise marks starting to appear on my neck. They convinced me to call the cops, which I did. I had been a battered woman for a while, so my self-confidence was low, and I actually had to be talked into calling. But I did. They came, took pics, made a report, told me to not go home until they had picked him up. I called a girlfriend, and she said I could stay at her house until they got him. She picked me up when I got off at 9 p.m. We went and got my baby and toddler children at the babysitter's, and I had to stop at my house to get diapers, bottles, changes of clothes, etc. So we parked down a side street. I snuck through the neighbor's yard under cover of dark, went in through the back door, and left the lights off while I made my way to the bedroom to get what I needed. Soon as I stepped into the bedroom, I smelled alcohol. I knew he was there, in the dark, waiting for me. I just turned and ran before I even saw him. I made it through the house, out the back door, through the neighbor's yard, and almost to the road, when he grabbed my ponytail from behind. He dragged me back to the house with his hand over my mouth, and took me right to the basement door. I fought as hard as I could, grabbing onto anything, doorway, stair railing. I just knew he was going to kill me in the basement. He was so drunk and so angry. He locked the basement door, and I thought for sure I was a goner. I was pleading, sweet talking, apologizing, anything I could think of. He had an extension cord in his hand at one point. I didn't know he was going to tie me up, hang me, choke me, but all of a sudden I hear someone kicking the basement door so faking hard. Turns out, thank God, my girlfriend who was waiting in the car with the kids had seen him grab me, and she drove to a payphone and called 911. This was before cell phones. The cops broke the door down and came and got me and him. Hooray. And then they yelled at me for like 5 minutes that they had told me not to go home. I don't know if he would have actually killed me, but he was initially charged with attempted murder and aggravated something, because when he choked me earlier in the day I had been holding one of the kids, and that makes the charges more severe, if I recall correctly. In the end, absolutely nothing happened. All his charges were dropped. I'm not sure why, but they weren't beating down my door giving me info or asking for more information. And I ended up moving a few towns away for a time, so I wasn't there pushing them either. We separated. He tried to talk me into coming back for a bit and then gave up. We both moved on with our lives. Today, 25 years later, we talk on the phone every now and then when situations with our kids arise, and for the most part we are cool. I had a handful of friends over for my 16th birthday party. We had gone down to a marina in town and we were just dicing around doing teenager shit. This marina had a ridge with the exit road on it. Now we were just running around, smoking some weed, riding the little boat carts around, pushing each other into hedges. I mean honestly it was innocent mischief. It was late at night, probably around midnight, and the marina was sort of a local congregating area with community grills available, etc. It'll be hard to describe, but I'll give it a shot. Up on the ridge, another one of my friends who we were going to meet yelled something like "Hey dumb facts" off to our right as we're walking down this marina. There was a huge group of around 10 to 12 older people, drinking and sitting on their cars, off to our left. We were 7 teenagers, walking through the marina, and we were the only other people in this parking lot. Anyways, the adults think we yelled at them, come over and start yelling. They reek of liquor and cigarettes. They're faking heated, for no apparent reason. We tried to explain, but there was about 5 of them milling around in our group, yelling at each of us, pushing us between them, etc. They are interrogating individuals. How old are you, you talking shit? You're too faking retarded looking to be talking shit. What would your mom say if she had to come peel my foot out of yours, were some choice quotes. One of these guys is slowly circling our group with a knife drawn. Another one had his watch around his knuckles. I don't remember who said it, but someone in my group just yells faking run and everyone breaks out into a full sprint, 2 different directions. We got up and out to safety, above the marina, caught our breath for a bit, regrouped and just let the adrenaline burn off. These guys came up in their cars, hammered and chased us down the middle of the street, throwing bottles at us out of windows as we dove over apartment complex walls to avoid getting run over. We didn't even think of calling the cops, because we were all stoned and young, but I'm positive, if we had stayed there any longer somebody would have gotten beaten up / stabbed / robbed. All in all, not a bad birthday party. Those 7/10ths were due again. I'm very late to the party, and I'm not sure if this counts, but here goes. When I was about 6 years old, I lived in an apartment complex that lined a big creek. This creek was full of water moccasins, venomous water snakes, snapping turtles, leeches, etc. It also had a pretty fast current, one that a 6-year-old could not fight against. I don't mean this literally. Never fight against a current if they fell in. All of the kids in the complex were warned to keep our distance and not to get in it. One day, a 13-year-old girl that I barely knew asked if I wanted to hang out. My parents allowed it, so I went with her. She led me to this huge tree that was just at the edge of the creek, on a grassy slope which led into the creek. Next to this area was a cement slope that also led into the creek. It was a man-made creek, I think. She handed me bits of food, bread, maybe, and told me to throw pieces of it into the water for the fish and turtles. She grabbed my hand and led me to the cement area and told me to feed the animals, so I started throwing food in. She threw a few pieces too, and then out of nowhere, she shoved me hard. I don't remember rolling down the cement. I'm like 99% sure I blacked out, but the next thing I know, I'm in the water, trying to get my head above for some air. Once I reached the surface, I noticed that I was being pulled away from the land and downstream very quickly. I shouted to the girl, "Go get help." She shook her head no and skipped away. No one else was outside. I was panicking and trying to grab onto something, anything. I noticed a bunch of tree roots on the side of the embankment that I was passing by and started grasping for something. Something long, brown, and slimy. And, wait, scaly? It was too late. I had grabbed onto a snake. It was just as surprised as I was, but luckily the way I had grabbed onto it made it difficult for it to bite me. I threw it back onto land. I did not want it to swim after me, and found other tree roots to grab onto. I planted my feet against the side, only to find out it was covered in algae, really slippery. Somehow, I pulled myself up. I ran home immediately and told my parents what happened, soaking wet. They spanked and grounded me. I never saw that girl again. TLDR, girl pushed me into a creek full of venomous snakes, snapping turtles, and leeches, and shook her head no, and skipped away when I told her to go get help. A snake could have bitten me as I tried to get out. Some military buddies and I were out for a night just before our deployment. We were very close to the Mexican border during the drug war in Juarez. We ended up at a shady strip club that was Bob. Never seen anything like it. We had a couple fifths and a 30 rack in the car for later, so lucky us. We had a good time, got completely smashed, but ran out taboos. There was this busted up looking bar not far off, so we decided to head over there. A few Mexican men outside intercepted us. "Hey amigos, what you doing?" We told them we were looking for beer. "AHH, you want some beer? Well come on in amigos, we'll get you some beer." Drunk as we didn't really think much of it. We followed them in, and it was that classic movie scene, where everyone went quiet and stared at us three white dudes in nice clothes with high-end tights. "AHH, sorry amigos, we shouldn't drink here. Come on to the back." He led us to the back of the bar and told us to wait in this room. So we did. After a few sobering minutes we realized we'd been locked in a small closet with all kinds of tools. Sharp tools. There was only a small window that we quickly pried open and clambered through. We ran back to our car and were gone. Maybe it wasn't a murder attempt, but hindsight really faked us up on that one. When I was 19 I told my abusive ex-husband I was getting a divorce. He decided that was not happening. He held me down and punched me all over trying to get me to agree not to leave him. I wouldn't give in. He left our bedroom and came back with a few bottles of over-the-counter medications and a glass of water. I thought, okay, here it goes, he's going to threaten to commit suicide until I agree to stay, but I knew in my heart I wasn't going to agree. I was tired of being hurt and scared, and now my daughters were getting older and my toddler was starting to notice what was happening. I was so very wrong about his intentions. He began crushing up the pills and putting them in the water, all the while mumbling to himself about how big of a bitch I was and my daughters would be better off without me. He then turned to me with the scariest look I've seen on a person ever. I tried to run from the bedroom, but he grabbed me. I tried to scream for my mom and stepdad, but he covered my mouth. He then tried to get me to drink the mixture. I wouldn't open my mouth, so he held my nose until I had no choice. My 2-year-old daughter and newborn daughter were asleep in the same room. I could see them, and I began to beg God in my mind to help me. My ex kept saying he was going to tell everyone I committed suicide and everyone would feel so bad for him instead of hating him, like they did then, that they would help him. It was a terrible experience. I ended up drinking all the mixture of pills, and it knocked me out cold. By the grace of God I woke up the next morning, Easter, but the pills had me so groggy I couldn't think clearly. He sent my younger brother to check on me, and when I walked out of the bedroom the surprise on his face showed he expected me to be dead. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I was in a medicated fog, but I knew I had to get away. We went with my family to celebrate Easter, and like always he made a scene and even threw my girls' Easter baskets in the road and ran them over. Before my uncle could beat him up I got in the car and left with him and my daughters. We got home, and I called my cousin's wife and asked her to have my cousin call him and invite him over because he was going to kill me. They called him, he left. I locked the door and told my family not to open it. When he came back, my mom, bipolar person, got mad and said I was ruining Easter and making a big deal of nothing. I told her he tried to kill me. I don't think she believed me. He came back and began pounding on the door. I told him it was done, he could leave peaceful and I'd see him in divorce court. He didn't leave peaceful. He tried to run our car into our house. Thankfully when he backed up all fast he ran over the neighbor's fence, and when he drove straight towards our house the neighbor's fence and our fence got tangled in the bottom of the car so bad it ripped something off and disabled the car. My cousin who lived down the road heard the commotion and knew how he was, so he came to see what was going on. My ex chased him away with a knife. He then had a bat from the yard and his knife and began breaking out windows to get in and kill me. Thankfully the cops arrived, and when they were going to shoot him he gave up. He didn't even get much time. I found the love of my life a year later and have been married going on 18 years. Please understand, domestic violence is serious and the people who commit the worst crimes aren't always the ones you expect. My 18-year-old daughter was murdered by her ex-boyfriend last May. There were no signs of abuse. She and I were close and talked about everything. She decided to break up with him. She didn't want my husband and I to go with her. She said she wanted to talk to him and leave the relationship on good terms. Sadly my baby girl didn't leave that apartment alive. I couldn't believe he had done that. I thought it was a misunderstanding and a serial killer had killed her and kidnapped him or something. My mind came up with a million scenarios as to what happened. When he turned himself in 2 days later I had to go ask him for myself. He did it. He said he didn't want to live without her. He goes to court in September, but no sentence will bring her back. If you or anyone you know is being abused, or a victim of violence, or you yourself are someone prone to violence, there is help. We made an organization in memory of my daughter. Please message me. I'm here to help you find the resources you need. Violence and murder is not the answer. When I was 18, I house sat for a relative for a couple weeks while I was on spring break from school and they were on vacation out of the state. It was Valentine's Day weekend and I didn't plan on leaving the house. Just watching TV by myself and maybe making a pizza. We live in rural northern New England and it was February and around 6 p.m. so it was dark outside when he knocked on the door. It wasn't my house and I wasn't expecting visitors, so I didn't answer. This was a back road with not much traffic or many neighbors. No one should have known that I was even there. I was a little freaked out by the knocking and turned my TV off and most of the lights. I listened for a couple minutes and after maybe 3 or 4 solid minutes of nothing I heard what sounded like someone banging on the side of the house. I turned off the rest of the lights and hid in the bathroom, behind a corner, in the tub. I began calling everyone who told me to call if I needed anything. Aunts, uncles, grandparents, my parents. Not a single person answered. I could hear heavy footsteps in what I thought was near the kitchen and then upstairs. I called everyone again, calling both of my parents several times. Everyone at this point had voicemails of me pleading for them to answer the phone. Eventually my mother answered and all I could say was someone is in the house. A drive that would have taken my parents close to 35 minutes took my father only about 7. And believe me, they were the longest 7 minutes of my life. They arrived, my father with a handgun, yelling for me to come out, and for whoever it was to come out as well. The man was the relative I was sitting for's son. Freshly out of jail. He was known to be violent. He gave no explanation for breaking in. A few days later, I'm still house sitting. He shows up with a friend and a little girl who really had to pee. I immediately called my mother who gave me no option to keep house sitting. According to other relatives, he had been planning on robbing his mother while she was on vacation, and I was only standing in the way. He brought his friend and the little girl to help him find out if I was still there and if I was alone. Therapy is not something I have been able to go through with for very long, as memories of this event haunt my everyday life. It has been more than 5 years and this has never left me. I panic when people don't answer calls, and I can't hear knocking without my blood running completely cold. I immigrated to America when I was 8. I spoke poor English for the next few years. My family moved to the East Coast. I met a group of guys that liked to bully me because I couldn't speak English. I was getting bullied by these guys. 2 incidents happened with them. In my apartment complex we had a small man-made lake. It's about the size of a soccer field. Anyways, one day I'm riding my bike on the trail and a group of guys start throwing rocks from the other side. I don't know which one threw the last one, but it knocked me out and cut open my head. Fortunately enough the lake is nearby the swimming pool and a nurse was just sunbathing. She helped me get taken care of, but honestly I don't remember. That's the first, but my parents were scared of calling police. Second time I was swimming with my dad in the other pool. We had 2 large pools in the apartment complex on opposite sides. It started to rain so my dad said let's go home. I personally love swimming in the pool when it rains. So I told my dad I'll catch up in 10 minutes. I knew how to swim, so he wasn't worried. After he left those guys came in. Repeatedly held me underwater. This went on for a while. I eventually couldn't fight back for a gasp of air and passed out in the water. Next thing I remember waking up on the side of the pool, and it was dark. They just left me to die. Not sure. Much more happened with them, but I won't go on. Just writing this makes my blood boil. I still remember their faces and names. I actually have a lot of anger to this day because of this. I couldn't let go. Well, I just had a somewhat related story. No one was trying to murder me specifically, but I'm traumatized absolutely from this experience that just happened last Saturday night. I drive for Lyft, and I was out driving. It was about 12:30 am, and I decided to swing by my house to check on my daughter. She is 20. As I'm driving down our street I see a guy walking and it just made me unsettled. I drove faster to check on the kiddo. I get home, and it is important to note I always go through my garage and I live in an old house and the garage door is always coming off the track. So I get my car parked in the garage and shut the door. Check in on the kid and I'm leaving to go finish up the night. I lock the door and pull my car out of the garage. I have to put the car in park and jump out and shut the crappy garage door. As I'm pulling it down I hear gunshots like right by me. I'm trapped. There is no place to go. My keys and phone are in my running car with the door wide open. Interior lights on. I immediately ducked down and tried to hide behind a small wall. That is what the garage door is on. I'm sitting there scared out of my mind. 7 shots go off and it is so close. I'm crouched down with no clue of what is happening. I was so scared. I can't even put into words the fear. I thought whoever was shooting was going to notice my running car all lit up. I was sure they were gonna come for me. I waited for what seems like forever, and it was dead silent after the last shots. I didn't hear anything. No car speed away. Nothing. So I finally got up the nerve to crawl over to my car and grab my phone and keys. When I got inside my home I lost it. Everything I was holding in to be quiet out there came out. The police swarmed the street. I watched them put those little numbers on the street for the bullets. They stayed for hours, but I never went out to talk to them. I had no information for them, and I'm so afraid these people or person may have noticed me or my car. Needless to say I'm having a hard time. I won't go out when it is dark now. I hope it all passes soon. I'm way late to the party, but here it goes. I posted this on r/let's not meet a while back. Back when I was a young teen, 12 to 14, my best friend and I would tool around the neighborhood on our bikes. Normal kid stuff. This was a suburban neighborhood pretty much surrounded by an hour or two away from anything else. It was basically rural. The only thing there that wasn't corn, houses, or a gas station was a small forest with a paved trail that backed up to some of the homes, including mine. It was a hot American Midwest summer day and we were out enjoying every minute of it while riding our bikes together. Now, because we were so young, we were expected to be home by dinner. This was never an issue because the neighborhood, though secluded, was pretty safe. Just as we were in the middle of our usual goofing off, we noticed the sun was starting to set, and it was just about time to part ways. My bestie and I lived on opposite sides of the neighborhood, so this way about the time to part ways. Right as we were about to leave, an ice cream truck rounds the corner down the street, stops about a half a block away, turns its music on, and starts slowly driving towards us. We immediately noticed something is weird about it. Not just the behavior, but the truck itself. It seemed off. Something about the stickers and plates weren't right, but we couldn't put our fingers on it. We turned to one another and shared a sort of knowing look before turning our bikes around and heading down the forest path behind the houses. About halfway between the two path exits we stopped our bikes and made a plan to confirm our fears. We parked them up against a random house and slowly continued down the walkway and peeked around the corner. The ice cream truck was waiting for us on the other side, so much so that it was parked as far back onto the path as the vehicle would fit. The driver saw us, started waving and getting out. We immediately turned around and booked it for our bikes. The issue now is that we were essentially trapped as the path was winding and sandwiched up against a retention pond with a huge drop off in the people's tall, fenced in backyards. He could easily drive to the other entrance before we had a chance to get there, but each side let out about 3 blocks from our homes, so we came up with a plan. We got to the end closest to my friend's house and pretended we were turning around to ride back. Predictably, he got back into the van and began to drive. We parted ways here. I was older, so I volunteered to play the bait. My friend waited 3 minutes, then rode like hell back home. I wound up face to face with the creep on the other side. I saw his truck when I rounded the path corner, but I didn't see him. My alarm bells were going off. In a moment of pure instinctual terror I started pedaling as fast as I could towards the end of the path, and, consequently, my house. As soon as I took off, I heard a noise right near where I was that made my blood run cold. Loud branches from the nearby bushes rustling and crunching. I knew he was behind me. I didn't dare stop or look. I got home to what was initially anger from my parents as it was getting really late, but a quick explanation later, and my mother and I called the cops. Fake truck. Fake uniform. No ice cream. 2 young kids tied up and sedated in the back. No idea what happened to the guy. My mom tried to keep it all away from me after that. 16 over 17 years old, freshly broken up with ex and moved on to another guy. Guy and I smoked some pot and he let himself out since he had to go home for work in the AM. My grandmother was in bed asleep. It was late. I was so exhausted I was mid passing out with the lights still on and the door unlocked. I heard my bedroom door open and thought he came back. Nope, it was my ex trespassing into my house. I asked what he was doing here, and he quietly and very seriously approached me and said, "I'm going to kill you." He jumped on top of me, started choking me, had all his weight on my chest and throat. I tried getting his hands off my neck, but also tried rocking, squirming, anything to get him to lose control. I tried wrapping my legs around his head to counterbalance, to get him off me. I couldn't quite reach at the angle he was at, but got loose just enough that he lost control of one of my limbs. He threw back one of his arms and clocked me in the face. He saw my cordless phone next to the bed and started panicking / freaking out, thinking I called someone somehow while I was, trying not to die. I didn't. For some reason he picked up the phone, said, "Who did you call?" Hit radio and hung back up. Luckily, the last person that phone called was my aunt that lived next door, and he didn't hang up before it registered on her caller ID that my grandma called. She walked over and started yelling, trying to make sure my grandma was okay. I was so exhausted he told me to say I was okay, and I did, and I guess I passed out. The next thing I realized was I was in my bed and it was daylight outside. He was spooning me in my twin-sized bed. I pushed him into the floor and told him to get out of my house. My grandmother had no idea anything happened, but was surprised to see him over since we had broken up. She wanted to know if she gave him some money, if he would like to take me out for breakfast. I heard this all while he was heading towards the door to leave. He turned to me and I pointed at the door. He said, "She doesn't want to," and left. I came out of my room a few minutes later and she started asking me what was wrong. I turned my head and exposed a bruise on my face, and her only response was, "Oh, what did you do?" This was out in a podunk town in the Midwest in the early zeros. Cops were not unfamiliar with the property because my cousin was always in trouble with drugs or other various fuck up things. I wanted to call the cops so badly, but had marijuana in my system and didn't want to end up suffering some backwards as repercussions because this dickwad tried to kill me. On my brother's birthday, my dad was almost shot and robbed. We were at a restaurant and were around 5 to 6 years old at the time. My dad had left the restaurant to go to an ATM to get cash to give to my brother. When he gets to the drive-thru to withdraw money, he notices somebody behind the truck in his rearview mirror. Before he's able to react, he has a gun pointed at his head by another guy. It was a setup by 2 people. One guy distracted him while the other snuck up from the other side of the truck. They tell him to give them his money, but when they hear another vehicle coming, they run away. This cold vended horribly, and would been a nightmare to lose our dad on a birthday. Another story involving my dad was when he was younger. He used to get in fights a lot, and for one particular fight, the guy was getting beat up by my dad in front of his friends. While he's on the ground and my dad is walking away, the guy pulls out a gun and tries shooting my dad, but the gun happened to be jammed. The last story I can recall from my dad is another one from when he was younger. He used to be a bad kid, and one day he was throwing rocks at cars with his friends. One dude got pissed off, stops his car and pulls out an elephant rifle and starts firing shots. My dad and his friends spread out and run, but the guy chases my dad. My dad loses him in an apartment complex and hides under a truck. While hiding, he told me that he remembers being scared and thinking he was about to die as he saw the guy's feet walking around the area he was in. If he would have checked under the truck, it would have been over. These are the only 3 stories I got, and my dad has made a 180 ever since his youth. He's nothing like this anymore and has matured greatly. He told me these stories as a lesson for watching my surroundings and not getting myself into stupid situations by doing dumb stuff. A couple of months ago, I got a lift to go pick up my car from the car dealership. The guy pulls up in a 2019 BMW SUV, looking like a meth head. However, his picture matched, and he said my name, so I got in. He drives off without starting the ride on his app, and tries to take my phone from me to figure out how to start it with mine. I didn't let him, and I asked him to let me out. He tells me he's going to take me to the dealership without charging, which would mean the ride wouldn't be tracked. Fuck no. I tell him to pull over and let me out. Come to find out, he's child locked the backseat of the car. I think there was a point where he realized that I could overtake him pretty easily, because once I started threatening to beat the shit out of him, he pulled over and let me out. He let me out in a strip mall about a mile from my apartment. There's a crappy grocery store in the mall, and I figure I'll go in there to wait it out. I waited 10 minutes, and the car just sat in the parking lot. The guy was watching, waiting for me to come out. I ended up explaining the situation to the manager, and he let me leave through the back door. I walked back to my apartment and talked to a family member on the phone the whole time, in case he turned up. I got incredibly lucky. I'm a big dude, and if it had happened to a woman, it could have gone a lot worse. It shook me up really badly, though. Not totally sure if this counts, but I'm pretty sure I would died if I hadn't gotten away. A man tried to kidnap me on my way to work one day. I was biking and was used to people asking me for directions, so when this guy pulled his car over and shouted something at me, it didn't seem too bizarre. I stopped and waited for him to say something, only for him to get out of his car and approach me with blue latex gloves and a knife held to his leg, both of which I didn't notice until it was too late to bike away. In the exchange I tried to offer him money and my bike, but the only words I heard from him were "get in the car and you come with me." At some point I fell on the ground and waved my arms frantically. Luckily a lady saw and pulled her car to the side of the road, which distracted the attempted kidnapper long enough for me to get up and run over to her car. The guy got back in his car and drove away. I got his license plate number and called the cops. 3 days later they found him. He went to jail and served 2 years out of his 10-year sentence and then was deported to his country on parole. If that woman hadn't pulled over, I'd probably have been pulled into some horrible things. I think about her frequently and what my life may or may not have been like without her simple selfless act of pulling over for someone in distress. I was in 5th grade, walking home from school. My brother was in 2nd grade, but decided to fake sick that day, and even though my mom knew he was faking, she let him stay home, which was very rare. The light at the corner took forever to change, so my brother would always sit on the curb to wait for it. Sure enough, this day someone ran the red light once it changed and turned, barely missing a car, but drove up onto the sidewalk where I was about to cross. I don't know how, but I turned and booked it, but still ended up under the car with minor injuries. A ton of people flooded the sidewalk and pulled me out from under the car. I was in shock, I think, but some man was asking me where home was, and I pointed, and they started walking me in the direction of home, until we made an unexpected turn down the wrong street. He started getting super feely with me when, all of a sudden, someone came running up behind us. It was my teacher, who somehow found out about the accident and knew I was the only one that had allowance to leave without a parent and walk home in the whole school. She started hitting him over and over with her purse and walked me back the right way and got me home. I didn't know any better at the time, but I don't know why any adults didn't make me go to a hospital or file a police report. Now thinking back on it, I could have very well died 2 different ways that day, and had my brother been there he would have absolutely been hit while sitting on the corner waiting for the light to change. Crazy. Copied from an old comment, but this was fun. I was house sitting for a friend for 5 weeks. My partner and I arrived at about 11 PM the first night and started moving stuff inside. We had never seen the house. Our friend had just moved and has again since. I went to check the place out a little, and as I was opening the back door, which was unlocked for the cleaner, the power went out. I turned so that the faint light from outside could come in through the doorway I was just in, and as I did I heard a thump and silverware clashing together. I tried to focus on the direction of the kitchen in the faint light, standing in the doorway of the next room. Suddenly I saw the tiniest movement and realized someone was standing just a few feet away from me. I had been basically staring into their chest trying to adjust my vision. I let out an audible gasp before I could stop myself, and the intruder stormed toward me and pushed their way out the door. I landed on my ass and screamed bloody murder. My boyfriend came in holding a steak knife he had grabbed from the cutlery drawer and followed him out about 3 steps before returning. We sat on the laundry floor in silence, listening as hard as we could for about half an hour before both going outside to turn the power back on. We let our friend know and told him we wouldn't be leaving the door unlocked for the cleaner. He suspected it was the landlord, who lives in the same block, as he had been apparently saying shit to my friend about leaving his pool filter on, or the fan in the bathroom. Suspicious things that were a little too personal. We ended up inviting friends over, so the house was never empty while we looked after it. After we left to go back home, my boyfriend confessed that there were 2 other people outside the back door when he stepped out. He hadn't told me because he, rightfully, thought it would scare the hell out of me. The feeling of being essentially blind in someone else's house while an intruder was present is just indescribable. About 5 years ago, my friend, let's call her V, and I both used to date these 2 guys, C and M, who were also best friends with each other. They also happened to both be drug dealers. The guy I was dating solely dealt marijuana, claiming moral high ground as to the reason why. V's boyfriend M was into some dangerous stuff though. He regularly sold acid, lean, cocaine and heroin to anyone, as long as they had enough money. At the time I didn't like him very much, but tolerated him because of C and V. One night, we had dinner at an Applebee's, and after we finished and left, M drove us to the poorer side of my town because he needed to quickly pick something up. C and I continuously protested the entire way there, as I had a bad gut feeling, and I just wanted to go home. We stopped in front of a house that, despite having a white Mustang in the driveway, looked grungy and had overgrown grass. I was extremely creeped out at this point. M grabbed a small bag from the glove compartment and went inside. He unfortunately took the car keys with him. About 5 minutes into sitting there and waiting for him, I heard 2 loud pops that sounded like firecrackers going off. My eye immediately told everyone to get out of the car. We left most of our stuff in the rush and the only person who remembered to take their phone was C. We ran down the street and V and I hid underneath other cars, while my boyfriend hid somewhere else, and called 911. We were a decent distance away, but close enough to see 2 guys come out. It was getting dark, but I could see the light glint off of a gun that one of them was holding. They checked our car, robbed the stuff that we left inside of it, which included V's purse. Since they found her wallet inside, they knew that she had been there a second ago and agreed that they needed to find her. The one with the gun started to walk towards the area we were in. My heart has never beat so fast in my entire life. Luckily V and I were able to maintain silence, but it seemed like he was walking around for a very long time. He finally cursed and went back towards the house. V and I stayed put for a good hour since we couldn't go back to the car and didn't feel safe enough to walk around out in the open. The police came, and after talking to a sobbing V, they arrested 3 guys from inside the house. Her boyfriend had been dead for an hour and a half at that point. The entire experience caused my, now ex-boyfriend to quit dealing. I broke up with him for a different reason though. I've talked to her recently, but I'm not really good friends with V anymore. The entire incident left her mortified, and she's been struggling with substance abuse and depression since then. She only started getting therapy last year. I suffer from panic attacks constantly, mostly from agoraphobia. I've honestly had more traumatic experiences than this one, but I can't tell you how many times I'll hear a firecracker going off when it's a holiday and start wheezing like an asthmatic. This happened a few years ago in Philadelphia. I was a sophomore undergrad one Thursday around 9 p.m. I'd just survived midterm week and was ready to kick back and stay up late playing video games, watching Netflix, etc. The typical Irish college boy not old enough to drink / pick up girls at a bar kind of stuff. I was on my way to the nearby 7-Eleven to get myself some snacks after my nice 3-hour nap. Not smart, when this scruffy looking guy walks up to me and offers to sell me some dope. Unfortunately for me, I was walking down the quiet road because I was trying to avoid the thirsty Thursday crowd so nobody was around. I kept telling him no, not interested as I walked down the road looking for someone else to alert. After a bit, when he saw I was not gonna buy from him, he just said, "Man, this cold been easy." So he pulled out a switchblade on me. Maybe he wanted to silence me from squealing on a drug dealer or something, I don't know. He tries slashing / stabbing randomly and cut my face, arms, and hands a bit, but no serious injuries. I'd taken taekwondo during middle / high school, and thankfully the guy was for sure an amateur with knife fighting, while I protected vitals and kicked him a few times in return. Lucky for me, I had brought him close to the 7-Eleven where I was originally meaning to go. Also luckily, one of my friends, let's call him Jason, was working part-time security / campus police and just so happened to be there during a break to grab some coffee, and the clerk on duty, let's call him Ed, big muscular Italian whom I was also quite well acquainted with, was working that night shift. Jason and Ed ran out, and the three of us wrestled down the guy, disarmed him, and Ed held him there while Jason called in backup to arrest the guy and had an ambulance check on my injuries. Luckily, nothing major. I was scared because of the bleeding, but my wounds were more long than deep. Quick visit to the hospital to disinfect me and patch up my cuts, and I was good to go the next day. He got sentenced to 30 years for attempted murder and for carrying drugs. Not sure how typical that sentence is, but I'm glad he's out to my face for a long time. I was working in a criminal psychiatric facility, and one day a patient was having an episode but no one was aware of it yet. I happened to be the first person to cross his path. He was about 6 feet 7 inches and about 300 pounds of muscle. As I walked through a doorway, he was hiding around the wall and hit me so hard it almost broke my jaw and cracked a couple teeth. Then he slung me onto the floor, trying to slam my head into a bed footboard in the process. Then he proceeded to try to bash my head into the floor. I managed to get my arm under my head, and it got bruised up pretty bad, but it protected me enough. By sheer dumb luck, another patient was coming back to the dorm from the bathroom. He was probably the only other patient big enough to stop this guy alone, and he pulled him off of me, and I managed to hobble my way out of the room back through the reinforced door and pass out by the nursing station, where meds are distributed. Came to a few minutes later really dazed with about 20 people crowded around me, which is not the way you want to wake up after being assaulted that badly. I immediately panicked because I still wasn't consciously aware of what was happening. Company refused to provide me with any workers' comp, and refused to pay for my medical expenses, and refused to give me time off. Needless to say, I quit. Wish I had sued those fakers, but I was dealing with major PTSD for the next few years and couldn't even handle thinking about having to face those people again. I was 15 and in love. He was 18, which is a red flag, but I was naive. He was sweet and kind, almost overly nice. You know the type. All my friends loved him first. About 6 months in, he started testing me, pushing my boundaries. First, convincing me my friends were bad for me, no one else cared, and then it developed into him calling me stupid, grabbing my wrists so hard I bruised, and lots of awful sexual pressure too. Then it turned really bad. He would say all kinds of weird things, and the insults got more and more nasty. I eventually got the courage to dump him. Days after I broke it off, he spray paints the garage at my mum's place a giant #3, which apparently was a countdown until he killed me. I thought he was bluffing because of all the shit he said. I did get friends to walk me home from school though, and my mom installed a security system. So, 3 days pass and nothing. The garage is sprayed over. I haven't heard from him or seen him, even though he lived maybe 6 blocks away. I started to let my guard down. This was a mistake. Months later, it's a Friday afternoon. I walked home alone from school, rounding the alley behind my house to enter through the back as I always did. I'm fiddling with my key at the door when I suddenly feel a presence behind me. It's him. He has a knife and is pressing it to my throat. He tells me to let him in and I comply, doing my best to play it cool. As soon as we are inside he lays into me, screaming in my face. I'm trying to keep calm, waiting for my opportunity to press the panic button on the security system. Finally, as he is pacing back and forth he turns his back, and I smash that button over and over. I'm not religious, but you bet you're faking as I prayed for that damn button to work. I sat down and told him I swear it would all be okay, and that we could be back together. Looking back I think, if I didn't do that I'd be dead. Time is moving slower and slower, and he is in absolute hysterics, still clutching that knife. I eventually told him he had to go, because my mom would be home soon, and she would ban me from seeing him if I had boys in the house while she was gone. He eventually calmed down and left. It was then that I locked the door and called police, who informed me someone was on the way. Nowadays, anyone I meet who is nice to me is a threat, which sucks but I can't help it. He did ruin my self-esteem for many years, but I'd like to think I'm okay now. I didn't survive a murder attempt, but by dumb luck I found a guy who did. He was a cab driver who was lured to a remote part of town, where two men beat him with a brick, until they were certain he couldn't survive. He wouldn't have, except I happened to turn down that road by random chance, just in time to find him, and call an ambulance. It's weird to think that I saved a man's life. I wasn't trying to be a hero, I just found a guy who needed help. I was uncomfortable when he thanked me at the courthouse after I testified against the two men accused of attacking him. It's a huge honor, possibly the biggest honor anyone can give you. Nobody explained what that was going to feel like. I wasn't prepared to accept his thanks. I hadn't realized that I was the reason his children still had a father. He wanted to thank me, and I was uncomfortable with it. I didn't feel like I deserved any special praise, but he needed to thank me. It was really awkward. I tried to pretend that I didn't do anything special. He insisted that I had saved his life and that's an argument I couldn't win. Eventually I hugged him and said I'm just happy you are okay. I don't know what it was like for him to almost be murdered, but based on the look on his face when he thanked me for saving him, I imagine he's very thankful for all of the important things in his life that are easy to take for granted. I don't know if this counts, but when I was in 5th grade, I was walking my friend home with my dog. I was at my dad's that day, and he lived down the street at the time. It was dark, and no one could really see us. When we were about halfway to his house, he pushed me to the ground and then wrapped the leash around my neck. He did it in less than a second, so I didn't have time to react. Buddy, the dog, is a husky, maybe with some shepherd and wolf mixed, and he was a wild rescue from a reserve. He was built to run. Hell, instead of walking him, my dad runs him with his truck for about 5 kilometers at 20-30 km/h, because he needs the exercise. Point is, Buddy is a very strong dog. One of the strongest I've ever met. He once dragged my friend Maddie down the road on her stomach because he saw a squirrel. Sorry for the rant about my dog's strength, but it's important to the story because, as I said, my friend took the leash and tied it around my neck. He then told Buddy to run. He took off. I grabbed the leash with my hands because I couldn't breathe and ended up being dragged. He didn't tie it, just quickly wrapped it around 3 or 4 times and tucked it. After being dragged, the tuck came undone, and I was able to grab and free myself from it. Eventually I forgave him, and we remained friends for another 3 years. Then we kinda drifted. When I came out as trans I learned afterwards that he had done some pretty faked up things growing up, like killing pets and hurting friends just out of the blue, but nothing as extreme as that. I miss the good memories we had, but I'm kind of glad he's no longer a person I associate with. My wife, our best friend, and I had just left a bar and went to order some food at a local diner. It was gonna be a few minutes, so I went to the gas station a block away to get smokes and gas for the car. I come out and there's these 2 young dudes in a big truck yelling at me. I thought I heard my name, but found out otherwise. I say what's up, and has asking me where he can buy weed. I said I don't know man, but I gotta get back to the diner to pick up my wife. He then asks me if I wanna buy weed and brandishes a pistol. I'm thinking, what the fuck? So I finish pumping my gas and leave. Get back to the diner and my wife and friend come outside to greet me, and as they do I hear this big truck pull up, and they get out and start talking shit, shoving. I told them I wasn't having any of it, and then my wife got involved, and the little guy actually throws a punch at her and then misses. I punch him. He goes to the truck and I already know what he's going to grab, the gun. So I grab my wife and throw her in the car, while my friend was running back into the diner. We jumped in the car, and I was circling back to pick him up at the front, but then the truck is suddenly behind us. I floor the car and take a right out of the shopping center and then another left into a neighborhood. I got his license plate as we stopped in a driveway, and I got behind him, but that pissed him off apparently. He stops the truck and we pass them and start going down random neighborhood roads, even coming to a dead end one at one point and having to rip the e-brake to turn around as fast as possible. We do that, and I see the gun held out the window as we were passing him again. He chases again, and about 2 minutes later we hear pop pop crush pop crush pop pop, and we are on the phone with the police by this point telling the operator where we are at. After they have shot the gun they take off. We see the police, and I flash my lights to flag them down and get their attention. We look at the back of the car and there is 3 bullets in the rear lid. One lodged directly below the line of sight of my head in the left brake light, an inch higher in his aim, and it would have shot me in the back of the head. CSI and about 12 cops total are called out, and my wife and I separately had to go identify the truck, and then each of them about 2 miles away. They caught them. The shooter was sentenced to 3 years in prison for assault with a deadly weapon in an occupied dwelling, among other charges. I googled him and found out he beat his best friend nearly to death with a baseball bat 2 years before and was dismissed in court. Cops told me just have someone meet us to drive us home, since we had been drinking earlier and we had dealt with enough that night and understood I was driving to save our lives. TLDR, my wife and I were in a vehicle chase for about 10 minutes and then we were shot at by the dude in a big truck and it almost hit my head. The dude went to prison for 3 years after forensic evidence proved him guilty. I never had to go to court, just received a letter from the DA. When I was in my early 20s, I worked as a bartender/server at a large chain restaurant while I was paying my way through school. I was a good employee and had been there for a while, so corporate asked me if I wanted to join the management program and become a manager in one of their restaurants. The money they offered wasn't bad, and it would have meant I could drop out of school and start working full time, so I briefly thought about it, but then I declined, because I didn't want to be working really late hours when I was older and had a wife and kids. They ended up giving the job to a co-worker of mine named Pierre. A year later, Pierre and his night cleaner were alone in his restaurant late one night when 3 masked men barged in through a door that the cleaner had stupidly left wedged open while he was having a cigarette. They made Pierre open the time delay safe and took the whole day's cash deposits plus whatever petty cash was in the safe. They were upset that the cash was not a larger amount, so they beat the absolute crap out of both men, then hogtied them with telephone cables and dragged them into the walk-in freezer and locked it. They were literally left to freeze to death. As luck would have it, the kitchen manager of that location had a new baby at home and had been having trouble paying for groceries while his wife was off work on maternity leave. As a result, he had been using his keys to sneak into the restaurant in the middle of the night when nobody was there so he could steal from the kitchen a few tomatoes, a head of lettuce, a bag of carrots, some potatoes, a few chicken breasts, a carton of orange juice, etc. When he was done his shopping on this particular night, he decided to splurge and steal a couple of frozen New York steaks from the freezer so he could BBQ them for dinner later that evening. He found Pierre and the night cleaner unconscious in the freezer and on the brink of death. They had been there for over an hour and nobody was supposed to be in the restaurant until the next morning, so their lives were literally saved through sheer luck. I think about this from time to time because I almost accepted that restaurant manager job so that cold bean me in the freezer instead of Pierre. On top of that, I had known the thieving kitchen manager from back when he was just a line cook, and he and I had never really gotten along, so I know for a fact that I would never have hired him to be my kitchen manager, which means he would never have been there to save my life that day if I had taken that restaurant management position. A sobering thought. Well, it wasn't as much as a murder attempt as it was them trying to take us as hostage and held for ransom, but there was a large gang when I was younger that was pretty prominent in our town. We didn't live in the best of neighborhoods. They knew my father because of work and disliked him, so they planned to take my mother, sister and I and hold us for ransom. They broke down our front door and entered the house. When they entered, we ran to our back room. It's kinda hard to explain the layout in our house, cause it was very strange, which basically only had one way to get into other than a door that they wouldn't be getting through very easily due to our dogs being kept around that area. In the back room we took out the gun and I held it down the hall they'd have to take to get to us, and my mother called the police. We yelled back and forth for a bit, and I told them I wouldn't be scared to fire at them if they came our way, which was a blatant lie because I was younger and hadn't shot my dad's gun much. One of the intruders peeked around the corner to check if I was bluffing, and I fired a round into the wall at the end of the hallway to show I meant business. They got scared because they were basically in a hallway of assured pain because I was hiding behind a turned over side table in the doorway with a clear shot down the hallway. They freaked out and got back into the multiple vans they pulled up into our front yard with and drove off. Very shortly after, a few police cars came and a few others went to try and search for the vehicles we described. Sadly, the police never found the specific people who invaded our home, but they figured which gang it was and who it may have been and all that. Still one of the scariest stories I have. Worst part of it is my mother still made my sister and I go to school the next day. Thanks mom. TLD, our home was invaded by local gang members. Used my dad's firearm to fend them off while using a tipped over side table for cover. Unsure if it classifies as a legitimate murder attempt, but I had a very scary experience at the age of 14 while living with my father. We didn't live in a great area, a suburb of Detroit, so obviously doors were locked at all times. I woke up due to some strange feeling, one I still remember vividly, but can only describe as it felt like someone had been standing over me for days. Well, turns out, someone was standing right next to my bed. He was reaching for my phone on the nightstand beside me, and my still mostly asleep brain filled in some blanks to assume this was my stepsister's boyfriend. But it wasn't. This man was a complete stranger. This finally clicked in my head, and I could only calmly ask what he was doing, even though it was very obvious he was robbing me. The man said, "Just go back to sleep," in some Middle Eastern accent. "Go to sleep," he repeated a few times. "Don't wake up." At this point I was sitting up, and my heart was racing, but my nerves had no idea what to do, so I remained calm as I watched him circle my room, taking my valuables and tucking them into a small bag. Before he exited my room, my tired, confused ass asked him if I could have my things back. This part always seems to make my friends laugh, but it was pretty far from funny. I get it, though. Who asks a thief to just give shit back? Unsurprisingly he says no. Then, as he's leaving my room towards the kitchen in the back of the house, tells me, "Your parents are already dead, and you will be too if you don't go back to sleep." I could hear him leave through the kitchen. He came in and exited through a window above the sink. We later found out, but I didn't dare move for at least 2 minutes due to shock and disbelief. Finally, I braced myself, stood, and began making my way towards my dad and stepmom's room. The walk towards their room is the part that's stuck in my head all these years. The idea of walking into a room and finding 2 mutilated corpses traumatized me for almost 7 years after the fact. Thankfully everyone in the house was okay. My pregnant stepsister was asleep in the other room. We think he broke in, tried my room first. It was the closest to the kitchen, and I scared him off before he could hit any other rooms, and my dad even thought it was just a bad dream for the first few moments after I told him. I wish it had been. I know this may not be as terrifying as watching your friend's intestines torn from their stomach or nearly being drowned to death, but that dude's face, voice, and clothes will haunt me for the rest of my life. He stole a lot of my teenage years from me, and I hate him for it. TLDR, guy broke in, told me my family was dead, and I was next, then ran away. No one was dead. I posted this before in a subreddit for front desk clerks, and I'm not exactly sure he tried to murder me, but he was strung up on drugs and anything was possible. This guest in particular stayed a night with us and creeped me out even then. I used to work night audit at a pretty large hotel chain, and a guest calls me at like 2 AM asking for simple things like toothbrush and paste, a razor, lotion, etc. I put it in a little laundry bag and took it up to his room. The door was ajar, as if he wanted me to just come in. Absolutely fucking not. So I knock, and knock, and knock, and knock. No answer, so I slip the bag in the room and set it next to the door, book it back downstairs. Now, I fully admit I'm irrational. I hit the worst possible explanation as to why he didn't answer, and it was he killed himself and wanted me to find his body. I knew this was irrational, so I ignored my gut, but called the room just in case. No answer. An hour later, he calls me back. Said he was in the shower. But I was just up by his room with the door somewhat open. I didn't hear the shower. Whatever, maybe I just didn't hear it. Now he wants a towel. Could I bring it? I take him the towel. Knock. He answers this time, fully dressed, hair done and cologne on. Looks like he was heading out. Don't know what he needed the towel for, but I hand it over and book it. He ends up coming downstairs and hangs out in my lobby. He says I'm having a hard time sleeping. Mind if I sit and watch some TV here? Whatever man, have a blast. I've got paperwork to do, and TV is harmless enough. He gets up, announces, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and he's in there for 45 minutes. I'm getting so many bad vibes from this guy, but I know I'm super nervous about people in general, so I try to ignore it. He finally comes out, and comes to the desk. Starts asking me things like, are you religious? What religion? What church? Etc. Then he tells me the only thing I look forward to is having my name put into the Lamb's Book of Life. I'm an atheist. I have no idea what that is. So I guess he can tell, and decides to tell me about it. And he's practically oozing malicious vibes at this point. He says I'm going to heaven one way or another, and you're coming with me. That's when I check out of the conversation. He asks me to come to his truck. He has a book for me. I say no. I have to stay at the desk. Can you come out to the patio? Just for air. I have a bad feeling in here. I tell him that's as far as I go. He gets in his truck. It's parked under the awning in front of the entrance, so I have full view of it. He reaches into the glove box, and I felt that fear that he was about to shoot himself. Or me. But mostly him. But instead, he sits there for a hot minute, puts whatever it is into his glove box, and just yells I left it at home. I'll be back, and drives off. He didn't come back the rest of my shift. He came back about 7 times after that though. His card declined for a second night, so my manager wouldn't let him come back. But he came specifically for me. He told the part-timer who covers my days off. He'd come in, ask for me, then leave when he finds out it's my day off. He's on meth, I think. He didn't specify which drug, just that he was using. An alcoholic. His wife left him, took the kids. So he's in a rough place. But he scared me. I called the cops every time I saw him. They chat with him, he leaves, comes back another day. I lost it finally. Maybe verbally abuse the dispatch, to tell the cops, to actually do something because it's harassment and trespassing and scary. They finally got him for trespassing, and he tells them I guess everyone here is going to hell. I tried to save you. A few years ago, I went out to a bar with a friend. When the bar closed he walked me all the way to the entrance of my street, which is a small alley off a main street with cars. He asked if I wanted him to walk me all the way to my door, but it was late, and I really just wanted to hurry and get to my house, so I told him that it was okay, I could walk the rest of the way alone. My street was pretty calm, or so I thought. He said okay and left. Now, my street is not straight, it bends a bit after some 50 yards, so the main street is not visible anymore from that point on. It's also uphill. I'm walking up to my house and all of a sudden I notice 2 guys in hoodies walking down the street towards me. I figure they're just going to the main road and brush it off. It's not uncommon to find drunk people late at night around here. It's a street that houses many college kids, and they often throw parties. So I keep going, but as I near the point where I'll cross paths with these guys, I start feeling like something's off. I pull my cell phone and dial my friend's number, but the second these guys notice I'm on the phone, they tackle me and throw me to the ground. One of the guys took my cell phone and the other pinned me to the ground. I remember screaming bloody murder and no one coming out, despite me being literally surrounded by houses with neighbors I knew were home. To this day, I don't know how I wasn't trapped or worse. I remember one of these dudes on top of me, struggling to keep me down, and I remember kicking and screaming. I felt him punch me in the face several times, but it didn't hurt. By some miracle, I managed to kick this asshole somewhere it must have hurt him, because he lets go for a split second, and I ran as hard as I could. I fell on my way down, and scraped my knee pretty bad, but I didn't care. Next thing I remember, I'm running, limping, down Main Street and my face feels really freaking hot and wet and I'm like, damn girl, stop crying. Anyway, a few yards down the street, there were a couple of taxis. It's a taxi spot placed outside a bar, and this driver comes out, looks at me, and asks what happened. I tell him and he's like, they definitely broke your nose. That's when I realized my face was wet with blood. There was blood everywhere. Anyway, the driver called the cops and gave me some money so I could use the payphone and call my mom. They never found the guys and I honestly don't think I would have recognized them if they had. But I did. Had fun showing people the trail of my blood from Main Street to where they attacked me. The puddle stain was there for like a month. All things considered, I got lucky that the only consequences were a broken nose, a scraped knee and a black eye. I had an abusive ex who had moved to another apartment and was living with an underage girl. Well, this wasn't going to work for me, so I was in the process of leaving our shared apartment, and he decided this made him angry and choked me and hiked my head against a table until I passed out. All of his friends were all there and did absolutely nothing. My own cousin was there and did absolutely nothing. This wasn't the first time he was abusive towards me, but it was the first time I passed out from him choking me, and I knew I needed to get out as soon as possible. About 3 weeks later, I went back to get my stuff while he was gone, which was a few pieces of clothing, since that's all I had there, and apparently he had someone watching the house, because he snuck in behind me, picked me up above his head, and slammed me down on the floor as hard as he could. He punched and kicked me a few times. I really don't remember, because I only remember waking up to my crying 2-year-old daughter who was there the whole time. She was sleeping when this happened luckily. I'm lucky I survived that. There are so many things I wish I would have done differently. I wish I would have gone to the police. I didn't have much of a support system. In fact, my own parents told me I needed to go back to him, and his mother said I must have deserved it somehow. Anyway, my neck and back have never been the same. I'm glad I didn't die that night. I don't know if it was a murder attempt, but it was gruesome. I was 10 years old and walking to the store with my 2 best mates to go get some toast from the cafe section and a walk around Saturday ritual for us. It wasn't even a mile from my house. They argued and left separate ways. I was younger than them and always under strict instructions from my mum to stay with them. I freaked. Obviously, a pissed off mum is not fun. I couldn't find them, but left to go home anyway. Just under halfway home there was a main road with traffic lights, and then some wooded area to walk past before getting to my house, and I walked on by like usual. Next thing I know, I've been hit over the head and being dragged into the wooded area off to the side. I was struck again with a rock or some sort to the side of the head, kept losing consciousness. Some bad shit happened. I was left there for hours in and out of consciousness, unable to really get up and walk off. Turned out, my friends had made up and heard crying in the woods and ran off scared. Who was me? I have no idea what happened to the guy. 10-year-old petrified me and massively bullied at school. Didn't tell my mum because I thought she'd blame herself, so I told her I was beaten up by the kids in school. To this day I get migraines. Turns out he'd burst my eardrum and ruptured some sort of bunch of blood vessels around the ear. In hindsight, I'm lucky I didn't die. Sure hasn't felt like it for many years though. I once woke up to a thud on my chest. When I was drunk asleep, I went to bed with my earphones in listening to some tunes on my phone, which I had rested on my chest. The thud, which was basically a punch to the chest, woke me up, and it was a guy trying to stab me in my sleep. If it wasn't for my mobile taking the brunt of the knife, it would have been straight into my chest. As I woke, he tried to stab me in my head, but I grabbed the knife, cutting all my palm in the moment. Then I jumped upright and confronted him. He'd already stabbed all my wardrobes and booted the bottoms through, but I obviously couldn't hear him do that as I was flat out. He left the room after and started stabbing the hallway of the block as he left. He was my sister's ex-boyfriend at the time, and this happened in my army barracks. We ended up on the same course while serving, and he was in my accommodation on my exact floor. After the incident, I put on my shorts and went to his room, which he shared with two of my close friends. As I knocked on the door, he opened it and went at me again with a knife. I managed to punch him, and the knife went flying into the room. Then I beat him unconscious into the middle of the room. My friends weren't there, which I thought was odd. Then literally 10 seconds later, all the guard staff and others ran onto the corridor, along with my two pals. He originally went into his room and grabbed the knife, saying he was going to stab me, and left to do so. My two pals ran to the guard room as he left for help, and that's when it all came together. I had 24-hour armed guards for days, while forensics took evidence from my room. In the end, after weeks of questioning and provoking from the military police, I ended up scrapping the charges. A few months later, he ended up getting booted out the army for headbutting a civilian in a club anyway. I'm gonna keep this kinda vague as I have to get to work, and I'm on my phone. I was maybe 8 to 10, somewhere between there. I was with my family and some people at a large outdoor swimming park. I separated from my family and went to a large basic pool when my dad came over. We went to the deep end with one of the floating boards you put under your chest, because it was the only place I was allowed to use it. But I couldn't swim. I started to slip off. While doing so, my dad, who is near me, just stares at me. I'm begging and pleading and shouting that I'm slipping off, please help me. He just continues to stare as I slip off the board and into the water. I start to panic and try swimming up. I'm not touching the ground, but my head is nowhere close enough to the surface. I'm struggling, trying desperately to reach the floating pool devother to pull myself up. My lungs are beginning to feel like they are on fire, telling me to just breathe in the water, but I manage not to, surprisingly. Adrenaline is still pumping like crazy. I black out very suddenly, or maybe I was in the process before, just didn't notice. I see black with white light rippling like the water surface I've been fighting to get above. I hear a voice in my head that doesn't really sound like my voice. Hearing something along the lines of, not yet, you have to keep trying, and then you have to wake up. Wake up. Right away I wake up and start fighting to reach the surface again. Somehow no one has noticed me yet, not including my dad, or even bothered to help. I feel like I've been under forever, beginning to lose hope as I'm feeling really weak. Thinking I already passed out once. Am I about to pass out again? Am I going to die? Then my dad finally decided to pull me out of the water, probably realizing if I die it could bite him in the ears real bad. He didn't look concerned, upset, nothing. There was nothing there. No comfort in his voice either. All I remember him saying as I cling to him in my horrified, shocked state, I thought you'd be smart and sink to the bottom. To jump out I was seeing, if you could get yourself out. I'm disappointed. I think I ended up having dry/secondary drowning symptoms later in the day as well. But as you all can see, I didn't die. Just suffered quite a bit. I've been terrified of deep waters ever since, but it hasn't really stopped me from swimming. This isn't the first time my dad has put me in a position, mainly on purpose, where I could have died or been severely injured. I've also watched him nearly kill my mom quite a few times, usually by choking her to near death, typically stopping right after she vomits and passes out. I truly believe, if the consequences given by the law did not terrify him, if he was just a little bit more delusional, he would have let me die while watching me. I was 18 at the time, was living with my chronically drunk and abusive father, and a sweet, but enabling stepmother. The two of them got into physical fights every couple of weeks, sometimes pretty minor, sometimes much more serious. I had more or less grown accustomed to this fighting and would generally stay out of it because of the way they would turn on me whenever I made myself remembered during their fights. One night, it was particularly bad. From my bedroom with headphones blaring music, I could hear shouting and the breaking of glass, and some naive part of me said, "You need to stop this." I got up and left the relative safety of my room to investigate. My house was trashed. Holes in the drywall, a door broken off its hinges in the hallway, one of our glass doors was shattered. My heart sank. I had never seen things get this bad. They were having a shouting match in the kitchen. My stepmom had a bloody face and my father had gashes on his face and arms. I put myself in between them and shouted at them to stop. I kept shouting and was eventually shoved aside by my father. My stepmother shouted that she was leaving and bolted for the door outside. My father shouted back, "Oh no you're not," and drunkenly scrambled back to their bedroom. I knew he was headed for his pistol and followed him. Sure enough, I was right. He grabbed the pistol and turned around to me standing in the doorway. Without saying a word, he slammed me in the side of the head with his pistol and I immediately fell backward into the hallway behind me. He ran right past me, down the hall and outside. At this point, I could barely think straight. My whole head felt like it was throbbing, and I could feel blood running down my neck and shoulder. During this, I could hear my stepmom peeling away in her car and my father screaming at her. I decided to go back to my room. I laid my head down on a towel and kept my only defense, a small pocket knife, under my pillow. Although I tried to remain focused in case he came back, I eventually fell asleep. I have no idea how long I was out before I heard a long bang at my door, and I looked up to see my father slumped against my door frame, pistol in hand. He slurred out, "Call stepmom's name now." His words didn't really register to me, and I just laid there, staring at him. He raised his voice and his pistol at me, "Call her." I reached over and fumbled through my phone, eventually calling her. The phone rang, then went to voicemail. I immediately called back. It went straight to voicemail this time. I called several more times, and every time it went to voicemail. Between every call he would say again in a more agitated tone each time. After several tries I gave up and shouted back through tears, "Stop. She isn't going to answer. I give up." At this point he just whispered, "God damn it," and paused for a few seconds while we held eye contact. Neither of us said a word. Then came a phrase that will always stick in my memory. "Say goodbye to your daddy, son." My heart dropped as we stared each other in the eyes and he pulled the trigger. There was a loud click, no blinding flash, no smoke, no bullet tearing through my body. It took both of us a second to realize what had happened. He dropped the gun and ran outside. As it turns out, my stepmom had taken all the ammo out of the gun and hid all of their ammo stockpile from him a few days prior in preparation for her moving out/divorce. After crying for a bit, I got up and collected the gun, then called the cops and my mother. While waiting for the police, I packed some clothes in a bag, always listening out for my father's return. After about 15 minutes, a squad car pulled up and a cop arrived. Somewhere during this time, I believe my father ran off into the woods surrounding our house, as he was not around when the cop turned up. I explained what had happened, and during that time my mother arrived. The cop refused to call a manhunt, and he said they could not arrest him because I didn't have adequate evidence. I moved the rest of my belongings out the following week, and it's been almost 2 years since this all happened. My stepmom is currently living with him again and regularly tries to persuade me to come back. I never filed charges as part of an agreement with my stepmom that she'd pay my car insurance as long as I didn't press charges. Her and I are still on relatively good terms, and I've met her in public for meals a few times since. I may be late, but my experience happened a few months ago after my ex and I broke up. I went through this phase of going to trap houses and parties that had a lot of bad people there. I made a lot of friends, and I loved going out and getting faked up. My ex was a drug dealer, so I wasn't too sketched out by drugs or gangsters or anything. I mean, I always had a little bit of a guard up, but I live in Illinois/Iowa area. Most of the gangsters were usually bluffers, most of them young adults and teenagers, and were mostly all bark no bite. There's never really any murders or shootings in the area I was in, so I never felt truly in danger, because I saw these people as friends. They would never hurt me, and I loved them well. That all changed February 26th. It was about 12:01 am, and I was at a friend's party that was relatively packed. It was a small house in the outskirts of the ghettos, and I knew everyone there. There was a variety of people there, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, just to give you an idea of the environment. I did not feel in danger at all. We were smoking, drinking, other kinds of drugs were there, but I just did the basics, never any hard drugs for me. I heard there had been a fight between my drug dealer, street name was Ghost, so that's what I'll refer to him as, and his girlfriend, and his brother, street name was Sticky. I didn't think anything of it, considering Ghost had left and everybody was back. On their fact sheet, there was a girl passed out drunk on the couch, and some people faking in the back room, so the party was far from dead. I was there with a friend, we'll call her Rose. I was sitting on the arm of a couch, and she was sitting in a recliner next to me, both pretty stoned, and I was a little buzzed. We were talking with some friends, and then I heard a loud thud. This part was all a blur, because it happened so fast, and I was very confused and shocked, but I'll do my best to go moment by moment as it happened. I look over, I see a guy with a bandana over his mouth, and I see everyone at the table drop to the floor and scatter. Everyone went dead silent for a second as they were looking for cover. Suddenly I hear yelling, "They have guns, get down, they have guns, move, go go go." A boy grabs me and starts pulling me to the little wall by a door. I don't know if it has a name, but it was like a short wall that was by a door. I don't know how to explain it. I hope someone knows what I'm talking about, and turn around and see 6 men with ski masks and bandanas pointing guns at everyone. I get behind the wall and realize my friend was still sitting in the chair, looking around confused. This may have been dumb, but I broke cover and ran and started screaming at her to get the fuck up. She asked me what was going on. She looked so scared and confused. I'll never forget the way her face looked. I don't know why, but it makes me sad, and I feel bad now being so mean to her, but I was very scared as I'm grabbing her. I look back over at the door, and one of the men pointed a gun straight at me. I ducked down and dragged my friend behind the wall, yelling at her to stay down and that there were guys with guns. The wall came out about 4 feet from the real wall, and about 6 people were stuffed behind it, including a 12-year-old boy that lived there. I start yelling at the boys by the door that we needed to leave, and we start trying to pull open the door, but it was nailed shut, and I started freaking out. I was absolutely yanking on the door trying to escape. I had no shoes on, and I was ready to run through 6 inches of snow and get the fuck out of there. Sticky starts getting the snot beat out of him. They threw him into the wall, and it left a big ass hole there. I didn't see this part, but I saw the aftermath of it. They keep beating on him until another guy comes from the back with a shotgun, and they flee. A couple random shots fired back and forth, and people screaming. My ears rang, and my vision kinda went for a second, and I remember the sound of the wall splintering. I thought that was the end of it, but no, the house went on lockdown. People started pulling out guns from couches, dressers, under the floors, inside of closets and all sorts of places. All the non-gang people were hiding in a back bedroom. Everyone was freaking out. I instantly was sobered up. My adrenaline was coming down, and I just started sobbing. This boy started comforting me, and everyone started lighting up cigs to calm down. I'm not a cigarette person, but I smoked to that night and started comforting others. Then one of the girls who owns the house busts in and starts yelling at us to get away from the windows and shut off the lights. About 4 of us stood in the closet, and it was one tight fit. The guys were outside, waiting for someone to leave. After a while, we moved to a room with no windows. The girlfriend of Ghost tried to leave, but she came back with a sheet beat out of her and was stabbed in the arm. They put her in the bathtub and ran the water, and I went into the safe room. 2 people in there had guns, and the rest of us just waited until we could leave. It was about 3 am now, and I just wanted to go home. I missed my dad and my cats, and I was thinking about how my family would feel if they found out I had died somewhere they didn't even know I was at. I remember thinking what a bullet would feel like if I got shot. Just things I never want to think of again. After a while, just a little before 4 am, we got the clear to leave. The mother of the house gave us specific instructions. Get the fuck out of the area. Don't stop for anyone. Don't Stop until you get to where you're going. And she pray to God we got home safe. We run out to my car, get in, and hightail it out of there. We go to another friend's house and sleep for about an hour before heading home. I got home that morning and hugged my mom, trying not to cry so she wouldn't be sus. I then went to my room, called and texted a few friends to make sure everything was okay, and slept for the entire day. I learned my lesson that night. I went to one party after that and haven't been to one since. That phase of my life is over, and I've currently been sober for about 2 months. No drinking, no smoking, nothing. That night scared me almost to death. Please be careful of who you trust, even if they're your friends. You could be collateral to someone else's wrongdoing, and that happened to be my circumstance. I know what some of you might be thinking. Why didn't anyone just call the police? I asked the same question, and at first they were gonna call the cops, but because it was gang shit, they would be targeted if they snitched, and also we had hella illegal shit there. I know it's stupid, and I think so too. These don't all seem to be murder attempts, so I'll share mine. I was in 4th grade. We had gone to the school library to watch a play. I went to sit down and somehow missed the chair, hitting head hard on a metal bookshelf, bending it. Now when I was going to sit down there was a kid next to me, and when I looked up he was coming back with a teacher. I had not known it at the time, but I had been knocked out. I was later told by one of my friends that everyone in the library had heard the loud bang, turned around, saw me in a crumpled mess, and went back to their conversations. I was then taken to the nurse's office. At the nurse's office I was looked over. And by looked over I mean I was sat in a waiting chair while a girl next to me got to eat an orange and was actually being looked at before I was sent back to class without being checked out. Later when I got home I went and sat in a chair. This is where my story gets fuzzy as I don't remember too much, but I'm told my mom can't get me to respond to conversation and calls my aunt who works in the over the phone. She is asking questions like, are my pupils dilated? And my mother is trying to get me to open my eyes. I refuse as I'm sleepy and trying to take a nap. When my aunt heard me speak over the phone she told my mother to get me to the emergency room as soon as physically possible as I was slurring my words. At the hospital I'm told I had a 3rd-degree concussion. That the school nurse should have called 911 first for an ambulance, then my mother and father. That I should have been under constant watch. That if I had fallen asleep in class or in the car I would likely not have woken up. Now I know there's good school nurses out there, but this one was not one of them. She almost got me killed because I wasn't worth her time to even look at. I wasn't worth the paperwork. A girl in my grade had had an asthma attack 45 minutes before, and that was more important than the boy who was escorted in suffering from a head injury complaining about a massive headache. The nurse at the wrote a letter to the school and the school nurse about how they missed a 911 emergency and how they almost were the cause of death for a 4th grade boy. That should be ashamed of themselves, and the nurse's license should be revoked. But that wasn't even the bad part. The bad part was a few months later my friends and I went out to go-karts and in was finally tall enough to drive. I wasn't allowed to though because of a 3rd-degree concussion. I was the only kid who had to ride with a parent, and it was embarrassing. 26th June 2015, Tunisia. Without doubt the craziest couple of hours of my life. Sadly people were less fortunate than myself and my friends. I've copied this from a previous comment of mine. We were lucky that day, we'd been between the beach and pool a lot. While we were in Tunisia, I'd spent a majority of the holiday snorkeling in the sea a stone's throw from where the terrorist landed on the beach. At the time of the attack we were in the El Moradi pool area. The attacker was about 40 meters on the beach between us and the RIU next door, give or take from where I was faffing in the pool with a friend. We heard the noise, but for a moment we almost dismissed it as an engine backfire from the many rickety boats near the shore or a knackered old car or something. Gut saying that's a faking gun, brain saying surely not. The birds were the telltale sign though. Every single bird in the area flew the opposite direction of the noise instantly in a swarm over the pool. When it went off again it was clear what it was. A rifle. People swarmed through a gate into our pool area from the beach like something straight from a disaster movie. My then girlfriend, now wife, went apocalyptic shouting us to get out of the pool. I was already in motion, but she was panicking. We went another way to the majority and headed to the room, not to the lobby. Initially I thought, if we are being attacked I don't want to walk into another person with a gun out the front door, a decision I still regret to a degree. All I could think later was of the situation in Mumbai where terrorists went room to room killing those who hid. In the room I went cautiously onto the balcony to see if I could get a sense of the situation, still hearing intermittent gunfire, but in a mostly indistinct direction. Our room was on the north side looking into the RIU pool area through a large gap in their building. Then a grenade or small bomb went off in the RIU. I say small, but it was actually felt. We knew it was bad, and the lack of return fire made it clear no one had yet responded, and the attacker was still going. We still didn't know if it was one or many at this point, or sure where he/they were. We sat together in the bathroom of the room for nearly an hour. Then I said it would be the safest place in the limited space we had. The only other male in the group was on the floor crying, his girlfriend trying to contact the embassy for some advice or info. Way too loud for my liking, and I made that clear. My wife and her other friend were incredibly brave. They didn't let the fear show. I was really proud of both of them. They were all contacting family and reading news one way or another, and I was listening to every noise anything made. I didn't have any way to contact anyone, etc. My wife had asked her parents to contact mine. Every door that slammed and things being dragged around was awful, still thinking it could be more than one attacker and they could be going room to room. My best guess now is it was actually people frantically leaving. From a darkened bathroom I couldn't tell and wasn't taking chances. After roughly an hour since it started, a loud knock at the door. I had the bathroom door shut, but the echo told it was our door. Never before has my adrenaline gone from high to total overdrive. I was taking no chances, and if this was someone after us, I was doing the best to not go out this way. I shouted for a response and didn't get one. I shouted again, louder, angrier, and heard a rough female voice, but just yes, arguably alone. Other lad was a broken mess and the girls, although brave, aren't fighters, weaponless, scared and completely pumped. I've never wanted to harm a person as much as a second. Before I yanked the door open as hard as I could and stepped forward, I was completely ready to defend myself and our group the best I could, knowing full well the odds were 110% against me. The door swung open a lot quicker than I expected. Instantly my heart sank to my stomach. The faking cleaner, no word of a lie. This 5-foot-tall woman stood there with a look of shock, as if she didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on outside the hotel. I walked off into the bedroom to sit down, figuring her to not be a terrorist. I truly had enough for the day. It had been some time now, and other than the noises and bangs in the hotel everything was oddly quiet. It was all over, so one of the girls and I headed to the lobby to see what the crack was. The lobby was rammed with people already leaving. It stayed like that for the next 24 hours as allied people wouldn't go near the pool or restaurants, rooms, etc. That was it, all over. I spent all that time fearing we could be being hunted or something along those lines, to be met with the cleaner cluelessly going about her day. This was Friday and we flew mid-Sunday, so we just hung out in the hotel grounds. The area was pretty well covered by armed officers. Helicopter was mooching overhead for a while, and armed boats patrolled the shore for days, so figured to be safe. A friend and I went to the beach and laid a flower each, just a gesture. Sorry about the essay, this is the first time I've written that down fully, I think. So that was how my day went that day. After that the mood was obviously very low and the staff tried their best, but they knew their future looked bleak. Being one of the last people in the hotel was odd. Got to chat with the staff a lot more, and they were all amazing people, and Tunisia is a stunningly beautiful place, but it's safe to say, unless something incredible happens there to reassure me, I would not go back. I've likely missed bits, but that's the gist. The first bit happened very quickly. In the room time felt very slow. My heart goes out still to those who were lost or harmed that day, and to their families. TLDR, my friends and I were involved in a terrorist attack against tourists, but thankfully not closer than we were. We loved the rest of Tunisia. It was beautiful and clearly growing and shaping into somewhere really nice. Sadly less so now. Sorry if my English is not very good. It is like my fifth language. Back when I was around 15 YO, I was with a group of francophone friends at dusk. I'm from Quebec, the only province or state in North America that still has a francophone majority, which causes a lot of troubles with the anglophone minorities. I myself was raised in Spanish by a Mexican mother, learning both French and English in the streets and in school, but went to francophone schools only because of the Law 101. Google it. We were playing baseball, and one of my friends had a Slayer t-shirt on. Apparently, for some anglophone kids, this was an artsy band, which this friend didn't know, since remember he was francophone only and didn't always understood the lyrics of the Anglo music he listened to, and they wanted to kill my friend. They were very vocal about killing him, and would not change their mind, no matter what we proposes. I had put myself between them and my friend, since I was Hispanic, which meant I was technically not a belligerent in the conflict. It meant I could act as a peacekeeper and could act as a translator between French and English. I don't remember what exactly happened, but something happened, and I ended up being stabbed twice. The first stab surprised me so much, I didn't have time to react before the second. During the second though, I pulled out my little Swiss Army knife and stabbed the kid that was attacking me in the neck right as he was stabbing me the second time. The police and the ambulance arrived because some friends that had escaped by bicycle. Most of us were on foot during the beginning of the altercation. Important to note that they only attacked us when they were like 3 times our number. When they saw them accumulating, both his stabs with a much bigger knife didn't touch any of my vital organs, and I only had to pass one night at the hospital, but he choked in his blood because of my stab. I still see him in my dreams 12 years later. I was jumped by 5 guys while crossing the street from my car to a friend's house to pick up equipment I had lent him. They acted as if I was there to meet them for like a Craigslist exchange, and in my split moment of confusion they attacked like a pack of wolves. In a moment of true fight or flight, I chose fight and I refused to be taken down after taking 4 quick jabs straight to my orbital socket. Then the gun came out, smacked me across the face, fracturing the bridge of my nose right below my eye, as I would learn later. They held me up in the middle of the street and took cash, phone, picked me up, threw me at my car, and told me to drive, or else they'd shoot. I got in my car on some sort of adrenaline and immediately tried to calm myself as I'm pouring blood from my nose, mouth, everything. Don't have a GPS anymore, or a way to get my bearings as I'm literally in shock. A random bystander pulls up next to me, tells me to use his phone. I report the incident to the police and call my girlfriend. He directs me out of the area by letting me follow him. I drive an hour to my girlfriend's house in shock and with my injuries. It was probably the longest hour I've ever had in my entire life. Go to her and find out I have multiple fractures in my face, but relatively unharmed outside of contusions. The real damage was mentally, as you can imagine. But if it wasn't for that random guy taking the time to pull over and help me, I probably would have been shot for not knowing where to go or trying to get to my friend's house. I also wonder a lot that I may have unintentionally saved someone else who was meant to be in that exchange. I was 19. It was September of 1977. I was working at Clark's Cookhouse. I was working with another gentleman I had never met until that night, and we were cleaning and straightening the 3rd floor storeroom. The other guy told me to go down to the 1st floor while he finished adding a few more empty boxes on the dumbwaiter. When I reached the 1st floor, I yelled, "Up, are you ready?" He said, "Wait a minute." While I was waiting, I could hear the sound of a chain rattling. Was not sure what it meant at that moment. A few seconds later the guy said, "Go on, push the button for the waiter." So I did. The dumbwaiter fell 3 stories and hit the pocket of air at the bottom of the shaft. The dumbwaiter's door was not secured completely, and when waiter hit the air pocket it blew the door open with the force of 400 lbs of pressure, and the metal latch hit me under my nose at the key lock area of my face, breaking both cheekbones to powder, breaking the orbit of the right eye, breaking the lower left jawbone, knocking the upper plate free, broke the hinges of both sides of my jaw, broke my nose from the force of the blow, knocked all my teeth out of my mouth, tore the right corner of my mouth, and picked me and sent me flying 10 feet to slam into a brick wall with the back of my head. I suffered a traumatic brain injury and the back of my head swelled up the size of a grapefruit. This accident was a attempted murder because someone thought I had knowledge of their drug smuggling when I did not at that time. I later learned all the facts from others who were involved in different aspects of the smuggling. The only reason I survived was because I had super dense bone structure, otherwise I would have died as it was. I came very close to dying as it was, as I bleed out 9/10ths of my blood before I left the restaurant in Newport. I was working as a hospice nurse in Houston and was on call on Memorial Day in 2016. I got a call to pronounce death and was with a friend at Trader Joe's when the call came in, so we left and my dumbers let him drive my car to get me there. We were on 610 at Ella. If you're from Houston this will matter, as apparently what happened to me happens there pretty frequently, and there weren't a lot of cars at all, but traffic was moving very slowly, about 40 miles per hour. There's an hour turnaround for pronouncing death and Houston is huge, so my friend saw that it was a bunch of dudes on crappy little mopeds stretched across all lanes doing wheelies and preventing anyone to get by. At the time I had a Scion Fellow of the Royal Society, 6-speed manual transmission, which also matters. Friend tries to go around in the far left lane and instantly we are surrounded by crappy mopeds with dudes holding guns to my car windows. They kept intentionally braking hard in front of the car trying to force us to hit the man or stop the car, and my friend couldn't switch gears fast enough, causing the car to keep stalling. I started screaming at them and then telling my friend, "Dude, hit them, that's what they want, I'm going to start recording." It got progressively worse, so I called 911, at which point I was laughed at, told to calm down and pull over. I kept telling the 911 lady there were 4 guns 3 inches from our faces, and my friend refused to do anything to try to get past these dudes, out of fear I guess. The 911 dispatcher point blank told me that no police were coming and the best thing I could do was pull over. I finally screamed, "Jesus, we need a hedge now," which sounds crazy I guess, but as soon as I yelled that, all of them backed off of our car and rode off. I'm not the only person this has happened to at that part of 610, but the police in Houston just never show up, and the dispatchers in the city will straight up tell you that they aren't going to send anyone. I've also been held with a gun to my head inside a patient's home by a patient's family member for giving her morphine because I was murdering her. Silently asked Jesus for a hedge again, and the SWAT team did show up for that one. I don't live in Houston anymore. Scariest city ever. Being an indigenous Australian, I have almost died/murdered at least 6 times. Once by my father, and once by his girlfriend. A few times living in the ghetto/poverty trap. Let me know which story you would like to hear about. I'm dying to tell my story, but not confident in my literacy as I only attained primary school level education. No high school. I tried suicide once, but got flashes of my sister's face when she found out my brother killed himself, and she proceeded to ask us all didn't he love me, and I never wanted her to think that of me, so I persevered and climbed up the bathroom door and released the shoelace from around my neck barely. I burst all the blood vessels in the whites of my eyes and had serious grazes and bruising all around my neck. I was embarrassed to go to work the next day, but figured I could blame my violent indigenous girlfriend if anyone inquired, which my boss did, saying laughingly that it looks like I tried to hang myself. I laughed and blamed her crazy as trying to strangle me cause they knew she beat me often and left me with large scratches on my face, arms and torso, often stealing my car, money and putting holes in my walls. But I understood her intergenerational trauma of incestuous sexual abuse, domestic violence, familial gang affiliations, prostitution since 11-year-old, and heavy amphetamine and solvent abuse. So she received a lot of patience from me as I wasn't afflicted with that level of need for substance abuse and escapism as her. So I figured I could offer her some stability for once so she could get on her feet. Against my initial concerns of her affecting my stability fell by the wayside, as my mother had a similar, yet more severe story of institutional sexual, physical, and mental abuse suffered at the hands of a white Australia policy, resulting in the heinous national forced assimilation policy that birthed and in turn resulted in the stolen generation, recently the focus of a royal commission that resulted in almost 100 recommendations that have yet to be employed nationally, along with the 300 plus recommendations from the Deaths in Custody Royal Commission, which 13 have been employed institutionally nationwide. but those 13 enacted into policy resulted in further draconian and unreasonably carceral measures upon the justice system's implementation of said recommendations. Egg. More frequent monitoring without increase in wages resulting in resentment towards black inmates for increased workloads. No hanging points in cells resulting in inmate anxiety from being placed in specialized cells resulting in ostracism, and increased cost in electrical appliances requiring shorter cords than their non-indigenous counterparts resulting in no TV or radio as it's unaffordable for the poorest demographic in the nation, furthering the downward spiral of confidence and self-worth resulting in usually violent displays of frustration and anger that have been consistently compounding daily, since realizing they are a part/victims of some of the worst atrocities inflicted upon man in the history of time. Surviving genocide doesn't instill one with pride, in fact it's the opposite. Especially when the stats have only worsened since they declared us humans in 1967, constitutionally requiring them to keep records on us. Yet I digress. Honestly, I've nearly died almost a dozen times, including at the hands of police, also including self-harm that resulted in accidental wounds that could have been fatal. But yeah, if anyone's reading, PTSD is what I've been diagnosed with, and it's hard to maintain employment when your nightmares debilitate you and your energy levels and motivation is non-existent. So next time you see a homeless person or drug addict, ask yourself, is it hard being perfect? I have scars, police and medical records. If anybody requires evidential proof, I'd be happy to disclose, knowing someone had read a small part of my story. Even if they needed proof, my stories and scars are common amongst my people, so we don't get sympathy or coping mechanism/advice from our peers, and then seems insurmountable due to lack of answers, or ends up in a collective echo chamber that yields no strategic approach, leaving only one understandable means of coping: substance abuse. Was downtown one night for a friend's birthday I knew from HS. Grabbed some Jimmy John's for the ride home, and went to the parking garage, where my car was. Mind you, right place wrong time. Exited the elevator and hear a commotion, and witnessed a guy getting shot and dropping to the ground between cars. Witnessed the gunman and his buddies run to their car. I proceeded to grab my medkit in my car. I do bodyguard and firearms sales for a living, plus trauma and ECCC trained, and try to save guy's life. He's shot in the face/neck area and it's pouring out. Gut instinct says he's f't, but you try anyways. PD shows up seconds later and drags dude into middle of parking ramp and is doing chest compressions. They lock down parking garage and sweep floors. EMT gets guy to hospital and he ends up living a week veggie while one resuscitator before family pulls plug. Gunman ran to the doctor. Little while later it made America's Most Wanted. US massholes extradite guy back 5 years later. Dude has his twin brother smuggle in a cell phone into local jail and is trying to have a hit put out on all the witness list. Poe's state attorney doesn't seal the witness lists till a few of us have attempts made on our lives. Nothing like having cars show up in front of your house random nights at random times. Luckily I don't keep a pattern for time and routes and such. A year or two after that, the state flew me back while I was mid-job in Vegas back to where I live on East Coast to testify about the shooter. Fortunate for the state, I was one of the only sober people that night of the incident, so his lawyer couldn't use that against me, and having owned over 400 firearms and being in the firearms industry, I was more than knowledgeable about the weapon I suspected he used in the case that I put in the report. Come to find out, this previous felon cheatbag hired a high-dollar lawyer and was trying to claim self-defense against the 23-year-old he shot in the face. Mind you, only words were spoken, no physical fight had occurred, yet and 0 weapons were found on the deceased. I've got slight PTSD from it and avoid downtown and large crowds late at night because of it. But I had to try to save the guy's life and fight for what was right for him. In the end, dude's now serving 30 years for what he did. This happened 2 nights ago, and I'm still feeling weirded out about it. I went on a first date with a guy I met on a dating site. We met in a popular restaurant for dinner and things were going okay. He seemed interesting enough, so we decided to continue the evening elsewhere as it was still early. We live in Las Vegas and he invited me to go to the strip and go back, quote, hotel hopping. Sounded okay, but that does entail a lot of walking, so I wasn't 100% enthusiastic. Earlier in the evening he'd been telling me about an idea for a TV show he wanted to do about cooking all over the world using alcohol from distilleries and breweries. He followed this with several defeatist reasons why it would never happen. He said he needed pro equipment and lots of money and to hire a bunch of people and networks would probably steal his idea, etc. Now I'm a positive and encouraging person, so I told him to start locally and film it with a camera phone and upload it to YouTube to start. Anyway, he walked me to my car after suggesting we both go in his, which I refused, and I drove him to where his was parked. I told him I'd follow him to one of the big hotels on the strip where we could park and walk from there. Well, he took off driving pretty fast once we got on the freeway, not the way someone would drive if they knew someone was trying to follow them. After a while I fell back, not wanting to risk a ticket or accident. I got off the freeway 2 exits before I should have and ended up driving down the strip, hitting traffic, so it took me much longer to meet up with him than if his whole would have driven the speed limit and not lost me. At this point I almost said screw it and left, but I didn't. He was waiting for me in the parking garage of the hotel. While driving there I was thinking about my favorite karaoke dive bar in town, which is also a brewery. I thought about his business idea and that it'd be a great place for him to try it. Also, the drive down the strip in my convertible car was so beautiful as the weather was perfect and the strip has so many new attractions. I thought he might want to cruise it with me. So by the time I met up with him, I wasn't feeling the hotel hopping idea. When I saw him in the garage I asked him if he'd like to come for a ride with me instead, down the strip for a couple of blocks. He seemed less than thrilled. As we drove, his expression hardened and he stared straight ahead. I asked him when was the last time he'd driven down the strip because the new lights and signs were amazing and the weather was so nice and we were in a convertible. He said back quote 2 weeks ago and that he worked on the strip and was down here all the time. So why go hotel hopping? As we are driving, I decided to go to the brewery instead because he was not happy about driving down the strip and I'd just done it. It's my karaoke go-to spot and I knew I'd have fun regardless. It's always my plan B. So I told him I'd like to show him a spot where he could maybe do a demo for his TV show idea. It was only 1 block away. We go there, park and go in. I show him the brewery and talk about his idea, but his expression had changed. There is no more emotion whatsoever and he avoids any eye contact. Then suddenly he grabs his phone. He seemed to want privacy for his call, so I stepped away. I started getting bad vibes from him and snapped a pic of him talking on his phone from over my shoulder. Just in case the cops find my phone after I've gone missing, they will have a pic of the prime suspect. When he came back towards me after hanging up, he said something about the person on the phone being in the dark. Cryptic. Anyway, we are close to the karaoke lounge, so I suggest we go in for a moment and have a drink. This karaoke bar has the most amazing singers, extremely talented, dancing, great ambience and cheap drinks and me. First date, remember? If you're trying to impress someone on a first date, even if you don't like any of the aforementioned activities, at least you would try it for an hour or so. Imo. So I sit down and date dude, we'll call him that, sits down next to me at a long table with bench seats right in front of the stage. There is a couple sitting across from us, and the man immediately engages me in conversation. But date dude turns his back to me to face the stage, and doesn't move again. He doesn't talk to the woman of the couple, have any expressions and absolutely no reaction to the 8 or 9 amazing singers who took the stage right in front of him. As I'm sitting there, I'm semi-plotting my escape, wondering if he would notice if I went behind the table and followed the wall back out to the casino. At the same time, karaoke's open until 4 AM and I know I can outlast him. So I'm not too concerned. There's security and I opt to stay. I was trying to engage in conversation with the couple seated across the table from us without getting too close to him. I took a picture of our backquote date, because what the fuck kind of date from hell is this? The energy emitting from this guy was cold and vacant. There was no way I was finishing the evening in his company, and I was so glad that 1. I drove my own car, radical self-reliance, and 2. We were in a place I frequented often, so it was familiar and people knew me. The dude from the couple tried to make small talk to date dude, but it was like he'd turned into a statue, eyes forward, expressionless and immobile. Now I know that karaoke will do that to some people, but this was faking empty. After about 45 minutes, he suddenly got up and walked out of the bar and crossed the casino out of eyesight, never to return. Oof. Big good riddance. I hoped he wouldn't be lurking in the parking garage near my car. I started mentally reviewing the evening. The dude from the couple applauded him leaving and asked me about him. I said it was a first and last date and that he'd started acting bizarre when we got there. Dude told me that he'd tried to engage him in conversation and that he just turned his head towards him with eyes totally blank. He said that he was very sensitive to people and that as soon as date dude sat down he felt his aura was dark gray and black. I don't know if I believe that or not, but then he said when he looked in his eyes he saw a man who liked to kill things and that he saw him getting pleasure from putting on black leather gloves and strangling women. Needless to say, this put a damper on my evening. Joy sucked right out. I started to think back on the little red flags during our conversations and prior to meeting text messages. He kept saying things about clothing. Before we met he said how the weather was so nice and he could wear something cute for me. Then later he said he wondered if he should wear a suit. Wear whatever the fuck you want. Then when we met he asked me how I like to dress. I'm dressed the way I'd like to dress. And if I liked wearing short skirts. Creepy. Thinking about this later, I thought maybe he was secretly a cross-dresser or closet drag queen. So I probed a bit. I told him my friends, local burners, like to throw theme parties and like to dress up. At this he perked up. Seemed very interested. I told him I used to work in Paris as a model and asked if he liked fashion. He told me he was a clothes horse and had a huge closet. That really struck me as odd because he looked and dressed like an accountant with white button-down shirt and navy dress slacks, hardly a fashionista. After he bailed on me, thank God, I started thinking that by changing the scenario and coming to karaoke, I'd angered him. Wondered about what he'd had planned for me, the phone call, his thwarted plan, his stony expression, and what couple dude told me. Was he going to get me someplace and dress me up and eventually strangle me to death? It felt tangibly plausible. I truly believe that this man had evil planned for me that night, and it was by luck and listening to my intuition that I avoided some bad shit. I still feel queasy thinking about it. This is my first post, so I don't know how to add the photos I took, but we'll try. Nothing as literal as the close calls posted by others, but I've always wondered what horrible things would have happened to me. I was 10 years old and lived in a small neighborhood with few neighbors and fewer kids. Our houses were a half-mile from the nearest main road, which was a dusty old highway with a small amount of traffic. I was typically grifting my way through my adolescence and dragging my friends along, so I convinced the other two that we should try to sell powdered lemonade alongside the highway to make a little extra scratch. My dad offered to drive us down to the road with a setup and planned to check in on us in an hour. We waited in the summer heat, kicking rocks and smiling hopefully as each car sped past, when a dark blue van pulled up in a cloud of dust. An older guy between his late 40s and early 50s with closely shaved hair, to mask his balding, got out and walked around the side of the van to the sliding door, positioned directly in front of us. "Hey, been watching you guys selling out here and just figured you might want a snack. You've been working hard." The three of us were incredulous, and I asked him, "You've been watching us? From where?" He points up to a hill and says, "Oh, from my house up there." We all just stare into the trees and I think, I don't see a damn thing. This seems suspicious. He shrugs it off and says, "Anyhow, I don't want any lemonade. I'm just here to offer you boys some snacks." He slides open the van, and every stranger danger flew right out of my brain. It's about this time I should probably mention that I was the token fat kid. We are talking Hawaiian shirt, backpack pulled tight, going for the third piece of cake at the birthday party stereotype. I used to pretend I was an orphan to get free samples at the deli. Shame was not quite a hard concept yet. I was short of drooling. The van was laden with Costco quantities of Oreos, Pringles, Famous Amos and Doritos, still in their bulk packages. Every treasured item known only to me by legend and cool kids lunches was in there. The other kids were excited, but had their reservations, whereas I, growing up in an environment where I had to steal Baker's chocolate from the pantry in order to get my fix, was over the dang moon. ignoring the huge red flag that he continued to insinuate that he just wanted to feed us while never actually removing the snacks from the van itself. I turned to my buddies and was like, "Come on guys, what are you waiting for?" Having an ounce of sense, the other two boys just looked at me and said, "No, we're fine. You go for it." I just stood in front of the open van, and the man smiled and said, "Go on, help yourself." I took a few steps forward, and at that exact moment, my father pulled up and stepped out of the car. As naive as I was to the situation, my dad just waved, and the man didn't say another word. He scowled at my father, slammed the side door, got into the van and drove off. My father never mentioned anything about it that day, and it wasn't until years later, when we regaled the tale, that we both admitted what dumb luck that was, and the crystal clear situation that was playing out before us. TLDR, nearly hopped into a van/child predator cliche after a stranger offered me junk food, but parent pulled up just in time. So this all went down in Mogadishu, Somalia in about 2007, which at the time was controlled partly by the Al-Qaeda affiliated Al-Shabaab. So our house was located on top of hill, and it was premium spot for the terrorists to put their artillery guns so they can fire it at the Ethiopian and UN forces who were a couple blocks down. So my story starts when one of our friend's cousin who we never met, and I think she had mental issues which I felt bad for her, but anyway she de-iced. It was prime moment to go and get milk, so without warning she opens the door, which surprised everyone inside and all the gunmen outside. As soon as she sees them, she gets shook and slams the door on them and bolts to one of the rooms. So the gunmen pound on our door and stormed in. One of the notorious terrorists that was known to be ruthless came in and pointed the gun at my mother's stomach, who was 7 months pregnant, and started questioning her about the location of the girl, and my mother, who was not present when the door was opened, was in a state of shock. So this is when I come into play. At the time I was about 7 and oblivious to the danger, so I grabbed his hand and offered to guide, and that was the moment the axe moved from my mom's stomach to my head. So I feel the pressure of one of the most notorious guns in Somalia at the time. You could buy it $50 US, it was on demand. So anyways we find the girl, and he grabs her, finally gun off my head, takes off her headscarf, and beat her. Then they all left. I found out years later from mother that I could have died because the terrorist was well known to kill everyone from men, women, and kids. But that day their commander was present, and he objected to killings of kids. So fuck it, I'm alive. Back in like 2007, I, female, early 20s at the time, got home, living with my parents, late from a friend's house, around 1 AM. About half an hour after I walked inside, someone started pounding frantically on our front door. The door was one of those old kinds, with a huge pane of glass and no curtain. I crept to the top of the stairs and looked down to see who was knocking so loudly at 1:30 in the morning, and for some reason I have no memory of seeing anyone there, but I do remember going in and waking up my parents, who seemed to sleep through anything, saying there's someone at the door. My dad was in a bad accident when I was a kid, and his brain usually takes a little time to catch up to his body when he wakes from a dead sleep, so he was still half asleep when he went downstairs to see who was at the door. He reached for the door knob to open it. My mom, watching from the top of the stairs, yells no and immediately tells me to get in my room and lock the door. I do so, and the next thing I hear is the sound of glass shattering, my mom screaming at the top of her lungs, and my dad grunting. I'm in my room shaking and calling the police, trying to get out a coherent sentence as I tell them I think my parents are being murdered. I stay on the line, shaking and panicking, until the operator tells me the officers are there. My mom knocked on my door a second later and told me it was safe to come out. I went to the top of the stairs and saw my dad talking to an officer on the porch. He had cuts on his face, hands, and feet from where the shards of glass had cut him. On the walkway, a man was handcuffed and talking with other police. There were about 6 squad cars pulled up in front of our house at this point, with more arriving, including an ambulance and a fire truck. I never saw the second guy, who was in a squad car, being questioned by another officer. Here's what happened. Apparently, just down the street, a few guys were walking home from the bar around the same time I was getting home, when a weird man approached them. He seemed really off to them. He asked one of the guys what time it was, and the guy said, "Sorry, I don't have a watch." The weird man immediately began stabbing him in the stomach with a knife, and then turned around and ran. The stabbed guy hopped up on adrenaline, and not really comprehending what had just happened, went nuts and chased after the weird man, his friends close behind. The weird man had seen me go inside just a bit prior, so he knew someone was home and still awake, and he ran up onto our porch. It was him who was pounding on our door. My mom says, when my dad was getting ready to open the door, she could see there were a bunch of guys standing in our front yard just watching the weird man, and then the one who'd gotten stabbed ran up onto our porch and slammed him into the door, shattering the glass, and just started beating the hell out of him. 2 weeks later, the man who'd been stabbed came back to our house to apologize for breaking the window and scaring us so badly. He'd been in the hospital all that time, needing surgery to fix the stab wounds. I never found out what happened with the weird man who stabbed him. I think he had priors and went to jail, but we weren't asked to testify against him. If my dad had opened the door and the stabbed guy hadn't attacked the weird man on our porch, the weird man might have come in our house and stabbed my dad and then come for my mom and I next. I got night terrors for a long time after that incident, waking up in the middle of the night feeling scared out of my mind for no reason, and thinking my parents had been murdered while I slept. When I was 18, or shortly prior, I went to a house party that I was invited to by some high school friends. It was being held at a mini mansion, and was warned ahead of time that the host's parties usually end up out of control. I wouldn't know that by the end of this party, I'd end up with a gun held to my head and bargaining for my life. This was the first time I had ever gone to a house party, usually keeping my social interactions to small friend circles or football games while in my high school drumline. Being the introverted individual I was, I arrived at the party, got a small drink, and then proceeded to spend the following 3 hours in a separated room, away from the general crowd and loud partying. I kept to my phone, occasionally nodding at strangers as they would stumble into the room looking for their friends, only to find me. I was enjoying being close to the energy of the party, but still within my own control. At around 1 AM, a woman walked into the room, visually drunk and unable to keep herself balanced. She was yelling off into the hallway she entered from to an unknown individual, with a heavy mix of profanity and "leave me alone." Spotting me, she sat across from me on another couch about 10 feet away. Moments later, a man, also visually drunk, came in after her and stood above her claiming that she had cheated on him with someone else at the party. Assuming it was just a lover's quarrel, I tried to ignore them and bury myself into my phone. Then it happened. As if like a shot of caffeine, I saw the man reach into his pants and the shimmer of a gun, I can assume it was a small handgun or Glock, came into view and it immediately drew all of my attention. He pointed it towards the girl and continued yelling profanity as she immediately stopped retorting and was caught off guard by the gun, as anyone would. The man then demanded her to confess, but she was already having a panic attack and was unresponsive. He continued with his demands, with the gun held against her neck. I felt an unusual urge to respond to the scenario unfolding in front of me. Being under the influence removed a lot of my inhibitions, partially out of fear that, if things got bad, I was about to witness a girl being shot in front of me as well as likely shot as well. So, without thinking I just responded with "hey." It cut the silence like nothing else as the man grabbed the woman's arm and then proceeded to point the gun directly at my head, screaming, "What the fuck do you want?" It felt like something took over me as I calmly responded with the following, paraphrased, as I cannot recall these moments as clearly due to trauma/PTSD. "Listen, you're like 20, 21, right? You have your whole life in front of you. I get it, you're pissed. You have every right to be. But, do you really want to throw the rest of your life away over one night?" At this moment, likely thinking that I was egging him on due to my poor choice of words, the man moved closer to me, letting go of the girl and pressing the gun right against my forehead. I clammed up, but again, something inside me felt that right now more than ever was when I needed to feel confident. So I continued, "Listen, if you put this gun away and leave the party right now, I'm not going to say anything. Nor is she. Don't let one mistake ruin the rest of your life, man. Come on. Put it away and just go. I don't think that the gun had been cocked yet, but I could feel his fingers that were grasping the gun shaking with hesitation. It felt like the longest 10 seconds of my life. He removed the gun from my forehead, muttering faking shit under his breath, and then put the gun back in his shorts/boxers and ran out of the room. I had exhausted way more of myself than I think I was able to handle mentally, so I ended up passing out/not recalling a majority of the rest of the night. Woke up the next morning asleep on the couch. Nothing was stolen, thank God, but the girl was also gone. He wasn't anyone that I had ever recognized, nor seemed like a high schooler. I kept my promise and never reported it to the police, mainly out of fear of retribution, let alone to anyone until a few years later, when I brought it up finally to some therapist I saw briefly. I don't know what ended up happening with the girl as I never saw her again either, but I hope that she got out of that relationship and remained safe. Also disclaimer, I don't condone underage drinking. When I was 3 years old, me and my 2-year-old sister were being babysat by my father's mother. She left the house and my father's brother was the only adult left in the house. We were playing in my uncle's room when he came in and started screaming at us. He pulled a .22 rifle from under his mattress and shot my sister right in front of me. Something happened and I remember hiding behind/underneath the reclining chair in the living room while he searched for me. Eventually the police arrived because the neighbors heard the gunshot and arrested him. This is my first memory and matches with the newspaper articles I read later in my life. Afterwards, I learned that my entire family tried pinning the murder on me to keep my uncle out of prison, since he was a convicted felon with a firearm. Not to mention the murder of a child. An investigation ensued, and the police determined that my uncle was intoxicated and on drugs at the time, and that it was impossible for a 3-year-old boy to have lifted the mattress, grab and lift the gun, aim it, and shoot. My family still blamed me because they had been so committed to the lie that it became truth to them. I no longer speak to any of my family.